We're wrapping up the week on this beautiful Sunday at the Big A, South Ozone Park at Aqueduct Racetrack, as we have 2 stakes on the program today, including the Forever Together, where Evie Jets will look to make it 2 wins in a row as she brought the Cantermossi brothers their first graded stakes win last time out. Perhaps standing in her way is Finest Work. Has been in top form and looks to keep trending in the right direction in today's Forever Together. Live racing for you as well beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. In the 5th race today, we'll see She's Keen. We saw her break her maiden impressively at Saratoga for Rusty Arnold. She even tried tough company in the likes of the Grade 1 Alabama. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The temperatures are a little bit chilly, but at least we have some sunshine here in South Ozone Park. We are live with you today from Equestria's Restaurant in our set, getting ready for all of the great racing action today. Acacia Colon alongside champion jockey Richard Migliori. And Richie, I know being here at the Big A always brings back a lot of memories of riding for you, but I'm sure at this point you're not too upset to not be riding as the temperatures get a little bit lower.
Yeah, always a little bit more difficult to ride when it's cold. The equipment you have to use, different gloves, different things, but more so, I never liked riding in the rain. So I could take the cold better than the rain, but it is getting chilly, and we've got a pretty stiff breeze from the north.
Something to keep in mind throughout the afternoon. As we'll take a look at the 2 stakes that we have coming up today. Early in the card will be the Key Sense for the New York bred 2-year-old fillies, and they'll be a very short price, and rightfully so, with the likes of Stonewall Star, who's back in against fillies. She faced the boys up at the Finger Lakes last time out in the New York Breeders' Futurity, where she was right on the heels of Acoustic Ave and Andiamo a Firenze, and she's just plain and simple, Richie, run a couple of fast races.
She really has, and of course, again, this was against the boys, and she didn't have the easiest trip, chasing a fast pace while strung out 3-4 wide throughout, with 2 tough colts inside of her, Acoustic Avenue and Andiamo Firenze, and she ran big. It's really hard to see any of these fillies in here being able to step up and handle even her B effort.
Yeah, it was just, you look at that race, the 3 of them really put on a huge show in that New York Breeders' Futurity. She'll be back against the fillies today. She's 3-5 on the morning line for Horacio de Paz. For Barry Schwartz, Jose Ortiz will be in the saddle once again. And coming up a little bit later on the turf, we have the Forever Together, the fillies and mares in the spotlight there, going long on the grass. A key scratch of Fluffy Socks coming out of this race, but still some interesting runners to look forward to, including Evie Jets, who we did see win the Noble Damsel last time out. Messidor comes out of that race as well. This was Messidor's first start off a little bit of a layoff, but a special win with Evie Jets, giving the Cantermossi brothers their first graded stakes win.
And just Evie Jets is the way I like my people, hardworking and honest, shows up every single time and creates her own trip, Acacia. She puts herself forward. She doesn't need the lead, so if somebody really wants to go, and if they don't go, she's going to be in front, and she's going to be tough to catch. I thought Messidor had a tough trip last time. Kind of lost her cover down the back. I thought got a little bit too keen. I'm just not seeing the setup, that's going to really aid her, as opposed to Evie Jets being able to be forward again. Even if the 7-horse, Mr. Chaos, winds up showing some speed, she can lay close without having the lead.
Evie Jets, she has that ever dangerous tactical speed coming off of a win in the Grade 3 Noble Damsel. Ran quite well, going 9 furlongs in the Athenia, 2 starts back as well. She's turned out to be a terrific claim for the Cantermossi brothers, as we saw that feature on Ilkay and Matken this summer, as they were expressing how they really wanted to kind of break through that next level, having quite a few claiming horses and being successful in the stakes ranks. And I feel like this is a horse that's done exactly that for them.
Well, I think it's really kind of taking them to the next level where people recognize they're more than just can handle claiming horses. They can handle better horses. And the way they've campaigned this filly has been really intriguing. I think they've got a really good handle on it. And she's been so consistent. They've had her hold her form for so long.
She goes out for Bob Amendola, those recognizable colors, somebody who's been a big supporter of the game and of that barn for quite some time. That's what we have coming up, but a lot more on the program, including those 2 stakes. And that does also include a pick 6 carryover, which kicks off in the 5th race. 58,000 in that pick 6 carryover, so something to look forward to there. Fast and Firm at the Big A. We have Fast and Firm at Churchill Downs as well. Today's race is always presented by Claiborne Farm. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. As we get ready to kick off the live racing action from the Big A, we'll be on the turf in a New York bred maiden special weight for the first race of the day. This is 3-year-olds and older. Taking a look at the field right now, the number 3 Ouster currently even money off that second place finish.
Yeah, and he just suffered through a nightmarish journey. He was decidedly best last time when he was just stymied in traffic for the better part of the upper stretch, and when he finally shook free, finished with big interest.
I rather tease it going to be aboard, as he always tends to take quite a bit of money on the board as well. There is a look at Ouster, the son of Outwork. We'll talk a little bit more about his chances. The opener on Sunday from the Big A after this.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com today. And you can also play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown. It's a free-to-enter handicapping contest that follows the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at Naira.com/showdown. Horses in the paddock for the opener, 4 to 5 right now on Ouster, as we will see if he can get a cleaner trip. This will also only be his second start going long on the turf, only the third start on the turf. And I think the fact that he is lightly raced does bode well for him too, because you do have some horses in here, Richie, that have had a lot of chances.
Yeah, and like you said, only 2 chances on the turf. And listen, Mr. Connecticut ran a good race last time, but if Ouster was able to shake free sooner, it just feels like he would have had to win that race. And, one of those rides where Javier Castellano, kind of every place he went to go to, the door was slammed in his face.
He's the short price favorite right now. Let's see if he gets a cleaner trip. But we welcome in the third member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, here with us in the paddock. Hey, Maggie, what are you seeing from these runners in the opener?
That this is Ouster's race to lose, Acacia, as you guys have pointed out and highlighted, watching that. I mean, he was last at the 16th pole, and he passed everyone except the winner. He's a big, good-looking horse. He always presents himself well in the preliminaries here. He's dappled head to toe, and I really like the flat mile for him. I think it's perfect, and hopefully he does work out the right kind of trip, as he will have the 6th different rider on his back since beginning his career with Arad Ortiz. Now, his main competition arguably comes from the horse that finished third behind him last time. That's number 8, Conquest, whom he sat right off the pace setter. He did idle a bit in the stretch, but the field kind of had that accordion effect where they all kind of came together at the end. He does add a pair of shortcut cheater blinkers, which I'm never against. I think, watching his races, he should benefit from it. It's just that from looking at him from the beginning of the summer to now, he's kind of just gone the wrong way physically. He looks as though he's lost some of his conditioning behind. He doesn't look as though he's carrying as much as he once had. I get it. He can win. But between the two, I definitely prefer Ouster. As the wild card in here is the horse returning off of a layoff dating back since April. He's missed most of turf season, and now he gets to run on it in his only a second start for this Son of Declaration of War. There's really not much production on the bottom side. The dam was unraced, and she has not produced a winner in 3 horses to run. But I do think the surface change should help Joint Resolution, as he definitely has a turf hoof, and he looks all turf meant to me. And first time out, he just really did not look fit much at all. He looks 90% there today, a bit more together, a bit stronger overall, and developed. So there's been a little bit of progression, but still with the layoff in mind, I'm not totally sold, but occasionally this does feel like the right spot for him today, and certainly matches up well from the overall perspective.
A lot to overcome with that layoff. Maggie, thank you. Joint Resolution to the outside. Joel Rosario will be aboard for the second start. This horse running in that off-the-turf race back in April. As Maggie mentioned, of course, there are some hurdles here because he did miss most of turf season and now comes back in New York as a New York bred, where it is the end of the year. So you had to hope that we were able to get in and try to get onto the turf.
Yeah, absolutely. And very limited opportunities now this time of year. And, he's been training in Saratoga. Everybody knows how I feel. I like the horses of Christoph's coming out of Saratoga.
You're going to give Miguel too big an ego.
We can always take him down a peg.
As we take a look at Ouster, I think we'll take a look at this race as we've been talking about just the trouble that he had. And I think you put it perfectly, Richie. It just seemed like it was one of those comedy of error type of situations, really, where everything at every turn seemed to go wrong. Listen,
it's difficult. You're out there in the midst of it. You're trying to save ground, important in turf racing. Tries to force his way out here. The horse outside of him had enough horse to hold his position. It's Dylan Davis outside of him. And it's your job to hold the guy in. You can't just give up your ground. And you see right there, I mean, he steadied all the way back to last, and basically the race is over, and then all of a sudden, here he comes again, and he flew home and basically only got to run about a 16th of a mile.
A very, very tough trip, closing well. There's that physical Maggie was talking about, that big, good-looking horse. Coming out of that same race is Conquest, and wanted to go back to something Maggie was touched on, as we all talk about it quite a bit. This time of year, you'll see some horses who start to look a little bit wintry in their coats, in their weight, just kind of reacting to the seasons. And the reason we touch on that is because sometimes it means that things aren't maybe going as well inside as they could. And sometimes, yes, their coat getting long doesn't mean a lot, but it can kind of give you a hint that maybe the horse is trending not in the direction you'd prefer.
Well, it's a long season, and to me, sometimes it's indicative of a horse being what we term over the top. They're just not in their best form. Some horses thrive in different seasons, and you'll see the horses that actually are even better when it's colder. But I like to see a slick coat. I like to see a rich, hydrated texture to a coat. And when I see a longer coat,
there's a perfect display of it.
That's absolutely, a perfect example of what we're talking about. So it's a personal preference. It's not a foolproof system, but I'm always going to lean towards horses that look more like that than a horse that's coat is long and a bit on the dull side.
You can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. They've got you covered. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. There is Ouster at 4-5 off that trip last time out. And unfortunately, Richie, yes, it does look like it's way his race to lose. But you're going to take the worst of it with the price because he had a trip last time out and he's got a rat Ortiz today.
Yeah, and let's, be honest. He's a closer, so he could fall victim to a tough trip again, although as well as he finished last time, I think they would probably rather lose a little ground and make sure he has free running room as opposed to trying to save every inch and peck and poke. I don't blame Javier Castellano. That's the turf race you ride, and you're going to win more turf races by saving ground. In hindsight, yes, it was a bad trip. It was unfortunate, but I'll never blame a rider for trying to save ground if it doesn't work out.
And as a rider, when you're in those moments and things happen, but it has to be so frustrating when you're just looking for some room to run.
It is very frustrating. You have a lot of horse underneath you. You're all dressed up with no place to go. But my experience when I rode a race like that and got in trouble and got basically stuck, first thing I would do is come back and tell the trainer, I messed it up. I made a mistake. I thought I needed to save more ground. It didn't work out. And most trainers and owners are very forgiving of that. It's when you make excuses for a trip like that, then it leads them to believe, wow, you didn't really understand what went wrong there.
Yeah. There's a look at the big gray horse at Bernardino. He's had quite a few chances already, being 0-11. This is just his second start with Jorge Abreu. Comes out of that Mr. Connecticut race as well.
And he's a 7-year-old intact horse that's still a maiden. There was a rule years ago, 5-year-old maidens were not allowed to race on the NYRA circuit. Obviously, that's not the case anymore. But back then, we also had 11 and 12-year-olds racing in New York. And now, if you're 10, you can't race in New York. Might want to revisit that because some 10 and 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds are still in decent form.
Yeah, there's some cool old horses around, that's for sure. I should say Bernardino's second start back with Jorge Abreu as he actually started his career with him back in 2018. He's been around for a while. He's seen a lot on the racetrack already, this guy. Let's see if today could potentially be the day he breaks his maiden. Ouster, though, looks formidable in this spot. As horses step onto the track, we'll start things off with the entry, the two for Jim Bond, starting with Silent Running.
Yeah, Heeman Harkey here has actually been riding very well with limited opportunities here at Aqueduct. Got on a lot of horses for Jimmy Bond over the summer.
The entry 12-1 right now is here's the other part, Biondi. This one has speed.
Yeah, very complementary styles for these two. Silent Running, more of a closer. Biondi, speed, and I love a Biondi Brunello del Montecino.
Oh, I love the way you said that. Bernardino will have the rail.
Yeah, has had a lot of chances. It's going to have to find his best race and maybe then some.
Here's your favorite, Ouster.
Ouster just pointed out the trip he had last time, very much the horse to beat.
3-5 right now. Here's Valentino's here.
Yeah, his run okay. He's going to have to improve a little bit to contend here.
The Sleepy Chipmunk crossed the wire first last time, but that was for 40.
Yeah, it was for maiden 40. Was subsequently disqualified. This is tougher.
Her one and only stretches out.
Stretches out. Just going to have to improve.
Back onto the turf today. Magic Truck, second time on the turf.
Yeah, moving up from that maiden 40. I think this speaks to just trying to get on turf while there's still turf racing.
Conquest, third behind Ouster last out.
Adds blinkers, has been showing speed and ran well against Ouster last time, but he had a good trip where Ouster didn't.
And Joint Resolution off the layoff.
Yeah, the little bit of the unknown factor. Ran okay on the dirt when he was turf meant. Certainly more of a turf pedigree, declaration of war. He's got to overcome an outside post.
That's the field for the opener as the 7-year-old who we mentioned, Bernardino. Maggie, I'm sure you've become quite familiar with this guy at this point.
And to be fair, this is the most he's ever run in a season as he's gone back to the barn of Jorge Abreu. And he looks great here. Now, last time, not as bad of a trip as Ouster as he does come out of that common race and finishing arguably worst of all. But he did lose a lot of ground in that race. He was the one who was about 3 wide the entire way around there. And 2, it was the first start back in the barn. Now, he does pretty much run consistently the same number, and I don't know if that number necessarily wins here, but he looks fantastic. I mean, relative to the field, but you're dealing with the 7-year-old maiden. Maybe it's what he wants late in the season. As I can't get over Alster. The price sucks, to be quite honest, but I kind of wanted to pick the Christophe Clement horse because he's kind of a wild card, and I think he's improved, and this is the right spot for him. But that pedigree is not screaming at me to go ahead and take him, but he is a generous 6-1. And I just want to go back to something Richie said that really kind of hit on me as far as him coming back and admitting a mistake. And as far as 2 riders that stick out in my mind for being known to do that. One rode a lot for my dad. One has ridden a lot for my husband is Ramon Dominguez and John Velasquez. And they are 2 of the greats in the game. And I think that's because when they've made a mistake in the past, they learn from it. And you're always striving to get better out there. Don't think that you ever know everything.
So true. Such a good point, Maggie. And she brought up 2 of the great riders in the history of the sport and both of them really give such good feedback. Like, you love the opportunity to pick their brain too, and the way that they kind of analytically look at a race and learning from those mistakes. Such an important piece of it.
Well, absolutely. And when you own up to a mistake, you talk about the mistake and recognize it. That's how you avoid that mistake again. If you don't realize you've made a mistake, how do you learn from it? And even if a rider realizes it but makes excuses about it, it leads the connections to think they don't quite get it. They don't understand what went wrong here, and they could be prone to making that mistake again. Always better to just be upfront and honest about those things. Listen, sometimes people aren't going to give you a second chance, but then they're taking the worst of it, because if you've made that mistake, you won't make that mistake again.
You can be at the top of the sport, but I thought something Junior Alvarado told you the other day stuck out with getting his first Breeders' Cup win. He said, yeah, but it's addictive. I want to win another one. There's always room to grow. There's always room to achieve more in this sport.
Get that feeling of that kind of success and the excitement level that it brings. I know when I won the Breeders' Cup on Desert Code, I felt like I was going to lift out of the saddle. It was just such a thrilling experience that, of course, you want to go back to it. You can see why it's addictive.
Well, we'll see who breaks their maiden today. 1-5 right now on Auster. Yeah, it's a short price. You're taking the worst of it. He does seem far and above the horse to beat in here, though.
It feels like something would have to go drastically wrong again for him not to find the winner's circle today.
Let's see if he gets a cleaner trip. Auster, your short-priced favorite, as it looks like the rider Javier Castellano was off the number 7 Magic Truck. He's back aboard now, and they will start to load in for the opener. Early pick 5 kicking off here. Auster, your heavy favorite. New York bred maiden special weight to kick off the day on this Sunday at the Big A. The voice of New York racing, John Embrial, is standing by. Sorry. Is he calling all day? And my apologies for that. Anthony Stabile calling the first race here. We're happy to have Anthony in the booth. Does a terrific job.
I was supposed to tell you that, and I
didn't
forgot.
know.
So my
You didn't pass the
apologies to
message
you
on to
and
me.
to Anthony. He's supposed to call the first 2 races, I believe, today.
Well, we look forward to it. Anthony Stabile on the mic for the opener at the Big A.
Thanks, guys. Johnny, I would have done a lot of eating last night to be this size. As the field for the opener loads in. Auster currently your 1-5 favorite, the number 3. Biondi behind the gate waiting to load. The Sleepy Chipmunk goes in. Her one and only, a bit hesitant, now backs out. They open the front of the stalls for her one and only. And this time she goes in. The last one to load is Joint Resolution. Joint Resolution goes in. We're set for the opener here at Aqueduct. They're in the gate, and they're off. The Sleepy Chipmunk, there's her one and only going to the lead. Bernardino's on the rail. The gray between horses, that's Silent running outside to stablemate Biondi. Between horses, there goes the Sleepy Chipmunk, who's backed out of there now as the field makes their way into the first turn. Going a little wide there on the first turn was her one and only. She has a 2-length lead. It was Magic Truck in second. Then we come back to the entry of Silent Running and Biondi, third and fourth. Joint Resolutions made her way from the outside draw to the rail in fifth. We come back to the Sleepy Chipmunk, who's a length to the good of the big favorite, Ouster. Outside is Conquest. The two trailers are Bernardino and Valentino's here. An opening quarter of 23-1 set by her one and only, who's 2.5 lengths in front of Magic Truck. 2 long shots on the front end here, tracked by the entry of Silent Running and Biondi there, third and fourth. Joint Resolution hasn't left the rail under Joel Rosario in fifth. The Sleepy Chipmunk, a wide run coming from Conquest. Along the inside is Ouster, the big favorite, still a half a dozen lengths from the lead. Valentino's here launching a bid. Bernardino at the rail. The field turns for home through a half in 47-4. Her one and only trying to pull off a huge upset here in the opener. Magic Truck, a big long shot as well. Joint Resolution, Ouster produced on the far outside under a rider Ortiz Jr. And she's coming with a head of steam. Here comes Ouster. No traffic trouble for Ouster today as she draws away from Joint Resolution. It's Ouster in the opener by a length and 3/4. Joint Resolution was second. Magic Truck held on for third. Final time for the mile was 1:37.2.
Ouster, the favorite, a winner, as you heard in Anthony's call. No traffic trouble today. A cleaner trip for Ouster, who was able to get clear and up in time.
You could see Irad Ortiz's thought process going into the far turn. He had a lot of horse underneath him, had a lot of horses in front of him. He was just waiting to find that gap, that separation between flights where he could angle to the outside. And it appeared when Biondi wasn't able to keep up. He was able to sift out to the clear without bothering anybody. Did it actually very smoothly, but when you've got that much horse under you, it's like driving a sports car in traffic and you could just accelerate and change lanes as need be.
Yeah, sometimes it's not that easy when it comes to horse racing. 1-5 favorite Ouster over the number 9 Joint Resolution, as Maggie talked about, just maybe needing that race off the layoff, and certainly seemed to get a lot out of it here, running well. Some big prices underneath too. The number 7 Magic Truck and the 6, her one and only Jackie Davis with a good ride. That one holding on for fourth.
Yeah, she gave everybody who had any money on her one and only a little bit of a thrill, because he was out there sailing along on the lead at 99-1. Woo. And that's what you can count on with Jackie Davis. Mm-hmm. She is going to give you your money's worth.
1-5 favorite, the winning though, Ouster gets the job done to break his maiden for Mark Hennig. Irad Ortiz in the saddle. 3-9-7-6 in the opener at the Big A. We'll take a quick time out here on America's Day at the races. When we come back, we'll bring you prices, reactions, and talk a little bit about what else is going on in the world of horse racing. The horses that captured our hearts. Who are you voting for in the Vox Populi Award?
Standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions, and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third-crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Short price favorite in the opener, 1-5 on Ouster. Gets the win. A cleaner trip today. I ride Ortiz in the saddle for Mark Hennig.
Yeah, worked out a nice trip. There was a bit of pace on. Was able to sift out to the clear when he needed to. And boy, good-looking son of outwork there. What a nice-looking horse.
I'm sure very validating for Mark Hennig to see him get the win today as he's standing by with Maggie.
And guys, I literally just said that to Mark, that he's so handsome, such a good-looking son of outwork, Mark, and I'm sure a little bit frustrating. I would ask you, though, not an abundance of turf pedigree. What made you decide to switch him to the turf 3 starts ago?
Well, I galloped him on the turf. I took him in the infield, and I was going to run him on the turf at Belmont right before we went to Saratoga, or run him on it in Saratoga. And you know, he's an older horse, but he's late developer, so he was a little anxious when I took him out there. He got really wound up, and I was trying to teach him to relax a little bit at that time, so I kind of wanted to put it off at the time. I wish now that I had gone ahead and done it, but maybe in the long run it was better for him, because he was just getting a little chargy about that time in his career, and in his previous dirt race he went a little fast early and didn't finish, so it made me kind of just put it off for a little bit, but I knew he liked it by the way he acted.
And it feels like that patience is being rewarded. Now, I know last time it was so frustrating. He was much the best, but he is learning to rate comfortably and be very kind of amenable to his riders.
Absolutely, and that's what Irad said. He was always there for me. He said he was in the bridle the whole way and just waiting. He said, I just needed to find a seam, and he said he's a big horse, so he can kind of make some room on his own too. So I'm just thankful we got to run him one more time on the grass before the season ends.
I got to ask you about your one other horse later today, Lexi Spirit. I know she seems a little more turf intended, but you're going to try the main track, an intended dirt race. It's a tough race, but at least she has the experience, Edgemark.
True, she does have experience, and she ran well on her dirt race. I mean, she was a little anxious early too. But I definitely would have preferred to run her on grass, but we just don't have any at the moment anywhere, it seems. But anyway, she should handle the second race on the dirt. I thought she handled the mud well last time, and I'm hopeful that the experience gives her a little advantage, because it's a tough spot.
It is a tough spot, and she gets a fast track at least today. But congratulations, what a nice way to kick off the day.
Thanks a lot, Maggie.
All right, Ouster breaking through, clean trip, straight to the winner's circle, Acacia.
Gets his picture taken today at a short price. Maggie, thank you. $2.70 winner. Couple logical horses in the top 2, and then some big prices underneath.
Yeah, 50-cent try came back $42 with a big long shot magic truck at 32-1, rounding out that try. Joint resolution ran well. Probably unhappy Ouster didn't get a clean trip last time.
Ouster gets the win today, though. As we mentioned before the break, there are certain horses each year that are just incredibly special, that touch our hearts, and maybe they don't even have to be at the highest level. The 3 horses nominated for this year's Secretariat Vox Populi Award are indeed at the highest level. For me, though, Richie, this award was created for the likes of Cody's Wish, named in honor of Cody Dorman. What an incredible story as we saw him win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
Yeah, this story transcends thoroughbred racing. It's a such a touching human story. And Cody's Wish, named for Cody Dorman. They met when Cody's Wish was a weanling, and there's still that connection, that bond. And if you just see the emotion from Cody Dorman being there to be a part of Cody Wish's Breeders' Cup victory, this is what I believe the award was always intended for. It's not just about who the best horse is, but the story and how it touches lives.
Seeing his parents as well in the winner's circle, the emotion from them, the excitement. Of course, Cody was introduced to a young horse as part of the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and the horse and child had an incredible bond right away, as you can see in these photos. It was really, I think, one of the most incredible feel-good stories of the year.
Absolutely, and honestly, I don't see how that can't win. It just so moving to me. It's an absolute no-brainer. I love the story, and if that doesn't touch you or move you, maybe you got to take your pulse.
Maybe so. Just so beautiful. A couple other nominees, though, who are of course deserving as well. Some terrific race horses, including the Kentucky Derby winner and the undefeated Flightline. Now, Flightline is going to be Horse of the Year. He's spectacular. He's the horse of a lifetime. For me, the Vox Populi Award, though, is not for horses like him, who are going to get all the accolades that are coming anyway.
Yeah, they're going to have a very nice night. The night of the Eclipse Awards.
Yes.
He's going to be your Horse of the Year, and I agree with you. I don't think it was intended for horses like this, Flightline, who's so brilliant, as good a horse as I've ever seen in my lifetime. Yeah, it's a great story, but the story's going to be told with the Eclipse Awards.
Absolutely. He was the horse that had high expectations at the beginning. He's undefeated. He's sensational, really. There's no other words for it. All the adjectives that describe him. But yes, I cannot imagine that there's any case where he would not be Horse of the Year. He will be highlighted for sure at the year-end honors. This was a great story as well. 80-1 upset in the Kentucky Derby, Rich Strike. And to his credit, Richie, he has gone on in the second half of his 3-year-old season to back up that performance for trainer Eric Reed with good performances in the Clark and the Travers.
Yeah, he showed that he is a horse with talent. It just wasn't a one-hit wonder, a complete fluke on the day. And it is a great story. He was claimed for $30,000 and went on to win the Kentucky Derby at the second highest price ever recorded in the Kentucky Derby. Donerail Roscoe Goose in 1913, the only one higher. But I still think Cody's Wish is absolutely a slam dunk for that award because of the story surrounding it. And again, like I said, it just transcends racing. This is a great story. What a ride he got that day from Sonny Leone. And it kind of what embodies what the game's about too. We're all a little bit of dreamers. Mm-hmm. We're all, hoping for that moment. Well, they had that moment. Still don't think it's a Vox Populi win.
and I misspoke. He ran a good second in the Stephen Foster. He's pointing to the Clark next weekend, as we did see the field actually drawn for the Clark, and looking forward to seeing Rich Strike. He'll be back at Churchill Downs, a racetrack that he loves.
Absolutely. And listen, I think he should have won the Clark. I thought it was an ill-judged ride by Sonny Leone that day. As brilliant as his ride was in the Derby, I just didn't really understand his strategy or his thought process, going to engage Hot Rod Charlie and then certainly putting his elbow out into Tyler Gaffleone. But that being said, on the first Saturday in May, he delivered an absolutely flawless ride.
Well, we look forward to seeing him back at Churchill next week, and you can vote and have your voice be heard as to who you think should be the winner of the Vox Populi Award. Here's what we have coming up next week at Churchill Downs, including that Clark, which will feature the Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike, looking for another Grade 1 victory on Friday. There is racing on Thursday for Thanksgiving. We'll be covering all of the exciting action next week at Churchill Downs. There's a lot going on to wrap up the meet there.
A lot of good racing ahead, including their last Grade 1 of their season in Kentucky. And I always liked that weekend, except when I was riding and I had to fly out and be there on Thanksgiving Day and stay over for, Friday. But as a jockey, Thanksgiving's not that big a deal.
Right. You're probably not missing the stuffing, right?
No. You go there and watch everybody else eat.
Getting ready for race number 2 at the Big A. A mile and an eighth on the main track for these 2-year-olds who will try to navigate the distance. The favorite to the outside is the number 7, Croupy, by Curlin, who will get a little bit more distance after 3 consecutive third-place finishes. We'll see how he does stretching out. We get a paddock report and talk more about the second race after this.
Here comes Malathon. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curlin, the classic sire.
He passes on durability, strength, consistency, great turn of foot, soundness, the ability to go 2 turns, to get better with time and age. Really all the things you'd look for in a racehorse.
And it's all Curlin in the race of the year for Horse of the Year. It's Curlin in an absolutely stylish performance.
2-time Horse of the Year Curlin had another banner season in 2021. He was the leading sire of Grade 1 wins with 5 and Grade 1 stakes horses with 9.
Curlin is truly a classic sire. He's a horse that gives you a chance to win every important race. So I believe that, all the Triple Crown events, all the classic races, Curlin is certainly a horse that produces offspring of the highest level. He carefully manages his book. Breeds 140 mares in capacity. He breeds many of the finest mares in America, some of the finest mares in the world. He's followed through every year with multiple Grade 1 winners and really good horses.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso.
I think as good as he's been, the next 3, 4, 5 years will be his best yet.
And our program is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. One of the greats of all time, great racehorse, great sire, Curlin, standing at Hillendale. He is the sire of the number 7, Croupy, in this upcoming second race, as we'll be going a mile and an eighth on the main track. That's a look at Classic Catch, who's currently 4-1 on the board. The other one for Todd Pletcher, who does have 2 in here. As we have the 2-year-olds stretching out, they'll have to navigate the mile and an eighth distance. Let's head down to the paddock, get a paddock report from Maggie.
Well, Croupy does continue to progress, continues to get stronger and more mentally mature. Let's take a look at Todd Pletcher's second-time starter in here, Classic Catch, whom watching that replay and remembering that race, I really liked the way he ran and the way he finished up behind Todd's other very talented and promising runner and Rutter's men. He didn't have any speed at all, so that lends itself well to stretching out to the 2-turn mile and an eighth here. And really was the only one making up significant ground late in the game. I'm a little underwhelmed with what I was hoping to see from him in the paddock, because I was not in the paddock that day. He just feels like there's still some more development to do, some more kind of mental maturity to be attained. So we'll see how he does here. I'm not going to be surprised if he wins, but I just thought there were some other more intriguing prospects. And one that is taking money that kind of has me scratching my head a little bit is number 2, American Hustle. This is a horse trying the dirt for the first time. Now he's by American Pharoah, who at the base of things actually does produce more turf runners. Looking at this guy, the dam went on the synthetic. There's really not much to report home on in the second generation either way. It's not many talented runners. He looks more turf to me, to be honest. He's a little bit more of that longer tubular frame, which, yeah, I think he's going to love the distance, but you need to have a little bit more conditioning, a little bit more strength to contend over this mile and an eighth on the main track. We'll see how he does. As the horse that I'm most intrigued by is number 6 in here, Jungfrau for Bill Mott. I mean, this is one that I thought the longer the better when he debuted up in Saratoga. He looks like a 4-year-old as a 2-year-old or late 2-year-old now. He's just big, he's solid, but he's also really well balanced. And if anything, he's more together, having that 1 star under his belt. I really think he's going to appreciate the 9 furlongs most of anyone, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. The son of Arrogate, who will stretch out at second, asking Jungfrau for Bill Mott, the Juddmonte homebred, who did run 4th on debut, going 7 furlongs at Saratoga, getting a little bit more distance today. And you can see what Maggie's talking about with that size as he will navigate the 2 turns for the first time.
You can really see the influence of Arrogate there. And that's what jumped off the page at me when I was looking at this race, being by Arrogate, stretching to the mile and an eighth, has the race under his belt, going 7 furlongs. And, Arrogate was just so good, obviously up to a mile and a quarter. So I thought he was a very interesting alternative to potentially your favorite, although they're co-favorites right now, Krupe, who's had issues getting out of the gate. He's either broken awkwardly or bobbled, and then last time just downright stumbled out of the gate.
As Krupe is 9-5 right now, he'll be ridden by Irad Ortiz Jr. He's chasing a stakes record for the year that was set by Garrett Gomez, who had 76 stakes wins in a single year. Irad Ortiz is currently at 74. And he will have some chances today. He will have a chance in the Key Sense riding Weekend Rags, who will not be the favorite, probably the second choice, trying to get around Stonewall Star. Unfortunately, his Mount Live Forever Together scratched, but just 2 away as we have about six weeks or so left in the year.
And they're going for it. He's actually at Mahoney Valley tomorrow riding a few stakes, trying to get to that mark. What gets me an even bigger accomplishment in my mind, this will be the 7th consecutive year that he's ridden at least 300 winners on the year.
Pretty incredible. As you see Irad Ortiz with that Belmont Stakes trophy, it was quite a big year for Irad Ortiz in 2022. We'll meet the field, kicking things off with first-time dirt runner American Hustle.
He's making his 4th start, and he's got 3 distance races under his belt, so he does have foundation.
Here's Classic Catch, 1 of 2 for Todd Pletcher.
Finished well, going 7 furlongs. Is that going to translate in the second start to 9 furlongs?
Narciso Dali goes turf to dirt.
Another one that has a lot of foundation, making the 5th start. 2-turn race at Delaware off the grass, ran okay, showed speed. Could be the speed here.
Here's the number 5, Bears Correct.
Yeah, it hasn't shown a great deal on the turf. More of a turf pedigree, certainly by War Dancer, would have to really turn it around.
Now the favorite, Jungfrau.
Yeah, by Arrogate, and you have to think he's going to take a big step forward in the second start for Bill Mott.
And Krupe, the son of Curlin.
Has ability. Hasn't been able to get out of the gate cleanly yet. Maybe going 2 turns. He'll have his feet under him a little bit more. This horse named for Jimmy Krupe, who was a successful trainer in New Jersey for a number of years before turning to prepping 2-year-olds for sales and pin hooking. Just an incredible horseman in Ocala that a lot of owners and trainers looked up to.
Yeah, one of the best to do it, that's for sure. As we take a look at the other one for Todd Pletcher, Classic Catch, who does stretch out in distance, finishing third on debut. That was going 7 furlongs. He is out of Mooncatcher, who was good going long on the dirt. She won the Delaware Oaks, and he's by Classic Empire. We'll see how he handles the added distance today in his second start.
You see him rallying on the outside, and he's covered with dirt from the kickback. And that was something that I've talked about all meet. It just seems like horses are having a hard time handling that. And the fact that he was able to get in the clear and rally, and he was outgained for second, but he had to make up a lot of ground in the middle of the race, and he had every right to get a little bit tired. From a fitness standpoint, it should move him forward. Although you hate to see a horse kind of lose that little bit of ground late, especially now on the stretch out.
Absolutely, and we'll see if he can get a better shift today. Javier Castellano going to be in the saddle. As Maggie mentioned, Rudder's Men, very impressive in that race. Classic Catch third, as he also had, I think, an educational debut too. Running well, taking the kickback, coming from off of it, maybe going a little bit longer. You can get up into the game a little bit earlier.
You would think just on the stretch out and with the race under his belt, he should be just a bit sharper, so put himself in a better position.
There, he is 5-2 right now on the board, as Krupe to the outside with Irad Ortiz, who will look to sweep the early double. You talked about his issues at the start. When you're going a mile and an eighth, especially with 2-year-olds, how important is it to get position early on this configuration?
See, I think it's important no matter what the distance in any race. I just feel like you don't want to give horses a head start. It's one thing, you're a closer, break with the field, and they outrun you. But if you're giving them a length or two at the start, that's a length or two you have to make up somewhere along the way. Now, maybe Krupe, because the tendency, particularly in one-turn races, he started at 7 furlongs, last time was a mile, is to hustle them a bit more, trying to attain that position. Maybe going a mile and an eighth, he has more of a chance to kind of break into Irad's hands, be a little bit more balanced, and maybe sort himself out a little bit easier than he's been able to do in the one-turn races.
Do you like being drawn outside for a horse like that?
It's a short field.
Yeah.
Normally, I'm totally against outside posts in 2-turn races, but in a 6-horse field for a horse like this, I actually do think it aids him.
We'll see if he can get out of the gate in cleaner fashion today as they move towards the starting gate. Let's go back to Maggie.
Well, one old racetrack adage goes, last one in, first one out, but that happened 2 times ago for Krupe, and that was not the case, at least the latter half of that saying. Now, Irad Ortiz has given him quite a vigorous warm-up, but they've done that in, his 2 subsequent starts since his debut. He's been warmed up well. So we often, though, do see, as you guys were mentioning, the 2 turns and the longer distance mitigate any tardiness out of the stalls. And he continues to strengthen, as I was saying. He's a horse that lacked a bit of conditioning and muscle mass in those first few starts, and now he's putting it on, which could lead to him just having a better push off from behind. Now, quickly, a little bit of an equipment note on number 6, Young Frau, who is going to your 7-5 favorite, is wearing a prong bit and a figure 8. He wasn't doing it badly, but he at times in that first race looked as though he had a propensity to want to lean out just a little bit. And it's something that not many trainers use, but Bill Mott uses quite a bit, especially in the morning's training. So it looks as though he's warmed up nicely with it, as Jose Ortiz is aboard once again, and looks as though he's pretty comfortable with this horse with that certain type of equipment.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll see how that aids at Young Frau today, who is 3-2. So you could get a little bit of a closer look at that equipment Maggie was talking about. And especially, as she mentioned, it is something that Bill Mott will employ relatively frequently, and especially in comparison to some other trainers.
Yeah, for horses that don't want to run perfectly straight, lean in or lean out, you have the prongs on either side, helps give you a bit more control, kind of makes a horse kind of flex their jaw and give into you a little bit.
Jose Ortiz going to be in the saddle. You rode this horse first time out. He's now your favorite, the son of Arrogate, as they start to load into the gate. It looks like somebody's giving the starting gate crew a little bit of trouble at the load here. Maybe the number 4, Narciso Daly. There he is going in with the front of the gate open. That can sometimes make it a little bit easier for horses to see where they're headed.
You see a little empty space, they'll walk towards the empty space, and you see then they close it up. But the gate crew does a great job of not getting run over through that empty space.
Airloading in for race 2. Here's Anthony Stabile with your call.
They're in the gate for race 2. And they're off. American Hustle hustled from his inside draw to the lead under Joel Rosario. Narciso Dali is second along the inside. Classic Catch trying to move up into third. Young Frau, the favorite, along with Krupe, who's a lot closer today, settle in along the outside. Dropping back along the inside was Classic Catch. Your trailer is Bears Correct. A couple of them fighting it out for the early lead. American Hustle a length to the good now. Young Frau moves up along the inside as American Hustle bears out a bit. American Hustle, Joel Rosario having a tough time handling American Hustle, who's now back in front of Young Frau by a length. They went the first quarter in 24-4. It was an interesting first quarter, and American Hustle found himself back on the lead. A length and a quarter in front of Young Frau. Along the outside, that's Narciso Dali. Between horses, Bears Correct. There's Classic Catch as well, and now Krupe's the trailer through a 50-1 half mile. American Hustle, Young Frau right to his neck. They've separated themselves by 2.5 lengths. Now Krupe with a 3-wide move, moves into contention into third. Narciso Dali's fourth. Classic Catch trailing is Bears Correct. The field makes their way to the far turn. American Hustle and Young Frau hooked up about 3/8 of a mile ago. They're still going at it. Here comes Krupe. Arado Ortiz Jr. looking to sweep the double. Narciso Dali in with an upset chance along the rail in fourth. 2 lengths back to Classic Catch. A long way back to Bears Correct. 3/4 and 1:15-2. Krupe on the far outside. Young Frau between. American Hustle trying to battle on along the inside. These three into the stretch. Far outside. Classic Catch, who was far back early, is making up bunches of ground. Here comes Classic Catch. Keep an eye on him. He goes to American Hustle, and he goes by American Hustle. It's Classic Catch. Krupe between horses moves into second. Then American Hustle and Young Frau. But at the 16th pole, it's all Classic Catch and Javier Castellano by 2. Krupe finished second, American Hustle third, Young Frau fourth. The final time for the 9 furlongs was 1:55-1.
Classic Catch rolling late. The son of Classic Empire gets the win at second asking.
A lot went on in a small field
Yes.
here. The first turn was kind of messy. It looked like American Hustle might have lost his focus a little bit. His ears came up. It looked like he ducked out in the first turn. You saw Young Frau duck to his inside, kind of engage him. Joel Rosario got him straightened out. Krupe went from having position caught wide to dropping back, making another run. And then it was the last run from Classic Catch. The second-time starter from Todd Pletcher got it done.
Here's a look at the start of this race. There was a lot happening throughout. Poor start for the number 5. The 7 Krupe broke out a bit, and he wasn't able to clear, and that was when we saw Krupe parked wide in that first turn.
Yeah, he was caught wide from that post. And you saw American Hustle try to drift out into the turn. Then it looked like Joel had him. His ears were up, and I just think he lost his focus, because look how he steps out here, how far he leaves the rail.
Blew the turn a little bit.
Yeah, he really did. And Joel was trying so hard to get him to be relaxed and switched up that sometimes you'll kind of lose their attention. And then you saw him. He had to tap him on the shoulder with the crop, get his attention. He got him back in. But by then, it kind of had made a little disarray of the field.
Mm-hmm. A very eventful early part of the race with a short field, and it was the number 3 Classic Catch who was just kind of sitting back and watching it all unfold as Krupe was wide, Young Frau was right up there pressing American Hustle, and it was the last run by Classic Catch that made the difference.
Yeah, he was removed from all of that trouble, and like you said, he had a ringside seat to what was going on in front of him.
3-7-2-6 in the second at the Big A. Javier Castellano and Classic Catch get the win. When we come back, we'll talk about taking the lead in Aftercare, how important it is to look after our equine athletes after their racing days are over, and we'll highlight an organization that's doing just that.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. a sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Code of Honor, multiple Grade 1 winner and 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 Travers, the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth. He was a debut winner at 2 in Saratoga, following up with a gutsy performance, running second in the Grade 1 Champagne Stakes. Son of a champion out of a graded stakes winner, with an outstanding physical to match. Code of Honor, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. We just saw the second race at the Big A 1.125 miles on the main track, won with that late run by Classic Catch, trained by Todd Pletcher, who's standing by with Maggie.
As Todd and I were just discussing, as we highlighted, it was a bit of a rough run to that first turn and around it. Todd, first, let's talk about Classic Catch, though. He just kind of sat back, watched it all unfold, but I found most impressive winning with his ears up going away from this field.
Yeah, he's still learning. He got good education today. Javier was able to kind of, avoid most of the craziness in the first turn, but then he kind of got him going in the half-mile pole. They shut the door on him a little bit. So once he got him outside, he said he gave him a good run, but coming to the wire, he was kind of looking at the tracks a little bit, and still a talented colt that's putting it all together.
He feels like he could just run all day.
Yeah, definitely. Distance is not an issue.
Now, Krupe, I know you're a little frustrated with him. Obviously, that was not what you were looking for, and it really wasn't any fault of his this time around.
No, he's made so many mistakes at the start. Today he actually broke okay and then got into a good position. It seemed like a good position until the 2-horse kind of fanned everybody out. And then Irad said he thought he jumped a shadow or something over just on the turn there. So, he's a talented horse. I think there's more there, and hopefully he's going to put it all together here at some point.
Well, Todd, we'll see you teaming up with Javier Castellano a little bit later in today's 5th race. Give Me Kisses. She was purchased for $400,000 at the Fasig-Tipton Gulfstream sale. Impressive work in 10-1. I mean, they usually don't go that fast at that sale. But what are you expecting from her today?
I think she'll run well. She's shown enough speed that ideally I would have tried her going a little further, but, it felt like she's ready to run. And I like the fact she drew outside, gives her a little chance to get her feet underneath her. But my biggest concern would just be if she's quick enough at this distance.
Well, looking forward to seeing her. Congratulations, though, and always nice to see you here at the Big A.
Thank you.
All right, Todd Fletcher, the Hall of Famer, getting the win today with Classic Catch. Krupe settling for second. And we'll see if he can get another winner on the card with a young 2-year-old later. And Give Me Kisses, Acacia.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing that race. Maggie, thank you. But a nice 2-year-old winner here going a distance of ground, Classic Catch. Todd said quite confidently, distance is no problem for this horse, for Mandy Pope's Whisper Hill Farm.
No, and Todd runs 1-2, Classic Catch 750, made the last run, stayed out of that fray in the beginning, and you get the Todd Pletcher exacta for $1, $12 even.
Not too shabby, that's for sure. As we turn the page, we have our first of 2 stakes on the day. In the 3rd, it is the New York bred 2-year-old fillies in the spotlight in the Key Sense. It's our 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion general sire, Into Mischief. 1-5 right now on Stonewall Star. We talk about it quite often on this show, but it always bears repeating as it's so important on all of us throughout this industry to continue to look after our equine athletes after their racing days are over. Here in New York, we've made it a commitment through programs like Take Two and Take the Lead.
A racing career could be 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years at the most. They live to 20. The Take the Lead segment of the initiative is what I do, okay? And we basically transition racehorses from the racetrack into aftercare facilities. We'll get the process started on paper, we'll take some videos, we'll gather up all the medical information, and then set up a profile, and then we'll contact the aftercare facilities. We have a wave of horses that leave the grounds, and there's 5 in the on-deck circle and 4 in the hole, if you use a baseball analogy. Nice looking little filly. She's got a little bit of a tendon issue that should heal up in about 90 days. One of our older horses, Saul the Freud, who actually everybody trained him. He was a New York bred. He's been through up and down the claiming ranks and always put in a great effort. He's a candidate for warhorse now. And I said, what a perfect horse, because he was a warhorse. He's a perfect type to help with our military veterans with PTSD. Thoroughbreds already have this innate ability to learn new things. Starting gait, big track, little track, jog the wrong way, go the right way. You're gonna learn something new. They already know, they're already processed for that. Take Two part of our initiative is a hunter and jumper thoroughbreds only league, if you will. And to be able to see what these horses can do once they're rehabilitated and retrained and adopted out, and to see them in the Take Two competitions doing jumps or dressage or a polo pony. Riders are doing handstands and backflips off. I mean, this is really, really cool. What we've tried to put forth and to get through to all the horsemen. I've been training horses since 1988 on my own. Call us one race early, call us one workout early, okay? If you think something's going, if you think something's going awry, and there's a chance that your horse may have an issue in the future, call us before that. Instead of trying to get one more race or one more workout or something like that, we can expedite this process within a week and get that horse into an aftercare situation.
Rick Schosberg and his team at Take Two and Take the Lead do such tremendous work, such important and necessary work here in the state of New York. Richie, I know you and I and Maggie as well, Aftercare, such a close piece to our hearts, and I always love seeing this piece as we continue to highlight all that thoroughbreds can do.
Absolutely. They're so game. They're so smart. They're so athletic. They've seen so much. Rick talked about that they really can adapt and adjust to so many different situations. And listen, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that everything good in my life comes from horses. So I feel a great responsibility to do as much as I can to give back to the horses that have given me so much.
And we were seeing some clips from Aftercare Day at Saratoga this summer, where we had some demonstrations of OTTBs out on the racetrack. You think of a horse like Whitmore, who's a great example, a Breeders' Cup winner. He was back doing the Thoroughbred Makeover this year, which was really, really cool, and back as a pony at the Breeders' Cup as well.
I love with the horse with the giant ball on the track there. I don't know how. I'm older than you, but Mr. Ed tried out for the Dodgers. Always reminds me of that. Play ball. Yeah.
I love that. So much that thoroughbreds can do, and we're so thankful to Rick Schosberg and his team for all of that they do here with Take Two and Take the Lead. When we come back, it'll be our first stake of the day, the Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, the Key Sense, and there is the filly to beat, Stonewall Star, who looks for her first stakes victory.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Sequel, New York is a beautiful 223-acre farm in Hudson, New York, which is in Columbia County. They are particularly proud of their 6 Kentucky-style barns on the farm and the fact that they're birthplace of Tiz the Law, who won the 2020 Belmont Stakes.
Was 1 minute, 46 and 2/5 seconds.
Sequel, New York stands 4 stallions: Freud, whom they refer to as the King of New York because he's been leading sire so many years, and Honest Mischief, a son of Into Mischief that they hope becomes the next King of New York. They also stand very useful stallions Mission Impassable and Union Jackson. The goal of Sequel, New York is to help breeders make money in the sales ring and on the racetrack.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, you can go to nybreds.com. We have the New York Breds in the spotlight in this third race. A New York bred 2-year-old filly sprinting on the main track in the Key Sense. And always a nice opportunity to see these young fillies try to get a stakes victory. And there is a short price favorite. No surprise, Richie Stonewall Star, who ran terrific against the boys last time out at Finger Lakes.
Yeah, I think that really pointed out that she just might be a little bit better than her rivals today. I mean, she ran against some very hard-knocking colts, was in a duel basically chasing 3 wide, 4 wide throughout, and ran extremely well. And Barry Schwartz's Stonewall Farm, so this is his Stonewall Star.
I like that. Well, let's see how she stacks up. Let's head down to Maggie for Paddock Report.
She stacks up against this field pretty well, Acacia, as I'm trying hard to look past her, but I can't. Though I am a little bit intrigued by the horse who comes in here as a maiden down on the rail. That's number 1 in here, Weekend Rags, who on the surface of things is actually more bred for turf, but Jorge Abreu opted to put her in on the dirt first time out, and she actually ran quite well. She broke well, and then she kind of was taken a hold of along the inside. She actually went up, and it was right on the lead at one point, and then Flavien Prat took a hold of her, and in doing that, then therefore a couple furlongs later, the winner actually got the jump on her. So I think she ran very well in the context of things in that race. But while I wasn't in the paddock for that debut, you can see she's a bit of a more heavier, I don't want to say stuffier, but robust girl. So one that you feel as though might need to race into fitness. But boy, it looks as though the light bulb's gone off because she marched in this paddock and she just looks ready to go out there and run her race, as she does put a very, very small cheater cut blinker on with poles. So really not much change with that equipment going on today. Just a little something to probably, get her just a touch more focused in this start against some tough competition. Now, number 3, Security Code, she looked as though to be promising in her first start and her second start, even though now she's going the wrong way on the buyer scale. Now, I know there's been some criticism with Phil Serpy's barn going guns a-blazing up at Saratoga, and it's not really kind of come through here at Aqueduct. But I gotta say, when you have a smaller stable and you have those horses ready to win those certain conditions, once you're out of those conditions, sometimes the competition gets tougher and you just don't have the horsepower to therefore kind of make up for those numbers. So looking at her, though, she's actually put on some weight, which I really appreciate. And it felt as though she was kind of one that was living on her nerves a bit in those last few efforts. She is settled so far. And like I said, it feels like, weight's back on. I appreciate seeing that. And she does add a short cup cheater blinker today. She's also wearing a Houghton bit, which I had not seen from her. Now, it's been a couple starts since I looked at her in the paddock, but she is wearing that equipment today and just making a better impression overall as she does turn back in distance, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Security Code with the equipment changes, and we take a look at her back in September when she actually beat Stonewall Star. She had a race under her belt, and this was Stonewall Star's debut back in Saratoga. And Maggie talked about the time that we saw Phil Serpy's barn going so well in Saratoga, and I think that point is so important. When horses win, they have to step up and face tougher in their next starts.
Yeah, the competition's going to continually get deeper. And, trainers with a lot of horses, they have bench strength. They've got horses to fill those spots as those conditions won. I think that race really underscores just how much of an advantage having a race under your belt is. Listen, Security Code chased a very, very nice filly in Maple Leaf Mel, first time out, who's come back to be successful. Had that race under her belt, got the best of Stonewall Star, but then you see what Stonewall Star went on to do in her subsequent starts. So I do like Security Code getting back to 6 furlongs, though. You understand why they tried to stretch her out, see how she would do at the longer distances in the Joseph Jimmer going 7, the Maid of the Mist going a mile. I think 6 furlongs is more what she wants.
She cuts back in distance today. As you can understand, with the size of the purses in those New York bred filly races in the last couple, why you'd want to take a shot at races like this, but getting a little bit less distance today should bode well for her. Now, Stonewall Star, who did finish second to her on debut, has, as you mentioned, stepped forward and done some good things. An impressive maiden special weight score, and then last time out in the New York Breeders' Futurity at Finger Lakes against the boys, she was third behind Acoustic Ave and Andiamo a Firenze, and all 3 of them putting on a big show. She was 3 wide, pressing 2 fast horses.
Yeah, and it's a very tough position to be in. You're losing ground the whole way while you're pressing a fast pace with 2 very good colts that just are tenacious and tough, and she gave them all they could handle. I thought this was a tremendous effort from her. And again, you talk about the size of the purses. The New York Breeders' Futurity, one of the bigger purses for New York bred 2-year-olds, understand why she took a shot there and certainly showed she belonged.
Well, we heard a little bit about all that Rick Schosberg does for Aftercare. He's also a pretty good trainer as well as he's sending out 3 unions and standing by with Maggie.
3 unions, Rick, trying the main track again. She showed brilliant speed in her last start on the turf. Talk about switching her back to the surface today.
Well, we're probably done with turf for the season. Why not take a shot? She's a New York bred filly that shows, pretty good speed. She did run on the dirt. I think the turf is probably her preferred surface. Obviously it is. You don't have to be a genius to figure that out. But, we're taking a shot in here. It's a $125,000 stake race. There's black type involved, and she's a really talented filly. Little, she has mind issues, but when she puts her mind to it, she does well.
So we're going to let you go put your jock up. I know that she has to go out first in here, but Rick, best of luck. Acacia, she is, I don't want to jinx him, knock on wood, but she's behaving very nicely thus far.
Good to hear, Maggie. Thank you, Rick Schosberg, giving Eric Cancel a leg up as she leaves the paddock area. And 3 Unions, we'll get to back to her in a moment. Let's meet the rest of the field, though, kicking things off with the one weekend rags.
Yeah, ran well first time and adds blinkers. Still a maiden, but ran well enough to think that she can improve here.
Here's Dream on Cara cutting back.
Another maiden has had 4 tries, started her career on the turf and the big turn back in distance today.
She's a big price on the board. Here is Security Code looking to get back on track.
Yeah, but she's got 2 good efforts going 6 furlongs, and she gets back to her best distance today.
Rick Schosberg's 3 Union. She's still keeping it under wraps so far.
Yeah, she's quick. I mean, she shows speed on turf and dirt. Her turf races have been better.
Here's the number 5, Stonewall Star, your favorite.
A formidable rival here. Her last race points her out so much. A strong effort against Colts.
And to the outside, undefeated, though, up at Finger Lakes. Here's Small Pebbles.
Yeah, daughter of Bustin Stones, and the Bustin Stones run. They all find their level, but they run, and she's quick.
She is actually facing New York bred company for the first time. Again, 2 for 2 up at the Finger Lakes, but we'll need to get a little bit faster. Maggie got a chance to speak to trainer Rick Schosberg, retiring at the end of the year. But it just hats off to Rick and everything that he does. I don't know how he finds the time for everything. And he is such a universally liked and respected individual on the backside as well for all he does.
And he walks the walk. He doesn't just talk the talk. He puts the horses first, and he's dedicated himself to aftercare and making sure horses are looked after. And I'm with you. I just don't know how he found the hours in the day to run a stable and do all he does.
And he's even on air with us sometimes, too.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and so he multifaceted, Rick Schosberg. I was actually out to dinner the other night with Dave and Lara Duggan, and they will be getting the Clear Star Stables horses after Rick does step away. And I think a very well-deserved, opportunity for 2 very, very good horse people.
Yes, we wish them all the best, as Rick has had quite a bit of success for Clear Star. Seeing them in the winner's circle this summer at Saratoga, the enthusiasm was just infectious, and they're always all showing up to the races, which we love to see. So wishing your team the best of luck. Rick saying that this filly, 3 Unions, her preferred surface is the turf. That was where her best race came, where she broke her maiden impressively last time out. But given the size of the purse at this time of year, it certainly makes sense to take a shot in a place like this. And that's something that we've been seeing a lot of this time of year, with maybe horses that appear more turf meant trying the main track.
Yeah, you have to give them an opportunity to see we're going to give them some time off and freshen them up and get them ready for turf season again, or they show that, hey, wow, they took a step forward and they handle the dirt, and we can keep them in training into the winter. But and we see it the flip side of that too, Acacia, where horses will run back a little closer together, a little quicker to try to fit another turf race in before the end of the season.
2 to 5 on Stonewall Star. She is the filly to beat off that last effort. Let's see if she can pick up the first stakes win of her career in the Key Sense as they load in for race number 3, our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. I believe it's John and Brielle now calling races. Yes, I think that he is back in the booth. So we'll send it up to another New York bred, Johnny I, for the call.
We're waiting now for 3 Unions, Stonewall Star, and Small Pebbles. Field of 6, 2-year-old state-bred fillies going 6 furlongs in the Key Sense Stakes. There goes Stonewall Star, the odds-on favorite, about to go into the gate. Stonewall Star with Jose Ortiz. And then it will be long shot number 6, Small Pebbles, with Kendrick Carmouche. And the Stonewall Star is in. Small Pebbles will complete the field. And now we are set for race 3. And they're off, and a quick beginning for Stonewall Star. She is right out for the early lead. Weekend Rags is down at the rail. Small Pebbles far outside. Security Code is in between horses. And then it is 3 Unions who's racing in 5th. Dream on Cara, the trailer, in 6th. It's 2-5, Stonewall Star with the lead here by a length and a half. Small Pebbles is second, and down at the rail is Weekend Rags in third. The opening quarter mile in 23 seconds. Stonewall Star takes the field into that far turn, leads here by a length and a half. Weekend Rags is racing in second. There goes Security Code now up on the outside. Small Pebbles is back running in fourth. Then 3 Unions and Dream on Cara. The field comes for the top of the stretch. It is Stonewall Star who has the lead over Weekend Rags. Stonewall Star in front by 2. Weekend Rags runs in second. Farther back it's Security Code and then 3 Unions. And now there's an eighth of a mile to the finish. And it is Stonewall Star, and she's got a 3-length lead. Weekend Rags is all out in second. Stonewall Star put on the lead right from the start, and she goes wire to wire in the Key Cent Stakes. Weekend Rags held second. Security Code was third.
Stonewall Star had something left. She delivers as the favorite, and she was sharp out of the gate today, Richie.
She really was. She had a length on the field when the gates opened, got very comfortable on the lead, shook off a challenge from Weekend Rags and drew away quite readily through the stretch. This is a nice daughter of Flatter, a homebred from Barry and Cheryl Schwartz's Stonewall Farm, and it's a nice way of going too. I really like her efficiency of her action.
She was your favorite, but she delivered. It looked like there were a couple of dangerous moments there as Weekend Rags was looming up, but when Jose Ortiz asked Stonewall Star, she had something in reserve and kicked away from the rest of the field to win the Key Cents convincingly. It was a strong effort, though, from the maiden Weekend Rags in just her second start.
Yes, she did. She actually worked out a good trip, came out from behind Stonewall Star, looked like she was a danger, and then Jose Ortiz shook Stonewall Star up a little bit, and she kicked it into another gear. This is a really nice filly. I love the way she conducts them. Very professional looking.
Very elegant filly as well. 5-1-3-2. Stonewall Star with the win in the Key Cents. We head over to Churchill Downs as we get ready for the opener there in Louisville, Kentucky, as we take a look at the field for the first race of the day. One scratch of the 6th. It's a $20,000 claiming race going a mile on the main track for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. We'll meet the field starting things off with the gray filly. Ain't she a pistol?
Well beaten the last couple of starts. Feels like she'd have to kind of find her better races, which are a little far back.
Here is the number 2, your favorite, Coach Jair's Joy.
Takes a substantial drop in class for Safi Joseph. Definitely a major player.
Has faced some very tough competition, as she is your favorite, I'm sure, on that class. Here's the number 3, Nana's Gray.
Another one that certainly has a chance here, getting against a little bit easier, and has been running okay.
Sharp on track as we take a look at a filly with a big layoff over a year now since we've seen Nostalgia.
Yeah, a long layoff for Steve Asmussen, though. Who knows how to get them ready, but she is starting out going a mile. Tough distance to come back at.
Here is the number 4, Mohey Lady the 5, Mohey Lady, 5-1 on the board.
Yeah, for the coach, Dwayne Lucas, dropping down to her lowest level since she was claimed by Wayne.
One that he actually reclaimed, too, which I thought was interesting. And here's the 7, Southern Sky, turf to dirt.
Yeah, again, which over the time of year when you're just going to have less opportunities on turf, and this one's trying the dirt. She does have 1 win from 4 tries on fast dirt.
That's the field for the opener at Churchill Downs as we welcome in Paula Duca live with us beneath the Twin Spires. Hey, Paulie.
Hi, Casey. Happy Sunday to you and Richard as well. A beautiful day out here, at least relative to what we've had before. It's still like in the mid-30s. It's going to start to cool down a little bit later in the card. But a 9-race card today after a thrilling 11-race card yesterday. So the pick 5 will start in race number 1. The Derby City pick 6, which is a 20-cent variety, will start in race number 4. $20,000 beaten claimers, a 6-pack here in the 2, like you guys were saying, Coach Jair's Joy. Luis Saez and Safi Joseph Jr., they go back all the way to Florida. And, you know, this is a horse that's worked some bullet drills at Palm Meadows. Very interesting that this horse could run, I guess, at Gulfstream Park. It would be over maybe the synthetic, or they could have found a race for her, but they opt here, and Safi has had a couple winners here, so he's had a couple horses that have been running well. My issue would be why hasn't the horse worked here? But he does dump this horse right on top of the race, and I think it's just you can't ignore the purse. $52,000. It's basically the winner shares is more than what you claim the horse for, almost $30,000. So maybe that's the reason why she shows up here. I think she's the one to beat, just based on her class numbers, and she does have a little bit of early pace to stay in front here. Now, Nostalgia, another one off a long layoff in here. Ashton and Gaffleone. This is a horse that's been in the Tom Amos barn, Douglas Danner barn. Tom couldn't get this horse to win a couple races in the $10,000 level, and the lone win, the last win that you see, was over the turf. So, horses never won over a dirt surface. So, the 4 at 5-2, for me, tough to get to. Now, Nana's Gray is a horse that would be the other horse for me because 2 out of the 3 wins are here at Churchill Downs. She's run into some pretty tough runners. She's cold as ice. A pretty nice little gray. Edgy Angel came back to win, and that wasn't a bad effort. Now, she was beaten by Mohe Lady, so you kind of wonder how was that race, because then Mohe Lady came back to run 8th, but she didn't really break well. But again, she was jumping up a class. Now she drops down. So the interesting part about this race is I was looking for a horse in the cutback, and the 6 fitted that fold, but the horse got scratched. Can the 7 off those turf races maybe have a fitness edge? I just don't know, because this race looks like they're not going to be coming home too fast. And I was looking for somebody that would be coming home the fastest, and I would love the 6 if she would have stayed in. So I just think the 2 is going to be really tough in here at even money, Acacia.
The short price right now, Paul, thank you. And she does have that class edge as she was protected in her first start off the layoff in 2022. A little bit of a break between September to now, but she comes back. Paul mentioned the purse for running for a claiming tag, even at Churchill. Some good opportunities for Saffie Joseph Jr. to run her here.
Absolutely. Large purses, and that you're going to attract horses when you put up that kind of money. I'm a little bit interested in the 3 Nana's Gray. I thought maybe she might appreciate the mile just a little bit more, but the 2 is going to be very tough to beat.
The mile, the question for your favorite, Coach Jair's Joy. Loading in for the opener at Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone.
There in the gate. And they're off. Ain't She a Pistol hustled out from the inside post. Nostalgia from mid-pack is there. Mohe Lady comes on from the outside. But Ain't She a Pistol down inside is up for an arrow lead. Nostalgia's going to prompt from second, and Coach Jair's Joy gets a choice spot in behind, tracking them from third. A little bit of an opening there, but she's content to settle as they cross over to the main track where Ain't She a Pistol is the leader and Nostalgia's prompting. Half a length back to Coach Jair's Joy, coasting along while third. Nana's Gray's advancing inside. Nana's Gray's up into fourth and challenging for third. Mohe Lady's back into fifth, 3 lengths off the lead. And the early trailer is Southern Sky. So down the back stretch run, Nostalgia goes head-to-head with Ain't She a Pistol. They share the lead with 4 furlongs remaining. The opening quarter, 23-2, 46-4 for the half. They're on the far turn now, and Nostalgia's taken over. Nostalgia takes the lead for the far turn run. Coach Jair's Joy is cut loose now, and she's up into second. Ain't She a Pistol tailing off third. Mohe Lady revving up fourth. Nana's Gray in between them fifth, and Southern Skies at the back. And up top, it's Nostalgia with a quarter mile to go. Set down for the drive, confronted by Coach Jair's Joy, and Coach Jair's Joy has taken charge off the turn. Coach Jair's Joy's in front by 2. Now Mohe Lady runs up into second, and she's putting in a run. Down to the final 16th. Coach Jair's Joy's on the wrong lead. Mohe Lady continues to close, but Coach Jair's Joy continues on and will do it. Coach Jair's Joy's the winner. Mohe Lady second, Southern Sky third, and Nana's Gray was fourth.
Coach Jair's Joy, she had to work for it a bit, but the class did prevail as she gets the win under Luis Saez.
Yeah, it looked like the Tour de France. Nostalgia tried to break the race open with that quick rush, and then Coach Jair's Joy was right on her heels, followed in her wake, was able to overtake her, and she was lingering on her left lead. It looked like she had a chance to get caught, and right there, very late, she switched to her right lead and found just a bit more. Mohe Lady made a big run at her, just came up second best.
The favorite, a winner, Louis Saez and Safi Joseph Jr. teaming up with coach Jers Joy, navigating the mile for the first time. Maybe she was getting a little bit leg weary in the stretch, but again, that class making a difference as she gets the victory, the third of her career. After the winner's circle, we'll bring you prices and more, and we'll recap what happened in New York and Churchill after this break on America's Day at the Races.
We're closely associated with Todd Pletcher, and for as long as I've known Todd, he's as high on Constitution as any other stallion that I can remember. It's resulted in us buying 5 Constitutions here at this sale for Mike Rapoli and Vinny Viola, and then Mike himself. He loves being able to train them. Todd always thought that that horse was uber talented, and we're seeing him pass that on to his progeny.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. At Aqueduct, we just saw the key sense and a very talented filly, Stonewall Star, get the win convincingly. She had plenty left in the tank, trained by Horacio De Paz, who's standing by with Maggie.
3, 2. Here with winning trainer Horacio De Paz of this key sense, and we see your horse in here, Stonewall Star. She was the favorite, Horacio, and she delivered. I mean, this was another very good-looking performance to get her first stakes victory.
Yeah, she really did. She moved, she ran a really good race up at Finger Lakes against the boys, and I was really proud of her of that effort, and she came back really good, ready for this race.
She's one that obviously is a New York bred, but there aren't many options as a 2-year-old. I mean, are you going to continue to race her? Will you put her away? And if you do so, do you try some open company at any point?
I mean, she's in good form, so we'll look around and see what kind of races, and she's bred to run open company, so we'll definitely give that a shot.
And we see you with Barry Schwartz's horses, and you guys have worked out a great rapport in the last few years with success. What's it like? Obviously, you're a public stable, but he's been your main guy. What's it like training for him?
Oh, it's great. I mean, he gave me my opportunity to come to New York, and I'm really grateful for that. And he's just a great man to work with in general.
His iconic silks, the black and white here in the winner's circle. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Stonewall Star, she delivers on that favoritism in this key sense, and she looked very good in doing so, Acacia.
Indeed, she did. Maggie, the Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, did not disappoint in the key sense. Stonewall Star, she was fast out of the gate, had plenty left in the tank, and she has done very, very well coming along for Horacio De Paz.
Really has. Horacio does a really good job. And even though she's that quick, her efficiency and the way she threw her ears up, I think she'll get more ground. She's just got such a nice, efficient way of going.
At Churchill Downs, the first race in the books, it was the favorite there, Coach Jers Joy, the class prevailing as she took that drop in class and stretched out in distance.
Yeah, and lingered on her left lead, but then found more when she needed it, when Mohey Lady came calling. But you can see right here what we're talking about, leading with that left foreleg. Some people have a hard time picking that up, but that's a clear example when a horse is basically their left lead, their left front fore is leading, and you're going to see very late, right in there, right coming up past the
very late she switches right there.
very late she got over to her right lead, and you can kind of see how they straighten out, they pan out a little bit more efficient going, and gets it done as your short price favorite.
4-5, which Coach Jares Joy, it was 2-5-7 in the opener at Churchill Downs. We'll continue on with the live racing. We have a nice turf allowance race coming up next at the Big A. There is Transactional, who was pretty hard to handle early on last time out. Let's see if he gets a cleaner trip today. We'll talk more about his chances after this.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked #1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. Today, in the fourth, we're going 1 1/16 on the turf here at the Big A in this allowance race. There is Transactional. This horse is, he's had some interesting trips so far. A little bit of greenness still. We'll see if he's matured. For more, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
I feel like you should be down here, Acacia. I know at least in that debut, you were in the paddock for that first start. And I remember him actually dropping a Rod Ortiz on the track. I mean, he kind of held on to him and he was quickly apprehended that day. But so far in his third start, he has not done anything wrong in the paddock. I just don't particularly love the way he looks. Maybe it's just him, but, you know, I always feel at a disadvantage when I don't have anything to compare, especially when you're looking at a horse in kind of the peak of summer and then it gets into fall when it's getting colder and so on and so forth. But it's not like he's been up at Saratoga or anything. He just looks a bit dull in his coat. He's fine, and yeah, he's kind of made some of his own problems in his races, but so far here in the paddock, he's behaving quite nicely. I'm a little intrigued by Chad Brown's other horse. That's number 8, Golden Alchemist. Now, he's my kind of horse. You know, if he walks into a paddock, no matter what kind of condition he's in, I'm liking him because he is big. He's got a massive hind end to him. He's got that long, scopy neck. He has a really intelligent head to him. He's just a horse that I'm always going to be kind of like attracted to. He's appealing. Now, as far as the turf, though, he does have a turf hoof. Now, maybe it's a negative that now Chad is going to this surface after disappointing effort here last time as the beaten favorite, Unbridled Bomber, though, who won that race. Impressive in his next start, but it was a race that kind of fell apart, and it wasn't like Golden Alchemist was necessarily any part of that early, quicker type of pace, but I'm intrigued to see what he does here with the surface change. Definitely has a turf hoof. As we'll move on to number 10, Zane Sorinda. He's making his first start here in the States for Todd Pletcher and kind of looking through his English form. He's run against some okay horses, horses that would be heavy favorites in here. Westwind Blows won a Group 3 subsequently. Ottoman Fleet, who just beat him, went on to win as well in some nice races. And he comes in here, now he's a son of Churchill, and for some reason, I could be completely wrong with this, but I remember something about Churchill being a little bit of a bad actor at times. Like I said, I can't necessarily remember that for sure. But he came in, he was screaming, he seemed a bit distracted, but since they've gotten the tack on him, he's actually calmed down and he seems quite focused, at least here. The layoff concerns me. He is not the fittest looking Todd Pletcher horse coming back off the bench, and furthermore, his better races have come at longer distances, so Acacia, maybe this is just a starting point to get him back to the races today.
He is intriguing. Maggie, thank you. 5-1 on Zane Sorinda, the Irish bred, making his first start for Todd Pletcher. And we'll see. Maybe it is a stepping point because he has been running further distances on the all-weather. His last couple of wins both came in a mile and 3/16.
Yeah, I always feel like they have a very good handle in Europe about how far their horses want to compete.
Post-parade, the number 1 transactional went by. More on him in a moment. Here's the 2, Liam's Blue Moon, back on turf.
Yeah, showed nothing when ran on turf first time and then went gate to wire off the grass.
Here's the 3, Reckless Spirit.
Nice run last time. Good figure for the Jimmy Bond barn.
Number 4, Soulmate, big price.
I'm a little bit interested at this horse at a big price. I think this horse has run against better at times.
Romero Mirage going to be in the saddle. Here's What a Dude.
Broke his maiden last time for Chad Brown for 40. David Jacobson claimed him. Good figure.
Here is the number 6, Al's Rocket for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, Al Freed, Todd Pletcher. Horse has been running well, getting good competitive figures for this group.
Inflation Adjusted is in good form. Here's Golden Alchemist trying the turf.
Trying the turf for the first time, and somebody very knowledgeable said they had notes that this horse looked like a turf horse.
I agree with Maggie. I'm intrigued by him. Here's the 9, Hilliard.
Turning back in distance from 2 3/8 miles over hurdles.
You're definitely not a fitness problem. Here's the other Todd Pletcher runner, the European import, Zane Sorinda.
Yeah, Maggie talked about this horse running against some good rivals over in Europe, maybe a little short of his best.
Last out maiden winner here is Son of Liberty.
After setting a very, very slow pace, finishing the deal on soft ground.
And long shot to the outside, Leo Monte.
Could play out to be the speed with apprentice Jose Gomez. He's outside, and he does have natural speed. Kind of forces a rider's hand. This horse could have a say in the way the race is run.
That's the field for the 4th race. As we go back to the number 1 transactional, and Maggie's right, he did drop Irad Ortiz in the post-parade in his debut. He was a little bit all over the place. He was better mentally pre-race last time, but during the race, he was rank early, Richie, and then he just never got a clear run.
Yeah, he got keen and kind of pulled himself up into that pocket position. He got room here and looked like he had an opportunity to kick on. Maybe a little bit intimidating. He was a little bit tight, but he did have room. Whether he was just not as comfortable in there, because if he had fired up in there, it wouldn't have gotten as tight as it did. There was an opportunity when the hole presented itself.
Well, let's see if things can go a little bit better for him today, as he is currently at 5-2. The other Chad Brown runner, Golden Alchemist, the number 8, I was happy to hear what Maggie had to say about him getting onto the turf. I had written that the only time I was in the paddock for his races was his debut, when I wrote he looks like he wants to go long on turf, and be intrigued to see him try it. On the bottom side, the dam was 0-7 on the grass. He hit the board once. Nyquist can certainly get a turf runner. He's just such a good-looking horse.
Yeah, and the fact, that the mare is by Lemon Drop Kid, and there's usually a lot of turf influence from Lemon Drop Kid. And, we've seen Chad has usually a very good handle on the surfaces his horses will excel at. Now, once this horse broke his maiden so impressively going to mile 8th in Saratoga, he had to kind of continue to explore his options there. Hasn't quite panned out. So now here he is on the turf. And the fact that both you and Maggie like him from a physical perspective, at 8-1, the other Chad, we've seen that fairly
the
often.
other Chad, so to speak. This is an intriguing race as the 5-2 favorite right now, I think, kind of speaks to it. For more on the rest of this field, let's go back to Maggie trackside.
Yeah, that's not for me. Transactional at 5-2. He is behaving very nicely, and he's fine. And yeah, I suppose where he could win here, but I didn't like the fact that he was ranked, and that never leads to a good result, typically speaking. But there was a hole for him to go through it, and he just was not ready to go through it. Now he's going to have to work out a trip to get to the outside, because he definitely feels like a horse that does not want to be on the inside of horses. So we'll see what he does. But a horse that is taking some money, your current second choice at 4-1, Al's Rocket. Not a horse that ever catches my eye in the paddock. He's a little bit smaller, a little slighter, but when he warmed up, he looked sensational. He really, really looked good for Todd Pletcher here. And he's coming out of a race where, he was the beaten favorite down at Keeneland, but he was wired that day in a slow-paced race. And really, his race 2 back kind of makes him a player here, coming out of that race where Celestial City won and then came back to win the stakes race in his subsequent start. So, like I said, Acacia, it's so funny how your opinion can change of a horse once you see them out on the racetrack.
Oh, so true. You can see how they're moving, see how they're doing. Maybe some good notes for Al's Rocket showing off his stuff today. Maggie, thank you. 2-1 on Transactional down to the inside. Final thoughts, Richie?
Yeah, I think Maggie made a great point. Transactional did not look like he was comfortable going through inside, and he draws the inside, so he's going to have to work out a trip.
See how it pans out. Race 4 from the Big A. Here's John and Brielle standing by.
They're all in. And they're off. Liam's Blue Moon, Transactional. Those two are 1-2 in the early going with inflation adjusted next and third. Golden Alchemist is on the outside and in fourth. Far outside is Leo Monte now gaining ground from fifth. Then comes Son of Liberty next in sixth. Soulmate down at the rail runs in seventh. And then it's Al's Rocket next in eighth, followed by Reckless Spirit in ninth. Then comes What a Dude in 10th, followed by Zane Surrender. Farther back is Hilliard, who trails the field in 12th. They're on the backstretch now, and big long shot Leo Monte is the leader here by 2.5 lengths. Liam's Blue Moon runs in second. On the outside is inflation adjusted, next and third. Transactional down at the rail in fourth, about 4 lengths from the lead. Then comes Golden Alchemist, who's running in fifth by a head. Soulmate in sixth. Reckless Spirit is next in seventh. Then Son of Liberty, followed by What a Dude and Zane Surrender. Half mile, 48 seconds. Leo Monte, Liam's Blue Moon, 2 long shots are 1-2 with Alchemist, the favorite, sitting just off of them in third. Inflation adjusted, now in fourth. Then comes Golden Alchemist, followed on the inside by Soulmate, and then Reckless Spirit. On the far outside is Zane Surrender. Here comes Transactional now, up to take over the lead. But Golden Alchemist is up to challenge. Golden Alchemist now takes over. Transactional is back running in second. Late move here from Zane Surrender on the far outside. As they come for the finish, Golden Alchemist, Zane Surrender. Golden Alchemist is the winner. Zane Surrender completes the fourth race exacta.
Golden Alchemist victorious in his turf debut. Top pick by Maggie, getting onto the grass, and it was nice to see him take to the turf. He seemed to like it.
He really took to it and looked great past mid-stretch. Seemed like he hit the front, maybe even idled just a little bit, and then he felt the challenge coming from Zane Surrender and kind of reasserted himself. No excuses for your favorite Transactional. He had a trip, saved ground early, came out, took the lead above the 8th pole, and had no answer for Golden Alchemist, who right here, right, it looked like he might get caught, felt the presence of that horse and kind of put his head down, and I thought ran on again kind of gamely. Nice ride from Manny Franco. get it done at a good price, too.
Golden Alchemist at 7-1 as, he had faced St. Tappet on debut, who looked like he had a ton of ability. Then he broke his maiden impressively. You can understand how the connections would want to try him in some of those dirt-graded stakes. Things didn't pan out. The turf was perhaps a backup option, but it looks like he may have a big future on it.
What a beautiful floating action to him, too. Really gets over the ground beautifully. And, it gives them options, too, because obviously he likes the turf, but he's ever in a situation where it rains off. He's certainly shown he's proficient on dirt as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Ran a strong Beyer speed figure when he broke his maiden on the main track at Saratoga, and again, started his career out on the dirt. Golden Alchemist, he got to the turf, and he liked it. Got the win, holding off the European import, Zane Serinda. Bring you prices and more after this. Stay with us as we're continuing on America's Day at the Races.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, an Eclipse champion with record-breaking speed. Run Happy is now the sire of winners on all surfaces and all distances, from 7 furlongs to a mile and a quarter. Race 2 at Churchill Downs coming up next. It's for the 2-year-old fillies, one of these restricted maiden special weight races, going 5 furlongs on the main track. Midsummer Soiree, currently the favorite. As we check in with Paul. Paul, I think you'd be looking forward to Midsummer right about now, right?
That would be beautiful, Acacia. Although the sun has come out today and it's been a little bit more tolerable, hopefully it still comes out and stays out. It actually has turned out to be a beautiful Sunday. Another 5 furlong races. We've seen about 4 or 5 of these so far in this meet, and they were carted more for the turf, but you know what? With the turf course, under question whether they were going to run a ton of races over it. We do have one run over today. But they just made some 5 furlong sprint races here, and Steve Aspen had won the first 3, and then yesterday got beat at the wire, or a couple of days ago got beat at the wire. So he does not have an entrant in here, but this I thought was a confusing race. When you look at the 8 Midsummer Soiree, this horse did clear an 11-horse field in an open company field. And why I say that, this is a restricted bred. We've talked about this many times. If you RNA'd or you sold for $50,000 or less at a sale, you can get into this condition. Well, the 8, she ran against open company for $121,000, cleared that field. But the comment line, she packed it in pretty easy, and they went 58-4. She almost made a minute on a track that I thought was playing towards speed that day on a sloppy racetrack. It was getting tiring towards the end of that race card, and she ran in race 2. So it's really tough read on the 8 mid-summer soiree, because if she's able to clear, it's really hard to pass horses going 5 furlongs, especially 2-year-olds in here. The 3 Proud Performer is the other horse that's taken money. An Oscar Performance filly. You would think Turf in here out of a Proud Citizen mare. This horse has got a couple nice drills. One of them at Ellis Park. Been working over at the Pea Patch for a little while. You get Tyler Gaffione and Steve Ashton. You're wondering if that's just because of the connections why this horse is taking money. I just think it's just the other option in here. There's not much to go in here. The 2 Wild Rosie would be my long shot. You know, she got left first time out of the gate at Lone Star. Brett Calhoun is very, very sharp with his 2-year-olds. He's actually been on a roll of late. I think if she breaks a little bit better, she can maybe sit a little bit of a trip in here. I don't think that she's going to be able to get to the front end at all. She's going to have to pass some horses. So I'm hoping that she can maybe sit on the rail and then maybe get a decent trip. The 2 Bull Hancock runners, John Hancock in here, the 5 and the 6. I thought the 5 made a great appearance, and I kept looking at the 5 because he's very, very good at 2-year-olds and very, very good at putting speed into his 2-year-olds. So I think the 6 has got a tiny chance. I did like the 5. My only worry about the 5, 4 straight gate drills, and that's alarming to me. That might mean she doesn't really like the gate, and John's trying to, maybe teach her to get out of it, and I'm worried that she might get left. So I was looking at the 5 as maybe a possibility. If she gets out of the gate, she could be ultra fast. But I'm going to take a little bit of a shot on the 2 here, Wild Rosie. But I do think Midsummer Soiree is going to be the horse to beat.
Paul, thank you. Bring up some good points about these 2-year-olds. Let's go back, Richie, to what Paul said about the 5 Icy Stare, that first-time starter with 4 consecutive gate work showing coming into it. And we've talked about it often, especially if it's the last, or in this case, second to last work from the gate. Sometimes that's a little bit of a red flag.
Well, it just makes you feel like, just what Paul was talking about, they're not getting their lessons. They're not learning to do it properly, so they keep going back to get it right. Usually you'll see 2, maybe 3, but 4 consecutive leads you to believe the horse hasn't been breaking very sharply. They have to be okayed by the official starter to start. So obviously she's been okayed, but those 4 gate works definitely is a red flag. Let's see how she breaks.
We'll soon find out. Race 2 for the 2-year-olds at Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone.
In the gate. And they're off. Icy Stare racing for the lead. So too is 3 Sport Coats. Far outside, Lady Ocean down toward the rail. Timely Secret, Proud Performers right in the thick of it. Smooth Like Ice moves up on the outside with Midsummer Soiree. Trouble early for Wild Rosie at the back. Far turn. Lady Ocean comes on to grab the lead. 3 Sport Coats tailing off. Here comes Midsummer Soiree up to grab second, coming after Lady Ocean round the turn. And then it's Icy Stare back and forth. Smooth Like Ice, Wild Rosie, Timely Secret, Proud Performers at the back. Up top, it's Lady Ocean off the turn, tenuous lead. Midsummer Soiree sidles up alongside. These 2 head in head. 3 Sport Coats down inside is there with Icy Stare. 1 furlong to go. Midsummer Soiree strikes the lead right outside the 16th. A bit green, but in front, Lady Ocean fighting on. Lady Ocean's coming back on Midsummer Soiree. Lady Ocean determined. Runs down Midsummer Soiree, 3 Sport Coats and Icy Stare.
Lady Ocean, the 2-year-old filly by Run Happy, a huge improvement today. She was so game down on the inside, outgaming your favorite, Midsummer Soiree.
Out of the mare, Grit and Grace, and she showed a lot of grit here down inside. It looked like Midsummer Soiree was just going to run right by her, and she said, no, you're not getting away from me that easy, and she fought back. Love to see that kind of determination from a young horse, especially being down inside. daughter of Run Happy, gets it done with a game effort over Midnight Soiree.
Rafael Bejarano in the saddle for trainer Gustavo Delgado, gets the win in her 4th start. She showed speed and then stopped last time out at the same level of competition, though going the 6 furlongs. Gets to go the 5 today in her 3rd start for the barn, and things worked out this afternoon. Very, very game effort from this young filly. Down on the inside, your favorite midsummer soiree will have to settle for 2nd. Back at Aqueduct in race 4, Golden Alchemist trying the turf for the first time, and true to his physical appearance, he liked it.
He did like it. Got a perfect trip, hit the front at just the right time, was able to hold off a belated rally from Zane Serinda. And so important, look, saving ground before finding a seam coming out from between horses where Zane Serinda was circling up wide throughout the far turn. About a half a length difference, and it just shows you how important saving ground is. Now, when it doesn't work out, riders get criticized, but that's the way to ride the turf. Be disciplined, save ground, stay inside, and then have enough force to be able to accelerate through the gaps as they present themselves. But good call by both you and Maggie, liking Golden Alchemist getting to the turf for the first time, and the other Chad pays $17.
Generous return for that one. Zane Serinda, Maggie talked about maybe needing a race off the bench, and it looked like that will be a horse to watch moving forward. What a dude at a big price in 3rd at 33-1. 8-10-5. As we turn the page, there's a look into the paddock. Maggie asked Todd Pletcher about Give Me Kisses a little bit earlier on. That filly will debut. Coming up next, we'll also kick off the pick 6 with that nice carryover after this.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. We're getting ready for the 5th race at the Big A. It also kicks off today's pick 6. We had a nice carryover of over 58,000 coming into today. We've seen some big prices throughout the last couple of days, and best of luck if you're playing and kicking things off here in the pick 6. There is Give Me Kisses, that 2-year-old filly who got the sales purchase price of $400,000 at that Fasig-Tipton 2-year-old sale. Pick 6 starting now. You're very excited about that graphic there.
Yeah, the plane.
I like it.
You know, Maggie talked about it when you're at the beach. You see that going by with the banner?
It's such a good way to describe it. Yeah. I wish I was at the beach right now. 5-2 on Give Me Kisses. Let's go down to Maggie in the paddock.
The beach in Florida, I'm sure, occasionally. Not anywhere around here. As we'll take a look at the one taking the most money, as you mentioned, number 9, Give Me Kisses. And catching up with Todd Pletcher earlier, he was actually a little concerned that will she be fast enough? Well, the fact of the matter is, of the first-time starters, she looks like the quickest, but there are horses with experience that have shown some ability to be forwardly placed, and example A is number 3, Royal Poppy in here, but she has that elevated hind end, she's compact, she just looks as though she should be quick, and that's what I observed in that sales workout, albeit way back in March, seems like many moons ago, but from an overall standpoint, I just wish she looked a touch better overall. I mean, there's some skin disease. It looks to be dead, though. Just a bit dull in her coat, a little bit quiet acting. And for one that looks as though physically she should be quick, I wish there was just a little bit more eagerness and keenness that she could display here in the paddock. Again, just kind of splitting hairs because she's a favorite. Now we'll take a look at the inside runner. Number 1, Modern Love, paid $825,000 for this one as a yearling daughter of Curlin. The Dam was a graded stakes winner on the synthetic, also stakes winner on the dirt, and she won her first start. Also, she's half to Competition of Ideas, who is a multiple graded stakes placed runner on the turf, and on the bottom side overall it has been more turf, but Chad Brown knows that. He's trained many of the progeny, and he opts to run her here on the main track. My problem isn't the surface. I think she should be A-okay on the dirt. It's a distance. She looks as though she wants to go longer than this and is going to need a race to kind of develop. But one I want to watch with interest because I don't mind her. She's kind of your typical Curlin filly, though, in that it just feels like you got to get a race to get them going, and then once they get that fitness, once they're able then to stretch out, she definitely wants to go further than the 6.5 furlongs. But look, she's a big price on the board. As number 6 is Anna's Gun, a daughter of Gun Runner. The Dam won as a 2-year-old. Both the siblings have won early. Always Karina, albeit did it as a 3-year-old, and she's also half to Structor, who won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. And she's one that, yes, this is the right place to begin. If anything, she looks like a dirt sprinter, not to say that she doesn't want to go a little bit further eventually, but again, another one that just could look a touch better from the overall standpoint. But to be fair to her, she has been up in Saratoga, so she's been clipped, and it kind of is always year after year in the fall / early winter. Chad Brown's horses will just tend to look this way because they've been up in Saratoga, but there is some substance to her, and I like the way that she's put together, especially for these conditions. Bill Mott will send out 2 in here. Number 4, Just North, is a daughter of Into Mischief, and the Dam's a multiple stakes winner going long. Now, she's produced one other foal of Fool to this one who hasn't done much running. She's a big girl. There's a lot to her, and with that being said, maybe she does want a little bit more ground than this, but she came in very eagerly on the muscle, kind of marching around the paddock, and she looks fairly fit to me. I think she's a little bit intriguing, and she's going to be a generous price on the board, Acacia.
She is indeed, Maggie, at 10-1. Thank you, the Virginia-bred filly, Just North, who will go out for Bill Mott coming in for her debut. We'll see if she is ready to roll. The favorite, though, continues to be number 9, Give Me Kisses, to the outside. And, yes, she's your favorite. So I think it's very interesting that Maggie expressed maybe some concerns just as far as what she was seeing from her from the physical perspective. It is that time of year. And as we talked about a little earlier, you want to know what direction these horses are heading in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, people certainly factor in Todd Pletcher, who is just so good at getting 2-year-olds ready to win early. And she is out of a mare that actually won her first 6 starts. So, a lot of precocity from the mare, although she really has not produced yet.
All 4 of the siblings have been winless so far, as we see Javier Castellano get the leg up from Todd Pletcher. Thought it was interesting. He shared earlier to Maggie that he would have liked to start her a little bit longer. We'll see if maybe some more distance could be the key moving forward for that filly. As we get ready to meet the rest of the field, kicking things off with the daughter of Curlin, Modern Love.
Yeah, Maggie talked about it. The mare won on debut. That was on synthetic. But she eventually did go on to win stakes on the turf.
Here is the bigger price of the two Belmont runners, Fancy Azteca.
Yeah, the mare has had produced 2 winners at lower levels, though.
She's a big price on the board right now. Here's Royal Poppy, who's run 3 times already.
And shown good speed in all 3 starts. She has an experience edge over some of her rivals here.
Does have that early speed. Just north is the daughter of Into Mischief.
Into Mischief needs no introduction, that's for sure. Junior Alvarado riding for his main man, Bill Mott.
Here is Lexi Spirit, sticking with the main track today.
Yeah, rallied okay on the turf, and then last time rained off, and she ran okay on the dirt. Would have to take a step forward.
Here's Anna's Gun, the sister to a Breeders' Cup winner.
Yeah, and both of the mare's runners, Miss Always Ready, won on debut. Always Karina Stakes placed on dirt, struck their Breeders' Cup winner on turf.
Here's Now Showing, cleverly named, out of Giant Screen.
Yeah, by Mendelssohn. The mare's had 1 debut winner.
Another Into Mischief runner, way too early.
Yeah, not taking much money here. Shug McGee's horses tend to get better with a race or 2 under their belt.
And Give Me Kisses, your favorite.
Yeah, like I said, out of a mare that was very precocious, winning her first 6 starts, had good speed. She's by street sense, so maybe she does want to go a bit further. Mare has not produced yet, and she has had a sample of 4 foals.
We'll see if she can get her first winner today. The most experienced in the field, though, is the number 3, Royal Poppy. She has that early speed. She's had 2 second-place finishes, coming out of a second last time out on October 14th. And yes, the foundation, the speed is her advantage, but she is making now her 4th start.
Yeah, her 4th start, and she's given up ground in the final 1/8 of a mile in all of her starts, and now she's stretching another 1/16 of a mile to the 6.5 furlongs. If none of these firsters can really run, she's very logical. I've got to assume that some of them are going to be okay here. I'm really intrigued with the 6, Anna's Gun, being by Gun Runner, who gets 18% with his 2-year-old, 18% winners with his 2-year-old first-time starters out of a mare that has produced. Making a nice impression on the racetrack, too.
And Maggie talked about some questions with her coat, and when she says being clipped, when horses do start to get more of a wintry coat, and you'll see it more with horses that are stabled up in Saratoga, because the barns are all open in Saratoga. At least at Belmont, you can kind of close the barns. It's a little more closed in, whereas in Saratoga, in the shed row, it's all open. There's no place to hide from the wind. There's no escaping the cold weather.
Yeah, more designed for the summer months.
Yes.
You know, training has expanded there now. They open up in late April, early May for training, and they stay there until mid to late November now. Her last work in Saratoga was November 5th, and just naturally, horses are going to grow their winter coat in to protect themselves from the cold.
She's warming up on track under our red Ortiz. Let's go back to Maggie trackside.
And like I said in the paddock, it's a typical thing I see every year with Chad Brown's horses. I mean, you'd have to put 3 blankets on these horses for them to maintain a summer-looking coat. So I'm really not bothered by it. And between the 2 firsters, I do prefer Anna's Gun over the outside runner and Give Me Kisses, as they are similar prices right now. But let's take a look at one for trainer John Terranova. That's number 7, Now Showing. She is showing some quick type of workouts on the main track, but honestly, she's bred a little bit more for the turf. We've seen Mendelssohn with his freshman crop be just more productive with his turf runners, as he's a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf winner. And the dam was unraced. Best Sibling did win first out, but the faster races came on the turf. In the second dam, she was more proficient on the synthetic, and she looks like a turf horse. I'm intrigued by her because John Terranova's horses, they always come over looking ready in their debuts. So you always have to give a little bit of credence to that, and for the fact that at least now the works showing on the paper do look fast. I always reserve judgment for them more so, you know, if I've seen them, because it's just better to make an educated opinion on them when you're actually watching them in real time. But again, she's pretty. There's a lot to like about her. I just don't love her on this surface, Acacia.
Fair enough, Maggie. Thank you. Filly by Mendelssohn. We'll see if she handles the main track or if we may see her on a different surface moving forward. And yeah, I think we all really miss being up at Saratoga when you could see pretty much all of the workouts on XCTV, which is such a great resource. And I think Maggie's so right. Yes, you can look at the times of workouts, but to me, it's so much more important how they're doing it.
Yeah, time is just one barometer to judge your work, and a lot of times it's more like you're saying, how they're doing it. How are they traveling? Are they doing it easily? And also intention. Some trainers don't want their horses to work fast, and you have to be aware of that.
Absolutely, and patterns, and maybe it's a fast work, but maybe the horse was really hard asked to do it. If they're going quickly and doing it easily, that is intriguing. Well, we'll see what plays out here with this Fenn 2-year-old race coming up 5-2 to the outside. On the number 9, Give Me Kisses. Best of luck if you're playing the pick 6. We had that nice carryover. Pool continuing to grow. Hope that you are participating, as we just saw the number 5, Lexi Spirit, bit green behind the gate there. Luckily, the 3 Royal Poppy was able to back out of the way in time.
Yeah, she was a little pretty nimble on her feet, but she's kind of shown that shiftiness leaving the starting gate too.
Yeah, she has. As the number 5, Lexi Spirit, loaded without the rider, and she has been pretty green at the gate. In fact, in her 2 starts, she was actually a late scratch back in October, too, when she got loose on the track. So looks like they've got her in now, and Jose Lascano will climb aboard in the gate.
Yeah, you see a lot of riders will wait as long as they possibly can and then settle back down on them and put their weight on them. And looks like she's handling herself well now.
Loading in for the 5th, the 2-year-old fillies in the spotlight. We'll send it up to John and Brielle for the call.
They're all in line. And they're off. Give Me Kisses away well from the extreme outside. Anna's Gun now moving up along with Lexi Spirit. Lexi Spirit now takes the lead. Anna's Gun runs in second. Give Me Kisses on the outside. And down at the rail, it is Royal Poppy. Then a break of a length and a half to Now Showing, who's running in 5th. Modern Love is on the inside in 6th with Just North. Then comes Way Too Early. And way back is Fancy Azteca in 9th. The quarter 22-4. Lexi Spirit leads here by 2 as the field goes into the far turn. Anna's Gun is in between horses. Give Me Kisses is on the outside. Royal Poppy is down at the rail. Those 3 are right behind Lexi Spirit, with Now Showing racing in 5th and gaining ground on the extreme outside. They have now caught Lexi Spirit. Here's Anna's Gun. Here's Give Me Kisses. And just in behind is Royal Poppy, along with Now Showing, the half and 47-3. On the inside, Anna's Gun. On the outside, Give Me Kisses. Those 2 are right together with a furlong to the finish. Give Me Kisses narrowly. Anna's Gun continues to battle on. Now Showing and Royal Poppy 3rd and 4th. They come on for the finish. It is Give Me Kisses with a half-length lead. Give Me Kisses wins first time out. Anna's Gun was second. 6 or 7 lengths back to Royal Poppy and Now Showing.
2 first-time starters battling it out down to the wire. Give Me Kisses and Javier Castellano outgaming Anna's Gun and Irad Ortiz.
Nice run from 2 first-time starters. Very well meant. Give Me Kisses broke very sharp from the outside, established good position. Anna's Gun got up in between horses, and they just fought it out all the way to the wire. See her take a little stumble there as she kind of switched to her left lead as she was pulling up.
I think she's still kind of filling into her legs a little bit, too. 5-2 on Give Me Kisses. She had that quick workout as a 2-year-old back at Gulfstream in March. Took her a little time to get to the races. She was game in victory over Anna's Gun, who was well meant as well. A horse that ran a valiant effort, too, in 3rd. It was a pretty good way back to the number 3, Royal Poppy, who picks up yet another in the money finish.
Yeah, she's a filly that tries hard every time. Just seems like she's run into horses that are just a little bit better than her. A game effort from both of these fillies. Gimme Kisses kind of showed that she was ready when she really broke from the gate running. Todd Pletcher's so good at schooling his young horses, getting them prepared to win early. And Anna's Gun, very game effort to come up second best today.
9, 6, 3, 7 in the 5th at Aqueduct. First-time starter, Give Me Kisses, ready to roll at first, asking for Mike Rapoli's Rapoli stable. We've certainly seen those colors in the winner's circle quite a lot this year.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice for professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick in the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. So glad to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. We're getting ready for the third race at Churchill Downs. We're going 7 furlongs on the main track, a $30,000 claiming race for the 2-year-olds, which have never won 2 races. Here's a look at the field, 9-5 right now on the number 3 Backbeat, as we will meet the contestants for the third race, starting things off with the number 2 Special Operator.
Yeah, ran very well on debut for Keith DeZormo. Won for maiden 30, comes right back for 30. Could improve in the second start, too.
Impressive on debut with a 2-length score. That was back in July. Here is the number 3 Backbeat, little bit of a class drop.
Yeah, but this horse did break his maiden for 25, so this seems like a pretty appropriate kind of a drop from the 50. They tried the open winners.
Steve Asmussen and Tyler Gaffleone teaming up. Here's Take the Charge.
Dropped to the maiden 20 level last time and dominated a field over at Indiana Grand.
Stepping up to face winners for the first time today. 9-2 on the board is Take the Charge. Here's Overly Dioro.
Yeah, making her his 9th start, dropping from maiden special, but had to go to Belterra to break his maiden.
Got the win in a relatively slow race last time out. We'll see how he stacks up here. Here's I'm Wide Awake.
New York bred, who was impressive, winning first time out up in Saratoga for Anthony Dutro. I wish I could say I'm wide awake.
It's Sunday. It's the end of the week. Here is the number 7 Steel Money.
Yeah, getting back to the dirt after breaking maiden 2 back at Colonial. Going to have to prove that he can translate that form to dirt.
That's the field for the third race as we head over and check in with Paula Duca.
Yeah, confusing race here of a bunch of 2-year-old colts. Big scratch to the one in here. Big Beamster, I would think, would probably have been 3-5 in this spot. Now you're left with a bunch of question marks in here. So when I look through this field, you look at the horses like the 3 Backbeat. Right now, I think currently is your favorite for Steve Asmussen. And, this is a horse that last time this horse ran didn't break very, very well, said a practical joke, and sort of just ran around the racetrack. Now, I was for claiming 50. That was only a 6-horse field, and he didn't do much running. And, Mig made a good point. The horse did break his maiden at Colonial, but my worry is that was a 5-horse field, and he wasn't even favored that day. You would think Steve Asmussen sending a horse to Colonial for 25 drop and might have been that favorite, but wasn't. So I just don't know how much quality is behind the 3 backbeat in here. The 4, Take the Charge, I think is the horse that's improving. I can't believe this horse is actually 5-1, has run 3 very good races, 1 on a Belterra turf course, 1 on a Belterra dirt course, and dropped for the 20 at Indiana. I know it was for 20, but did get the job done. That was the first time with LASIK. So I think this horse can improve. The 3rd-place finisher did come back to win. Now, Overly Dioro, the 5 did beat the 4, has come back to win. And that was, like Mig said, at Belterra for 36 Spire. I just have a feeling the 6, Ricky Corville finally got off the schneid and got his first win the other day. And this horse, I'm Wide Awake, I think is the speed. Got beat by Cortese last time. You see Adiame Ferranzi when he was in the Anthony Dutrow barn. I think he rounded a little bit back into form, and I think he can clear this field. I just don't see anybody passing anybody in here, and I just can't take 3-2 on backbeat. I will say the 7 could be interesting because that horse was never pursued at all last time. The comment line is completely right. Wrangled back and steadied and was never pursued. I'm wondering if that was just a kind of a setup race because, listen, the horse was over his head at 69-1 for this race here at about 25 where, he did win on the grass. So maybe the 7 could be a long shot look at here at 9-1. But I'm hoping the 6 and Corey Lannery can get away from this group and run them off their feet.
Paul, thank you. I'm Wide Awake, 3-1 right now. This is a gelding by Lauban, the New York bred, as you mentioned, Richie, who won first time out at Belmont, but he's not been the easiest horse to handle. Even 2 starts back, he bolted really significantly and ended up being pulled up. He was breaking out. He can be a little bit nervous before the race. He's not the easiest horse to handle.
No, and it's something to keep an eye on, too, because the only horse outside of him is Steel Money, who doesn't look particularly fast, at least not sprint fast. So I'm Wide Awake. Corey Lannery is going to have his hands full, or potentially he's going to have to deal with a horse that does have some behavioral problems.
Let's see how he handles it today. I'm Wide Awake. Corey Lannery going to be in the saddle. 8-5, though, on the number 3 backbeat. What do you make of this one at a short price?
I'm in agreement with Paul as far as a short price in this field. I'm just not that confident in anybody. I thought the 2 Special Operator was a little bit interesting. He did win at first asking. He does have some speed from the inside. We saw a horse battle back gamely, daughter of Run Happy in the last race to get it done on the inside. And sometimes you get that moving sidewalk effect at Churchill Downs where the inside is an aid.
Absolutely. We'll see how things do play out in this 3rd race at Churchill Downs. Travis Stone standing by with the rest of the load and call.
And they're in the gate. And they're off. I'm Wide Awake breaks out alertly. Overly Doro is there. Steel Money broke well, but is tucked in behind I'm Wide Awake as they race up the chute and cross over. And I'm Wide Awake has kicked away early. Has opened up by 2, now tries to throttle back that pace, and Take the Charge comes on. Take the Charge up to press I'm Wide Awake for the lead. Overly Doro's tracking them outside while 3rd. Backbeat settles in toward the rail. 4th, Steel Money, 5th by 5. And Special Operator is the trailer. So down the backstretch run, I'm Wide Awake goes head-to-head with Take the Charge. They hit the far turn together, the opening quarter in 23-1. I'm Wide Awake on the inside. Take the Charge once again. Comes on, grabs the lead. Overly Doro's hovering to their outside 3rd, and Steel Money is just in behind them 4th. 2.5 lengths back to Backbeat, who's under pressure 5th. In fact, passed by Special Operator out of last. So they hit the top of the stretch, take the charge in between. I'm Wide Awake gives way. Overly Doro's there. Still Money switched out. Special Operator down the center. 1 furlong to go. Overly Doro has taken the lead. Take the charge back into second. I'm Wide Awake. Backbeat trying to get back in it. 16th coming. It's Overly Doro. Here comes Take the Charge. Back through toward the rail. Nails it on the wire. Take the Charge. Re-rallies on Overly Doro. Backbeat settles for third, and Steel Money was fourth.
Well, Richie, you called it. Being on the inside is where you want to be. Once again, the inside runner re-rallying, take the charge with the victory.
Yeah, snatching victory out of the jaws of defeat with that inside path. And it just seems like there are days at Churchill Downs it becomes so apparent that the inside runners have an edge. He's down by a half a length at this point, and then hits that conveyor belt effect and re-rallies and gets it done. I think you've got to upgrade inside runners today the way it looks so far at Churchill.
Chase Miller in the saddle for Darren Miller. 2-year-old colt by Will Take Charge, coming off that maiden win at Horseshoe Indy. Got down to the inside and re-rallied. It was just like we saw with Lady Ocean in the last race. Well, I'm stepping aside off the desk for now. I'll be back reporting later. You're sticking around for a little bit more, though, and Greg Wolf is going to join.
Yeah, I got about another half hour before I get to head northbound, but it was great being on set with you.
As always, I look forward to watching the rest of the show. Can all be back for the last couple races at Aqueduct. Stay tuned here on America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. And we have the late pick 5 kicking off at the Big A, as we'll be on the turf for this maiden special weight coming up. There's a look at the number 4, Expand the Map. We'll see if she can break her maiden this afternoon.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes.
Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
Tremendous history here at New York City's racetrack as we continue on with live coverage on America's Day at the Races here in South Ozone Park, including a man next to me who owns more wins here than any other rider in history, Richard Migliori. I'm Greg Wolf, joining him for the second half of our program here. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Mig, good to be with you as we get set for the Late Pick 5 coming up here at Aqueduct.
Good to be with you, and I love Aqueduct. I have such great feelings and memories here, coming here on the subway with my father when I was a little kid, staring at the Wood Memorial win picture wall, and then obviously very emotional when I was going to join the people on that wall.
First stakes race you won here?
First stakes race I ever won was the Vagrancy Handicap on Island Charm here as an apprentice, and just a lot of good, fond memories here at Aqueduct.
Great fall and winter racing, and it's getting cool out here. We're getting into winter as we get set for this Late Pick 5 coming up. Very competitive race to kick off the sequence. Maiden special weight, mile on the inner turf, 8-5 favoritism to expand the map for Chad Brown, who's trying to break her maiden here in career start number 4. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
She's not for me. She can win, Greg, but she should have gotten it done, I think. I know it's only 3 races, but I'm going to look elsewhere. As we'll take a look at Mose, who you could say the same thing about, as she, in 8 career starts, has finished second or third 7 of those times. She isn't necessarily the killer type, or the most competitive type, I should say, but she makes a great impression here yet again. And furthermore, going back to her last race in which she was a heavy favorite but she was beaten by 2 next out winners in Soft Touch, and then we just saw Personal Best win a nice allowance race here yesterday. So I think, or 2 days ago. Can't remember. Days run together now. So I'm willing to forgive her for that. Now she's going to hope for a little bit of pace out in front, because last time she was wired and she was just left with way too much to do, as she does cut back in distance to this mile. So with that little bit of a freshening in mind too, she looks incredibly fit here. Love what I'm seeing from her physically. As we'll move on to Messoria, who had her first race back off of a layoff at Keeneland, going a mile and an eighth, and she was kind of right on top, or right behind a pace that eventually collapsed, and the winner came from well back, and she actually ran on a bit more than those early leaders, and she just, in that last 16th of a mile, came up a bit short. Let's forgive her, because I think a mile is a much better distance for her. She's a bit more smaller and compact, and 2, she probably needed it. She hasn't changed much since when I saw her, which was as a late 2-year-old nearly a year ago. But I just think she ran well in that last race. She's coming right back to a distance which just physically she looks more suited to. As we'll also take a look at the first-time starter, as Todd Pletcher's looking for his 3rd winner on the card. War Princess, daughter of Warfront. The dam's lone win did come on synthetic, albeit in Ireland, and the sibling won a very slow race. But if you go back a generation, it's a lovely pedigree. The dams have to yesterday, who won the Irish Guineas, and Quarter Moon, who won a Group 1 as a 2-year-old. You would not know this filly was a first-time starter. She looks incredibly fit. She is very intelligent acting. She's really professional. This is the right spot for her. For me, Greg, she's fairly intriguing as a new face in this group.
All right, Maggie, thank you. She's 5-1. Todd Pletcher's got another filly, too, 5 prizes, who just ran second on the turf behind personal best a weekend back and saw win the other day. Going a lot longer, of course, and that was in a longer race she was in as well. She's 11-1. Here we start with a 1 Western Lane. Kendra Carmouche rides.
Getting back to the turf after a decent run on an off-the-turf race last time, and I like this filly getting the stretch out on the turf for the second time.
Here's the other Todd Pletcher runner, those Rapoli Stable Silks.
Yeah, ran extremely well at Kentucky Downs. She's got 3 seconds to show from 9 starts.
Chad Brown and Rod Ortiz, Junior Klarovich expand the map.
Stretching back out to the mile, which she had a real easy lead last time seeing the mile and got caught late.
Blinkers on Libretto.
Yeah, Libretto adds blinkers and showed some speed last time. Is that going to show more speed this time?
Here's Mosey for Bill Mott.
Another one that's had plenty of chances, but his run race is certainly good enough to win.
First-time starter Maggie talked about for Pletcher, the 7.
Yeah, by the top sire Warfront, and Todd gets his horses fit.
Good effort off a long layoff from Astoria last start for Grand Motion.
Yeah, I thought she was kind of interesting, the daughter of Invincible Spirit, and I like what Maggie had to say, too. The mile distance might suit perfectly.
Joel Rosario and Sister Mac at 29-1.
Yeah, when you get Joel Rosario at 29-1, the horse was kind of a deep closer sprinting last time.
And Diamond Status, big price as well with Jose Ortiz. 29-1 outside with this 11, the also eligible that draws in.
Yeah, has been running in maiden claiming races at end of the turf season, just trying to get an opportunity to get another run into her here against maiden allowance.
All right, so let's go to the favorite, expand the map. In this barn, Chad Brown, especially in these silks for Klarovich, if they have a good one, they usually don't take 3 starts to break through and get that maiden win. This will be start number 4 coming up as we go back to April 15th. Tried to do it on the front end in this race, going a mile, missed by half length.
Yeah, I mean, she was just cruising around there, fairly soft fractions, 48-4. Picked it up, she finished, but she got caught with no apparent excuses. I mean, it was a good run. She got a nice figure. She tried hard, but she did get run down after having everything her own way.
She has had, and that was her first start since, what, about 10 months off, 9-10 months off. She's had gaps. She's obviously had some issues, hasn't been able to put together back-to-back races, but this is a barn that has them ready to go first time off the bench.
Yeah, I don't really worry too much about Chad Brown runners coming off of layoffs because they just seem to have the foundation. He gets them fit enough. There are certain barns they'll get better for a run. That's not necessarily the case with Chad Brown's runners.
Still, the power of that barn, 38% at this meet, and that rider, Rod Ortiz Jr., makes this one the 9-5 favorite. As we go to Mosey. So 7-2 on Mosey. Maggie talked about it. This filly's had opportunities as well, but look at that last race. I mean, Soft Touch came back to win personal best again, as we saw, came back to win. That's the Colonial race. Let's go back to the Saratoga effort when she missed by 3/4 of a length going a mile.
Yeah, actually, this is Belmont we're looking at, right? That didn't look like Saratoga.
Little help?
I think she was, I believe she was third.
Yeah,
this
May
day.
28th at Belmont.
Yeah. So she was third this day, and was game. Got there and just looked like she was content to kind of hang. You saw her in the blue silks there until that horse came outside of her, and then it kind of pushed her on, and it makes you get the feeling like she's a horse that likes to run with her horses. I mean, she seems like she has the ability to be a major contender here, but she really wasn't running until she got hooked from the outside there.
I just like the fact her last 2 races, figure-wise, they have been her absolute best. She's faced in that last race very tough company, going maybe a little longer than she wanted to. Maggie liked the way she looked coming out. 7-2 right now. Second choice at 7-2. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, I think she is a great alternative to your favorite, Expand the Map, who let's take a look at. Now, this is a filly that she acted up a bit going back to that debut. She was very relaxed. So when she came back as a 3-year-old in April, did not see her for her last start, going the 6, which she was wired that day by Glitter Up. Now she gets to a mile, and I think that's right for her. But we'll see what kind of trip she pulls. She just has never gone on physically from that first start as a 2-year-old. And she was supposed to win then. I mean, look at her. She's been a really short price in all of her efforts thus far. So this race, just I wanted somebody different. And I ultimately went with Massoria in here. Very intrigued by that first-time starter who continued to impress. Wish there was a little more consistency in her work, Tad. That was the one reason why I went to Massoria. But Western Lane, let's give her some credit. She ran very well on the turf, albeit sprinting 2 back for Tally Lynch, and ran okay on the dirt. She is a turf horse more so than anything, and now she's third off a layoff. Looks the most fit that she has since that layoff, and I think at a big price, she could be a player here.
Taking a little money, too, 9-1 from that inside post. Kendra Carmouche will ride, but 8-5 favoritism. Expand the Map, who certainly could win, but that is a short number because of these connections. As we get set, pick 5 time. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Set for the 6th. And they're off. There goes Expand the Map and Libretto, and they are quickly joined on the outside by Diamond Status, who rushes up the challenge, so it's 3 of them across the track for the lead. Massoria sits back in 4th, and alongside his sister Mac next in 5th. Massoria, a bit tough to handle there going into the clubhouse turn, and going wide there on the turn was Belshazzar. So up front, it is Expand the Map. The favorite has the lead over Libretto, and then it's 3.5 lengths back to a Diamond Status, who runs in 3rd. Massoria is in 4th position, and on the outside is Sister Mac next in 5th. And then we come back to Western Lane, who's down on the inside. War Princess alongside. Mose is running in 8th, followed by Belshazzar, and trailing the field is 5 prizes in 10th. The quarter went in 22-2, the half mile in 46-3. Expand the Map by a length and a half. Libretto in 2nd, Diamond Status in 3rd. Massoria is on the move now on the outside and gaining ground from 4th. Gaining ground quickly. There goes Massoria with a quick brush up into 2nd, right behind Expand the Map. Then comes War Princess, who has moved up. And on the far outside, it's Mose. The field is in the stretch. Massoria and Expand the Map. The 2 of them are heads apart. Mose now kicking in on the outside. War Princess is in 4th. Here is Mose now to take over the lead. Then Expand the Map and Massoria with War Princess. It is Mose from off the pace to win here by 2. Expand the Map did get 2nd, followed by Massoria and War Princess.
Mose Junior Alvarado, he had a lot underneath him when he asked for it, and wins 9th time out, 7th time on the grass.
Yeah, got it done. Got a good fast pace to run into and finished well at 3-1 to get it done. Got to give high marks to your favorite, Expand the Map, who set a very fast, pressured pace and was very game to be 2nd. But Mose was very good. A horse I know you liked a lot. Was produced to the outside, made a perfectly timed run under Junior Alvarado, and gets it done in her 9th career start.
Junior, nice job. He was aggressive early, and as you talk about all the time, got position and able to save some ground early on in this race.
It's just so important. Get your position going forward, save some ground. He didn't get involved with a very quick pace, but had the right position to be able to give his horse the best opportunity.
6-4, 8-7. Mose kicks off this late pick 5 at 3-1, beating an 8-5 favorite. Belmont, Summer Wind Equine, homebred for them. And Junior Alvarado here in race 6. Prices for you. When we come back, we'll get into the pick 4, which begins with a stakes race. The Forever Together is next on the turf at 1 1/16. Big scratch in that race with no fluffy socks. It was Mose to start off the pick 5.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift Box, only at Lane's End.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing. I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Thanks for being with us. Our program presented in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Mose Junior Alvarado riding for Hall of Famer Bill Mott, and this homebred for summer Wind Equine kicks off this late pick 5 at 3-1.
Has really never run a bad race, but finally puts together a trip that led to victory, got a fast pace to run at. See him moving so nicely around the turn. When a horse is taking a rider like that, it just gives him so much confidence. Like, oh, I know I got these guys. And he tips out a little wider into the stretch, and then she just mows them down. Big run around the turn by the 8-horse Messoria, who just flattened out a little bit late. Give high marks to the runner-up, expand the map, involved in that early pace. And a good run from the first-time starter from the Todd Pletcher barn, War Princess, who will improve at the start. But make no doubt about it, Mose, another good effort from her and gets it done.
That was pretty to watch. That was a pretty sustained long run there.
Really carried him into the race from about 3.5 furlongs out. That was a long run. Mose at 880 over your favorite. Expand the map 8-5.
Pick 6 carryover, of course, into today. Began with Todd Pletcher's first-time starter, Philly by Street Sense, Give Me Kisses, Rapoli Stable, Javier Castellano. Back in race 5, now Mose beating an 8-5 favorite. Beating favorites, it always helps in the pick 6, pick 5, whatever it may be. We'll move into the pick 4 coming up next. We're going to look back to yesterday and the Gio Ponte. Todd Pletcher had a couple of runners in this race, most notably Steady On. There was a lot of talk about this horse with that big number he had earned last time, but Churchtown coming in for Roger Atfield from north of the border, got to do very slow fractions on the front end.
Theft was on the agenda here as Junior Alvarado got to put Churchtown on the lead, set very slow fractions, and had more than enough to hold off your favorite, who honestly, maybe Irad was a little overconfident, and he was kind of parked out 3 wide throughout. But a good effort by the winner. You can't take anything away from him, but he did get to set very slow fractions.
Well, the Pletcher pair, 2nd and 3rd in here, but this horse coming in from Canada, Roger Atfield, I believe the first time he's had a horse here since 2019 with a win.
Yeah, and he's shipping down. I mean, Roger, a Hall of Famer, he's won the Queen's Plate multiple times up in Canada, as well as the Triple Crown in Canada a couple of times. But this just shows you, pace makes the race. When you get to go easy fractions like this on a horse with quality, you're going to be tough to get by.
Going forward, though, Steady On, you still believe a ton of talent?
I think he showed he has a talent. I think he got a much more difficult trip than the winner, and he still ran a winning effort.
All right, back to Churchill Downs. This 4th race, Derby City 6 time coming up. 6.5 furlong sprint. $15,000 maiden claiming race to kick it off. And here's Bit of Honey. Wayne Catalano has John McKee aboard.
One of a few that are making that significant drop in class. Just much tougher last time. Didn't show a lot, but you see taking money now with the drop.
Next door, you have Gin and Sin, who was at this level last time. It was a sloppy track and was a very distant 5th.
Yeah, it's just when they start accumulating so many starts without breaking their maiden, I look elsewhere. This is a horse's 12th try.
Here's the favorite, and you go 3 starts back last time on dirt that was maiden 40 at Churchill, and that race probably wins here.
Yeah, this horse's dirt races just look a little better than anybody else's form, and maybe those 2 synthetic races dirty up that form a little bit.
Undercover Lady dropping class from Horseshoe Indy debut.
Another one taking that precipitous drop in class for 10-strike racing, and taking a little bit of money as well this time.
Low Red Cloud dropped from straight maidens at Belterra to this level last start, and that did not go well.
No, just showed absolutely nothing last time. Hard to have any confidence going into this one.
Pistol Pack and Polly. The 6, there's the 6 at 9-1. Debut came against straight maidens at Churchill.
Yeah, went off 55-1 that day against straight maidens. Drops in for the 15. Again, big drop in class.
Dogwood's Millie Jane at 10-1 here. John Court rides.
It's been kind of a slow, steady drop to this. Tried maiden allowance on turf, maiden 50, maiden 30, now down to the 15 level. I'm looking elsewhere.
New York bred in Lollygag, second choice at 3-1. Just was second in the slop. Straight maiden race at Finger Lakes.
Certainly has numbers that makes this horse competitive, but the 0 for 14 kind of scares me away, although I do like to say lollygag.
And you say it to your kids a lot, don't you?
No lollygagging. Let's go.
33-1 on Pacific Grove, the 9.
Yeah, horse is just, sprinkled with negative buyer figures, a couple of, an ease line there. I'll look elsewhere.
So this starts the pick 6. Difficult sequence this afternoon as we go back to Bit of Honey. And that means a lot. Straight maiden race at Churchill, all the way down to 15 maiden claiming for start number 2.
Yeah, significant drop in class for this daughter, Distorted Yuma. Wade Catalano, it was a tremendous rider, won over 1,500 races as a jockey, and now has become an even better trainer. And that's usually not the case. Usually the better the rider, not as good a trainer. He is definitely very, very good at both.
What are you seeing here from the 3, who's the favorite right now, from what we can see on our screen?
Looks sharp on the screen. Like the way she's jogging. Good animation to her stride. She's moving very freely. But this horse has had 9 tries, so if you're inclined to look for a stranger, I do think there are some interesting strangers, like the 1 Bit of Honey, potentially even the 4 Undercover Lady, making that significant drop.
But is this the lowest level she's ever been at yet, Peyton's College? She does have numbers that absolutely will win this. Bit of Honey still has to prove she can run a little bit.
I do think that she is a rightful favorite, no doubt about it. I mean, her dirt races 2 and 3 back, 3 and 4 back, will win this race. Any one of her recent dirt races would win this race. And she goes to synthetic, gets beaten 10 lengths, comes back, get beat 5 lengths on the drop. I discount those races. Better on dirt than synthetic.
Yeah, and back to the 1 for a moment. Talk about a potent race to be in it in your debut. First, second, third place finishers all came back to win out of that straight maiden group. So I mean, this is considerably easier anyway. Maiden special weight to maiden 15, but considering who was in that race and what they did, this is a massive drop.
Coming out of a tough maiden allowance race, yeah, I agree. It's funny. It just kind of like hit me like an epiphany here with the 3 Peyton's College. If you put a line through the 2 synthetic races, now she's 0 for 7, right? Mm-hmm. With 2 seconds and 3/3.
Well, and a turf race.
And then the turf race, now she's 0 for 6 with 2 seconds and 3/3. Suddenly she looks a lot better, doesn't she?
Yeah, doesn't she?
Yeah.
And as you say that, 9-5. The 1, the 3, they look pretty logical in here, one of those 2. We'll see what happens. Lollygag, that New York bred, the 8. Second choice, though, right now, 5-2 off that effort in the slop at Finger Lakes. Derby City 6 begins in this one. And, gosh, I'm not sure where the pace is going to come from in here.
I'm going to say Lollygag will not lollygag, coming off of the last race where she actually showed improved speed.
Let's go to Travis Stone to get us started here in this Derby City 6.
Jane, Lollygag, and Pacific Grove. They're in the gate. And they're off. Pretty even beginning as they race up the chute and they come for the main track. And it's going to be Pistol Pack and Polly and Undercover Lady on through to the front. Undercover Lady, the leader. Pistol Pack and Polly, second. Lollygag on the outside, third. Jinninson toward the rail, fourth early. Bit of Honey is keyed up and tugging at the rider. Wow, fifth. Peyton's College now, sixth. Pacific Grove, seventh. Dogwood's Millie Jane moving up on the far outside out of eighth. And Low Red Crowns to trailer in ninth. And the opening quarters on the board in 23 flat. Undercover Lady. Onto the far turn, the leader. Pistol Pack and Polly and Lollygag. They're coming on 2 and 3 wide. 3 abreast round the far turn. Peyton's College within range. Dogwood's Millie Jane has made steady progress, but is forced to go 5 wide at the quarter pole. They're off the turn now. Pistol Pack and Polly and Lollygag head to head as Undercover Lady gives way. Down the center is Peyton's College, flattening out his Dogwood's Millie Jane. 1 furlong to go. Pistol Pack and Polly still in front a length and a half. Lollygag fully extended. Peyton's College trying to come on late. Time running out. Pistol Pack and Polly wanders outside and does it. Pistol Pack and Polly and a pumped up rider there. Peyton's College was second. Lollygag was third. Farther back either Bit of Honey or Dogwood's Millie Jane.
Pistol Pack and Polly for Matthew Martinez. Debut was a straight maiden race. 55-1 that day. Start number 2. Another massive drop like the one. Gets the win.
Yeah, and gets first-time Lasix as well. And we talked about several others that were making that drop, and I kind of glossed over this one a little bit, and she gets it done. Drifting a little bit through the lane, was clear of your third-place finisher, Lollygag, when she made that shift out a little bit, and your favorite, Peyton's College, rallied on. Just a little bit too late and coming up second best here to Pistol Pack and Polly. We actually really was kind of looking at things. I think she was kind of almost shying from those shadows there as they're getting close to the wire, and that's what forced her to kind of drift out so significantly.
All right, P. Helen McCrory, thinking she was named after Polly in Peaky Blinders, was tremendous in that role. Derby City 6 underway. We'll get to the Late Pick 5 coming up next. Anthony Stabile is going to join me after a break. So long, Mig.
Yeah, it was
Enjoyed
short
it.
but sweet, but it was fun, and everybody have a great afternoon.
All right, we'll see you next week.
I'll be here.
Sounds good. We're going to get to the Forever Together coming up next when Anthony joins me. Stakes action to kick off the Late Pick 4. Mile on the 16th on the turf. Fillies and mares 3 and up. Wow, even money right now with obviously a big scratch of Fluffy Socks. Messidor, Christophe Clement, Joel Rosario, the one to beat.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Forever Together has been produced on the outside, and she'll run to daylight as they run to the final furlong. And here is Caribbean Sunset, who comes bursting on through to take the lead. And Forever Together coming with giant strides, and there she is to win the Diana again. Forever Together.
Tom Durkin with yet another brilliant call as Forever Together wins her second Diana the year after she was crowned filly and mare champion of the turf and winning that Eclipse Award, as well as winning the Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf. She won nearly $3 million and had a record of 9 wins out of 26 starts for Hall of Famer Jonathan Shepard in those iconic Augustin Stable silks. Well, her namesake is now on tap. It's our co-featured 7th race of Forever Together, mile and 16th on the turf course, as we see Evie Jets and Messidor coming out of that Noble Damsel as your 2 favorites in here. And Evie Jets really received a really good ride by Eric Cancel that day. And Messidor, well, maybe they wanted the do-over button for her, as we do see Joelle Rosario back in the irons aboard Messidor today. She was just wrestled back off of a slow pace. She went very wide in the first turn and stayed wide throughout, losing more ground than anyone. I've always been a fan of hers. Today, it's much the same. She looks fantastic here. As we'll check in with a horse who is coming out of New York Bred Company. That's number 6, Finest Work. She's run a lot recently, and it kind of shows. Honestly, I wish she was just carrying a bit more conditioning overall, but there's no denying the fact that she is in raging form, and I think connection striking while the iron's hot. A long shot that looks fantastic that could be rounding back into some of her best form is number 3, Lashara, as Mike Maker puts her in this stake race off the back of a win. She had 2 excuses in her former starts. Prior to that one, she looks great here, uber confident, great coat and flesh to her. She's the long shot I want to use underneath as they are hitting the track. We'll get it back up to Greg, who's joined by a new face.
Yeah, that'll be Anthony Stabile. Thank you, Maggie. Anthony, good to have you on here as we get set for this stakes race coming up.
Hey, bud. Ready to roll?
Ready to do this.
Fun race. Forever Together. Only 8 fillies and mares have won 2 Dianas. She was one of them.
Yeah, it was, 9-1 the first time she did. Much shorter price in that race you just saw.
Yes,
made it fun, too, coming from so far back.
Any day I can hear Tom Durkin and John Embrial on the same day is a great day at the Big A.
We got to hear your voice on the mic early on this
We
morning.
did?
Well, nice job.
Thanks.
Coconut Cake kicks things off, coming in from Laurel.
Coconut Cake comes in, like you said, off the Laurel. Maryland Millions, victory by a head. Open company, she's had some tough time.
Lashara, Kendra Carmouche will ride for Mike Maker.
Yeah, nice allowance victory last time out from off the pace. She didn't have much pace to close into that day. We'll see what she does stepping back up into stakes company.
Evie Jets, she got the better of Messidor last time out, but public not believing that will happen again.
Gave the Canamachi brothers their first graded stakes win here in the States. That was a good effort. Great ride by Eric Cancel last time. If she could produce that again, she'll be tough.
This New York bred filly, she has been tough, but Maggie did not love the way she looked.
Yeah, I don't like hearing that as well. She got beat ahead last time by Runaway Rumor, who hadn't found the winner's circle in a while.
Mr. Karis, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, it could be the speed on the front end. She went gate to wire last time.
And 6-5, Christophe Clement, Joelle Rosario with Messidor.
Yeah, gets the rider change to Joelle. I was disappointed in her Noble Damsel last time out. She didn't have a ton of pace to close into, but she always seemed to fire despite the pace scenario. She just didn't kick with her usual flair last time out.
4-time Grade 1 winner. What a resume. $2.9 million in earnings. Won the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf as well out of the West Coast at Santa Anita back in 2008 after that first Diana, a couple of starts later. Won a First Lady as well in Keeneland.
Yeah, she was potent from a mile to some longer distances as well. That's the mark of a great filly. She was a good one.
So here's the filly you were talking about. This was a historic win, and it was great to see for the Cantermachi barn, owned by Robert Amendola, and here is that Noble Damsel Grade 3 victory.
You know, this was a fantastic ride by Eric Cancel. He kind of let the speed of Port Cano, who scratched out of here, come back to him. And I think a lot of people thought he would be more aggressive, but they let the long shot on the board go. And Eric timed the move perfectly because he didn't go after the long shot leader too early, yet he didn't wait for her to completely back up and was able to get separation. You see Messidor closing as well as Plum Ali, a couple of fillies who were a little bit more accomplished than she was. A former claimer. The Kanamachis claimed her for $80,000 for Bob Amendola way back when, and back in September of last year, and she has been unbelievable for these guys since.
It was an aggressive claim. That was off a maiden claiming victory.
It's a lot of money.
To spend that kind of money, and it has paid off. So 3-1 on Evie Jets. Can she do it again off that grade 3 win?
But imagine she tries to sit the same trip Greg as last time. Instead of Port Cano, she has Mr. Karras in here to try and show some speed and fire out of the box. A little play on words there, as Dracarys means fire in Dothraki on Game of Thrones.
You speak Dothraki?
I do. I speak fluent Dothraki.
I'm still learning.
I speak Brooklyn, Dothraki, English, a little Italian, a little Spanish, multilingual.
Here is Finest Work. She's been breathing fire of late. New York-bred filly. She's won 4 of her last 6 starts.
And, in form, right? Since this layoff and the trainer changed to George Weaver, nothing against the former Barn, but she had a December to May layoff. That's just around 5 months away from the races. What has she done wrong? She's earned $250,000 this year. First or second in all 6 starts with 4 victories. A Hettinger win, a couple of allowance victories, one against State Breds, one against Open. She's done a little wrong. She's a good bred. Fluffy Socks scratched. Excuse me. As the 8-5 morning line favorite. I think the 8 would have been replaced by a 4. On live tote. I think she would have been a prohibitive favorite in here. The fact that Messidor is a similar price to what Fluffy Socks would have been, I picked Messidor. I wouldn't bet $1 on her at 6-5. That is a terrible price off what you can argue is one of her worst races in a while. She did not fire last time. Now, she didn't get the greatest setup in the world, but this is a filly who's won. She was on an in-out pattern where she had won 3 of her starts, and in the States, she won them in slow paces, fast paces, and moderate paces. So it wasn't like pace. She was pace dependent in the past. She just didn't fire last time. And to come back and take it, like I said, I picked her. I would not bet her at 6-5. At the way this tote board's sitting, you almost have to bet Evie Jets again. I mean, to me, you almost have to bet on Evie Jets again.
It's a short. I agree. She's the one to beat, but 6-5 is a little bit short in here. Rosario, we'll see what kind of trip too he can work out from the outside post because she comes from off the pace, but he's a master at that, obviously.
Yeah, she'll get over. I don't know if it's gonna. I don't know how much it's gonna matter today. We'll see. Find out in about a minute and a half, minute and 45 seconds.
Together kicks off this pick 4 in the Sunday card. Let's go to John Embrial.
And they're off in the Forever Together Stakes. And it is Evie Jets along with Mr. Karras. Mr. Karras goes on with it and has the early lead, quickly opening up by 2.5 lengths. Evie Jets runs in second. And then it's Finest Work and Coconut Cake right together, third and fourth. Then Messidor. And down on the inside is Lashara. Mr. Karras leads here by almost 4. Evie Jets gives chase in second, opening quarter mile over the firm turf in 24-1. Mr. Karras takes the field up the backstretch. Evie Jets is in second. Coconut Cake is third by a head, with Finest Work on the outside in fourth. Then Lashara and Messidor. The favorite Messidor is 8 or 9 lengths from front-running Mr. Karras, who ran the half in 48-3. They are closing in now. Evie Jets now within 2 lengths of Mr. Karras. Mr. Karras still there. Evie Jets runs in second. Coconut Cake down at the rail. Finest Work on the outside and now moving up a bit. Then comes Messidor and Lashara. They're midway around the far turn. Mr. Karras by a half length. Evie Jets inching closer now on the outside. It's 2.5 lengths to Finest Work in third. Then Coconut Cake, followed by Messador and Lashara. They are in the stretch. Here is Evie Jets up to challenge Mistrakaris for the lead. Mistrakaris digs down on the inside. Evie Jets on the outside. The two of them hook up as they come for the 16th pole. Mistrakaris has a half-length lead. Evie Jets on the outside. It is Mistrakaris, a game winner under Dylan Davis.
Dylan Davis took the initiative, went to the front, and this filly digs in and finds more in the stretch when she got a challenge, goes gate to wire.
These inside paths and speed have both been good on the grass here at the Big A. Dylan Davis has done a fantastic, Dylan was slumping a little bit. Right around the Breeders' Cup, Dylan was slumping a little bit. And something happened because the last 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, he's been riding as good as anyone. The now injured Trevor McCarthy was really, really riding well. It was almost like he handed the baton to his brother-in-law because Dylan has found this newfound energy. This was a great ride. He took advantage of both biases. You want to be inside. You want to be on the lead. He got to steal away to a 48 3 half mile. And Evie Jets, it was funny. It's funny. It was just like last time. It was the same exact setup, Greg. Same exact setup. And I'm not so sure the quote-unquote biases are what beat Evie Jets today. She may have been the best mare in here. But Dylan did a great job securing the inside and a pretty loose, easy lead. And able to parlay that into a victory in the Forever Together.
Meanwhile, Joel Rosario on Messador, he had to basically just kind of take back and try and save ground and get as close to the fence as he could. No kick at all from Messador in the stretch.
This is 2 times in a row. See, last time she was a little dressed up. Listen, I feel awful that I kind of got sucked in today. I picked her second. I thought Fluffy Socks was the proverbial kick in the pants today before she was scratched. She did not kick last time. She ran third. It looks like she made up ground. Comment was gained. She didn't do a stitch of running last time, and she turned out to be a bad favorite today.
Mother of Dragons gets it done in the feature. Forever Together, Mistrakaris, Neil Drysdale, Dylan Davis. 4th win on the lawn in her career at 5-1. We'll be back with prices next.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farms Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races program, brought to you in part where you can play it all. NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere. anytime. Mr. Karis.
It's Valerian, not Dothraki.
Thanks
to
for
Johnny
correcting.
Kakamis for correcting us.
Which you do not speak.
I do not speak Valerian, apparently. No, I do not.
Dylan Davis puts this filly on the front end, and she showed some nice fight down the lane to hold off Evie Jets. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, Dylan, we saw you be aggressive with Mr. Karis, much like you were last time out. It feels like, coming back off that bit of a break she had, and you've known her in previous rides, that this is the way she wants to run her races.
I think so, Maggie. Previous plans, we've liked to cover her up because she gets really aggressive. And she does switch off for us, and she makes a nice run. But by the time she gets into a clear spot, she gets too late of a run. And they put it into my hands here back at Aqueduct, her previous start, and she broke well, and I just took it. And she was just thriving up there. Her ears were forward. She was really happy, and I love what I saw. And I learned a little bit from her the last start that it still takes a little bit to get her going, but she's competitive. So if one horse comes up to her, she's fighting again. Again today, I try to get her into the 3/8 pole, tries picking up again. So then when I do get that challenger, she fought again today. So she's a great horse to ride. She loves being up front. She likes to be on the lead.
When I saw her going down the backside and her ears were flicking back and forth, I said, oh, this race is over. And two, what I loved about her, she got in that fight a little bit with Evie Jets, and when she crossed the line, her ears went back up. So she seems like a real competitor.
Oh, yeah, she still has more left in her. I mean, you saw that she almost got headed and she fought back. She still wasn't that tired. She galloped out pretty happy, and I just wanted to give her a chance to get her feet going early, and then when they do get that challenger, she's able to fight on again because she kind of get that one pace, but she can fight. And that's what you saw again today. It was great.
Oh, it was good to see her get that stakes win as well as you here in this Forever Together.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right. Congratulations to Dylan Davis and Neil Drysdale as Mr. Karis. It feels like, Greg, they gave her that bit of time off in the summer, and it has paid dividends as now she has broken through with a stakes victory.
Indeed, back-to-back wins, stakes win to boot. As we take a look at this pick six carryover to this point, back-to-back favorites defeated in races 6 and 7 here. And how short was Messidor in the end?
She's even money 6-5. And more importantly, Greg, in the multis, she's the 4th choice in the 6-horse field. Now, I know you can probably argue and say, well, it was a 4-horse race. If you don't consider Coconut Cake and Lashara, that's all well and good. She's still the 4th choice of the 4 contenders in the race. And I think there was enough separation between the top 3 fillies and her where she's more of a separator in the pick 5 and pick 6 than she is as a 5-to-1 shot on the tote board.
And still a long way to go. A lot can happen as we're going to head back to Churchill. We had a 1.25 mile race to close things out yesterday for the boys. We got a 1.25 mile race, Derby distance, coming up for fillies and mares here to start off the late pick 5. And we got odds on Inventing. We'll see.
Not
Todd
for me.
Fletcher, Louis Sage, Rapoli Stable Silks. Short price, coming off a maiden win at Keeneland last start.
Took her a long time to get out of the maiden ranks. 6 starts to be exact. She got the job done at a bit of a price last time, too. You got even on her if you had played her all 6 times in her career. I wouldn't go back into the pool at 3-5 today.
Take Care. Second dam actually was a sprinter. Grade 3 winner sprinting, but we'll see. How about going 1.25 miles?
Pair of blinkers go on. She tired going 1 1/8 last time. We'll see if Joe Talamo tries to put her on the bill daily today.
Thought the 3 was interesting. High fashion here. 6-1 with Rafael Bejarano.
She had tried a series of these distance races. She hit the board in 1 of 3 going 1.25 miles. She's run on the dirt at 1.5 miles. These Vicky Oliver horses usually have a lot of foundation in their pedigrees.
Music Street, her Grand Dam, one of my all-time favorites, the sensational sprinter Extra Heat.
Yeah, another one, Extra Heat. And you want to go 10 furlongs instead of 6 furlongs. She got the job done and broke her maiden 2 starts back. She did not run that well against winners first time.
She's keen. She actually beat Inventing 1.1 miles at Saratoga when she broke her maiden.
I cannot believe that this filly is the price she is right now. She got the job done at Saratoga. They threw it to the proverbial wolves in the Alabama. And then last time she got herself involved in a little bit of a pace. She's outside now. She gets a rider switch to Edgar Morales. And I think if she's not on the lead, if Take Care and Joe Talamo from the 2-hole are intent, she could sit a great trip right off of the speed in here. I can't believe she's 5-1. I made a pick 5 to. She's the horse I like the most at Churchill today.
Meanwhile, back to the favorite, though, and put it all together last time out. As you said, career start number 6 for Todd Pletcher. And Saez was aboard. He's back aboard today.
She beat a filly. She got beat by a filly 2 starts back in her first start with blinkers, named Tizzy in the Sky, who came back to win. She's been rumored to be
like
a nice
9+ lengths.
Yeah, first time she was with Ray Handel in the beginning. Jose Cameo has her now. The second horse came back to win, a Chad Brown first-time starter who won at second asking. She didn't beat much when she broke her maiden, but she took a huge jump in speed figures. She ran an 84 buyer in her first start. She hadn't come close to it, and then last time she had a career top at 85. Again, it was the second start with blinkers. It was just her second start around 2 turns. She's by Union Regs out of a Giants Causeway mare. So on paper and on the surface of things, you would imagine that distance is going to be her friend. I don't think her races as a whole have shown me that. I don't know if another 3/16 of a mile is what she wants to do. I don't want to find out at 3-5.
Real quick, we want to let everyone know watching on FS2, we're going to have to leave you here for a little bit. Big East basketball is going to be starting on FS2, and then it'll move back over to FS1. That's Wagner and Seton Hall. In the meantime, you can watch our show until we're back on FS2 over on our YouTube page at New York Racing Association, so you can catch us there until we come back on FS2 a little bit later on. 5th at Churchill coming up. We'll get to the 8th as well at Aqueduct. FS2 viewers, catch us over on YouTube for a bit, and we'll see you in a little bit. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal in San Diego. Greg Wolf alongside Anthony Stabile with live coverage from Churchill Downs out in Louisville. We got Paul LaDuca out there braving the cold elements, and we're getting up to race 8 shortly here at Aqueduct. It's a little chilly here too.
I was going to say, I know we're inside, but there's plenty of elements outside, and I'm not talking about the periodic table. It's cold out there, man.
It is cold here. Mid-30s today in New York as we're looking live at Churchill Downs. This race kicks off there late pick 5. 1.25 mile Derby distance here coming up. First allowance condition race. And Todd Pletcher filly from the rail. The 4-5 favorite, even though, and we talked about it, but those just joining us may not have heard, She's Keen, the 5, actually beat that favorite to break her maiden. Let's go to Paul LaDuca in Louisville.
Yeah, it makes it very interesting, doesn't it, Greg? With the scratch of the 6 and the 7 in here, you know, it kind of leaves the 5 maybe on the front end in here. And you mentioned that the 5 has beaten the one Inventing. Now, was Inventing a different filly then? Now, she's gotten blinkers in her last 2 starts, and when she beat Inventing didn't get off to the greatest of starts. But there's also another racing line where they faced each other way back when in She's Keen's second career start. And she didn't break that well, and I thought she ran just as good as Inventing. So, you know, I don't understand the disparity between 3-5 to 9-2. I just think the 5 is the horse to beat. I mean, she's ascending because the blinkers are on, going 1.25 miles. That is Todd Pletcher's forte, and I think that's why this horse is the horse to beat. But I just don't understand why the 5 is not the clear second choice.
We'll see if she can do it again. 2 Inventing. Odds on from the rail for Pletcher. Big 5 starts here. Let's go to Travis Stone.
And they're off. Music Street and She's Keen from their outside post are fastest out of there. And She's Keen has quickly come on to take over the lead. Inventing muscles her way out from the rail and will stalk the pace from second. Music Street is now third. High Fashion on the outside, fourth. And Take Care heads over to the inside to save ground fifth, while the other 4 line up across the track with a circuit to go. She's Keen right up against the inside. Inventing 2 wide. Now High Fashion comes on to be 3 wide. Music Street pulls out of there with Take Care down inside right up against the rail, advancing up a couple of spots while doing so. So it's She's Keen who remains on the lead around the opening turn. Inventing is a stalking second. Take Care continues to coast along inside third. High Fashion wide on that first turn fourth, and now Music Street is the trailer in fifth. The pace is slow, 24 for the opening quarter to a 48 1/5 half mile. They are halfway home, and it's She's Keen in front by half a length. Inventing is continuing to stalk, is right there, not pressing, just stalking on the outside of She's Keen. Take Care down inside with High Fashion. Music Street has now dropped a little bit farther off the pace, about 5 lengths behind as it hit the far turn. She's Keen, still the leader. Inventing, now given a nudge in second, is a half a length behind, now a neck behind with 3 furlongs to go. She's Keen's feeling the pressure of Inventing. They come together round the far turn, and Music Street comes alive. Music Street with a 4-wide sweep was last a quarter mile to go and is now third on the outside. So they're off the turn. Music Street has swept to the front. Music Street in the blink of an eye, last to first by 2. Inventing, fully extended. High Fashion down the center. She's Keen at the rail. Music Street is opening up to the wire now. Music Street with a quick move on the turn, rambles home to win it by 3. Inventing settles for second. High Fashion third. And She's Keen fourth.
Music Street from that family of that sensational sprinter Extra Heat who won 26 times in her career. Runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
She had that extra heat in her for the, I don't know, for that next to last quarter of a mile. It got that 22 and change, that 21 and change, that extra heat threw at you.
Wow.
This filly exploded. And she was, like Travis Stone said, she was last to first in an eighth of a mile. And a very, very easy win. You know, she was deceiving that mile and 3/16 race at Churchill back before the break. She really didn't do much running for the last quarter of a mile. And to me, she was an easy kind of toss off of that race. But her last 2 races, she did gain some ground going 9 furlongs. That 10th furlong proved to be friend rather than foe this afternoon.
When we come back, it's back to Aqueduct condition claiming race. 6 furlong sprint ahead. And here's your current favorite. My Last Mission, big effort in the mud at Delaware last start.
The Coach champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on Bally Sports SoCal and San Diego. It's brought to you in part by Run Happy. Now standing at legendary stall number 1, Claiborne Farm, as we get set for the 8th ahead. Condition $14,000 claiming sprint at 6 furlongs. Back with us, working double duty today, Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, we'll talk about 3 horses here in the paddock, and 3 horses that all have some early speed. So it will be interesting to see how warm-ups are done and who ends up being the speed of the speed in this spot. But a horse that we know has some early foot is the number 3, Motion to Strike, who's taking a drop in class, and I think that that's going to be the key for him. Came back off a little bit of a layoff, and after running actually quite well, 2 starts back in starter allowance company, ran for the 25 last time out, and just folded after setting that pace. Going to the drop in class in here today, I thought was going to be the key for him. He's a horse that always carries his weight well from start to start. He looks really, really strong and very fit off of the second off the layoff too. As we've talked about quite a bit today, this time of year, as you'll see horses start to turn a little bit in their weight, in their condition, in their coat as the winter months start to get colder. That's not the case at all with Motion to Strike. He's dappled out today. He looks terrific, and I think that he's in the right spot. We know his running style. We know the name of his game, so we'll see if he's able to use that speed to his advantage as he faces a little bit lesser company than he did last time out. The number 7, Ready to March, comes out of a race at this level where a couple of others come out of as well. I thought that he actually ran a much better race than, for instance, Brunate, who's also in here. He went right to the lead and took pressure from Umbria, who ended up getting the win every step of the way. I think that this horse, again, has early speed. He's probably the sharpest of the speed types here in the paddock. He's been really forward. He probably physically looks the best. He is so well turned out. That rich hydrated coat that you like to see. Jose Gomez going to be in the saddle once again. And he's a horse that when he came back in Saratoga a few races back, it just looked like he needed to race into fitness, and that's exactly what he's done. The number 10, My Last Mission, yes, he ran a really good race last time out. He was up close. There were several horses on the front end in that spot, really in tight between horses late, kind of did all the dirty work as they were all run down by a closer. It's a compromising position to be in tight between horses like he was, and that plus Irad Ortiz is making him a short price. He looks the part coming in here, and he stacks up favorably as he returns to the NYRA circuit. Has been very calm and composed here in the paddock, and I will be curious to see how this pace does shake out, Greg.
Yeah, how aggressive is Irad Ortiz Jr. going to be on My Last Mission? That win at Belmont went gate to wire. That was back in May, but there's other speed in this race. Here's part of this big priced entry. X-Top does get the rail.
Yeah, blinkers go back on X-Top. He has a win here at a big price at the Big A a couple of seasons ago. We'll see what he does from the rail draw.
Stablemate right next door, our boy Cheekham.
It is a big priced entry, and it should be. Both of them will need a big form reversal off their last efforts.
Motion to Strike could be part of the pace as well.
A lot to like about him today. We'll get to him in a minute, but he should be forward under the bug rider.
9-1 box of Joe Manny Franco for Rob Falcone.
Yeah, he gets a rider trick, a big one to Manny Franco. We'll see third off the layoff if that does the trick.
I thought the Met was interesting coming in from Finger Lakes.
Yeah, comes in from Finger Lakes on a 2-race win streak. Tries beaten claimers now as he's part of the 3-year-olds in here.
There's the one Acacia was talking about, Ready to March.
Yeah, we'll see how
Speedster.
We'll see how much speed he shows with the other bug boy in here.
Breaking Stones, Javier Castellano rides.
Yeah, should work out a good trip under the Hall of Famer. Another horse getting a big rider switch on the switch back from the Finger Lakes circuit.
Bernate making a nice appearance here for the Bond Barn.
He'd like all the speed to hit up front and see if Junior Alvarado can unleash a big run. He was second at this level at 7-5 last out.
Best race of My Last Mission's career. He's coming in from Delaware, but it was in New York. It was at Belmont back in May.
Yeah, he actually ran a similar fig back in May that he did last time in the mud at Delaware when he was forward again. Problem is, if he's forward today, he's got some company on the front end. I think Irad will take him right off the pace and get a good trip outside of the speed.
Minutes of post here in this 8th. Want to remind everyone, registration now open for the final handicapping contest of the year, Cigar Mile Challenge. Prize pool seated with $5,000. You can play the contest online with NYRA Bets or on site at Aqueduct. Go to NYRA.com /contests to register to play today. Good luck to everybody. Here's the 10. This horse makes a very nice appearance as well. Let's take a look at My Last Mission in action on October 27th. Ooh,
he just threw, yeah.
Ortiz.
Just threw a Rod Ortiz Jr. We'll see if the Outriders, he's loose. Here he is. This is the Delaware race where he's going to tire after making a move to the lead third under Jeremy Rose in his first start for this barn.
And he is going at a pretty good clip. Outrider trying to catch up to this horse.
Just went past us here. There's a Rad. He's walking around.
That's a good sign.
He's probably more aggravated that he's 2-1, and he's probably not going to get a chance to get the money in here. But the Outriders, they do a great job here. We really, really have a great crew here, and they're able to apprehend My Last Mission. Normally, I wouldn't use that about our Majestic Thoroughbreds, but he was a bad boy today, so he was apprehended. He got loose for about 5/8 of a mile.
He went a decent distance at a good clip.
He was moving. He was moving. And he's out.
All right, so he is coming out. And here's how it happened.
He just decided to turn around. He saw something in the infield that caught his eye on the turf courses. See a Rad sitting there saying, what just happened? And look at this catch.
Oh, this is tremendous work by the Outriders.
Tag team.
Full head of steam. And able to corral this horse.
What are the percentages? Like 70-30, righties to lefties? That's what makes it even more impressive, right? They caught this horse, the Outrider, this horse was on their left side. That's got to be more difficult. I'm lucky I can hold a fork with my left hand.
Yeah, that's great work right there. Well done. So if you had the 10, you're not going to get the post-time favorite, which as of right now becomes Motion to Strike. The 3, it also takes out some of the potential pace in this race. Let's go back to Acacia.
I just want to give credit to our terrific Outriders here. I was standing in the winner's circle when we did actually see that catch, as you were mentioning, and there were 2 Outriders as My Last Mission came around, and he was very, very close to the rail where the winner's circle is, and at first it looked like he was going to come in between the 2 pony horses, then duck down to the rail, and just a terrific job to do that catch, as it was very, very close up to the outside rail. The dirt actually skidded into the winner's circle from the track, and it was really amazing to see that. And as soon as he was caught, he stopped immediately, jogged back to the winner's circle fine, but he definitely expended quite a bit of energy in his little joyride today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. So with that out, how does this change things in here?
Well, I wasn't going to take 3-1 on Motion to Strike, my top pick. Certainly not going to take 2-1. I can't believe how much money this horse took.
Well, look, he's speed. There's still, even with the favorite out, Ready to March the 7 is a horse that wants to be forward, and it's going to go.
This is an old school. Pat Reynolds, one of the most old school trainers we have here. Gets the horse off a layoff, run the horse a little higher in class, so he protects him a little bit from being claimed. He runs him 7/8 to get him fit to go to 3/4. Now he's 9 to 5. I thought he was a little bit of a live long shot today. This horse isn't going to pay $6 if the tote board holds sway.
Well, if you had the 10, you now get the 3 as the favorite in your multi-race wagers. The battle for the pace up front between the 3 and 7. Let's go to John Imbriel.
And they're off. Breaking Stones going out for the lead. Ready to March now moves on through. Motion to Strike down at the rail. It is Ready to March who has a narrow lead. Motion to Strike at the rail. Breaking Stones is now back running in 3rd. Brunati is next in 4th, followed by X-Top at the rail in 5th. Our Boy Cheekham is in between horses and in 6th. Then comes the Met, and Box of Joe is at the back in 8th. The quarter 22 and 3/5 seconds. Motion to Strike down at the rail. In between horses, Ready to March, and Breaking Stones on the outside. 3 of them stacked across the track for the lead. The front 3 have 3 lengths on Brunati, who's racing in 4th as they come for the quarter pole. Now it's between Breaking Stones and Motion to Strike as Ready to March drops back. Here is Breaking Stones on the outside to take the lead. It's Breaking Stones in front in the stretch. Motion to Strike is back running in 2nd and drifting out there. Then comes Brunati and Ready to March, followed by the Met. But it is all Breaking Stones who has broken away from this field. Breaking Stones is going to win by at least 10 lengths here. Brunati was 2nd, and finishing 3rd was Motion to Strike.
Breaking Stones absolutely dominant against this group for Chris Engelhart and Javier Castellano.
Yes, and by about 3,760. Motion to Strike was your favorite, so all of the favorites tickets from my last mission dumped onto Motion to Strike. So again, even more eliminated from the pick 5 and the pick 6 as you scratch into the post-time favorite, who was a well beaten. You heard Johnny I. I don't even know how far this was. I don't even know how far this horse won by today. But you got to say to yourself, off that trip, Javier Castellano and Breaking Stones had to be licking their chops the 3/8 ball after that 22-3 opening quarter from 2 horses who know no other speed besides go for the first half mile.
8, 9, 3, 6. You call races. You called this morning, the first couple of races on our card. How do you work on that, gauge that in your head when you're calling a race to determine the margin of victory?
The best word in the English language is about. You just hit them with the about. And that's what I would have done. And, you know, it's funny, too. We saw it at both Churchill Downs and at Aqueduct. I wanted to be a racetrack announcer since I was 8 years old, so it's a little bit of a passion of mine. So I'm a nerd about it. The shadows really can mess you up, right? Travis is dealing with some wild shadows down at Churchill today. Johnny I is dealing with them because when they get to the quarter, it's almost exactly on the quarter pole, Greg. Maybe we can get a shot of it. The shadows literally start yards from the quarter pole. So you have all of this sunlight, and the thing in the morning was I realized I had never called a race that early. We had 11:50 first post today. The sun splashes on the clubhouse turn, and then it kind of gets normal. And now it's, what is it, that was 11:50. It's 3:20, so it's 3.5 hours later, and a third of the racetrack is covered in shadows. Here, you'll see it right here. That's the quarter pole, and there are the shadows. That's not, you know what I mean? That's a first down.
Well, luckily for Johnny Brial here, Breaking Stones was long gone.
Long gone. He won by about 10.
Trying to hit a fastball in the shadows. Javier Castellano, 3-win afternoon. That one was easy. Late pick 4 next to Churchill Downs. $50,000 maiden claiming 1-turn mile. And this is one of a few contenders in here. Light or not, we just saw the 6 leave our screen for Mike Maker. But Revenue Train, the 1, major player as well. We'll be back.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was a
basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Live action from Aqueduct and from Churchill Downs. Breaking Stones, third win of his career in 21. Start Javier Castellano with a 3-win day, winning for Chris Engelhart. And back with us, good to have FS2 rejoining us here.
How about Javier, the renaissance of Javier Castellano this year? Johnny I and I were actually talking about it when he got here today. He had won, I guess, the second win, and we talked about it. A lot of people wrote Javier Castellano off, from people who do what we do to owners and trainers. And if my calculations are correct, he is a handful of victories away from 150 this season. That's a lot of wins, Greg. So, you know, I sound like dodgeball here. Bold move, Cotton. I mean, that's a lot of wins for a guy who, if we're being honest, looked like he was on the other side of the mountain. Now he could still.
Leon. He's found the fountain of youth. His Saratoga was sensational. It is carried all the way through.
His agent, PJ Campo, has to get some credit here. I'm not saying it is agents are the be-all, end-all, but in this game now, relationships are forged, and there are a lot of times where trainers will ride agents, not necessarily riders. I don't think that's the case here. I just think it's hard to ignore how well Javier has done, and I think his agent has done a good job at peddling him and showing everyone just, that there's still a little gas left in the tank.
Part of it, too, I mean, he wasn't 100%. We're seeing him now. He's back, fully healthy.
That's a hard sell, though, Greg. Right? A guy who's one of the elder statesmen in the jocks room. Now you got to sell that this guy's back to where he was in a room full of Irad Ortiz, Jose Ortiz, Manny Franco, Joel Rosario, up and comers like Trevor McCarthy,
and
to
be
Dylan
at your best
Davis.
Too, you got to be fully healthy.
No question about it. No question about it. Jose Lascano. I mean, that's a rough room down there, man.
It's been fun to watch him. Resurgent, no question. 3 today for him as we're going to head back to Churchill Downs. Race 6, going to kick off that pick 4. And, talk about Revenue Train. As we went to break, Revenue Train, dirt debut with 6 furlongs, then went long on grass, but faced a horse named Keel Life in that straight maiden race, who actually has won 3 in a row, including a stake for Brad Cox.
Yeah, in for the 50 today. He stretches out on the dirt for the first time, tried the mile at Kentucky Downs on the grass in his most recent outing a little over 2 months ago.
Interesting with it, too. Really poor start in the debut for Kenny McPeak. Tried to go a mile and a 16th in the debut. A lot of times you just put a line through that first start.
Took a little money, stays at the level. McPeak's numbers are pretty good second time out. He's a little quiet on the board, though. He's right around his morning line of 12-1 at 13.
Amber Cascade, Ricardo Santana Jr. will ride for Cherie DeVoe.
Another drop, daughter a free drop. Billy's going to get a little bit more ground this afternoon. Nice work tab coming in from Keeneland. And Cherie has good numbers, special weight to maiden claimer.
22-1, Spunk.
First off the claim for Gennaro Garcia. Started out to meet 3 for 6, just 1 for 11 since. That was his dirt debut last time out.
It was favored for maiden 30, long way back to third. Light or not, major player for Mike Maker.
Found the front end with the blinkers on for the first time, and Luis Saez as well. Almost saw it through. Cuts back a 16th of a mile in one turn.
9-2 on Electric Sense for Brad Cox. That second start, Horseshoe Indy race taken off the grass, makes this horse a player.
Yeah, was third in the slop last time out. Comes in off special weight races at Horseshoe Indy and drops in for the tag at Churchill.
Taxed drops in class for the first time for Matt Shire.
Yeah, added blinkers last time and showed a lot more speed. Tried this one-turn mile in her debut. Didn't do much running, despite being 6-1.
Speed against better last start, though. Here's the 10 at 11:01. Inspector Penny with Corey Lannery.
Yeah, completely ignored on the tote board last time. I found it a little strange. Corey Lannery rode the number 2, Lexington Diamond, on debut. He winds up on Inspector Penny in here. And this was just taking some money at 11-1.
Yeah, for Neil Pessin, trainer of sensational sprinter Bell's the one. Psychedelic at 16-1 with Joe Rocco Jr.
Didn't do much running in 3 turf tries to start the career. Drops in and goes turf to dirt at a big price, 15-1.
And 12 would have attracted a lot of attention, but comes out for Brad Cox. Let's go to Paul LaDuca for more as we get set for this pick 4 coming up. Paulie.
Yeah, already got a 1 to 2 shot or a 3 to 5 shot beaten in the pick 5. Hopefully you're live in that pick 5 as Whitman Beckworth gets the job done. He has another runner later on in the card that has a big shot too, Sabalenka. And one of these horses in here has faced him. Now let's get to the horse on the rail, Revenue Train. I'm a little bit surprised that she is not the favorite just because she's out of the Mike Maker barn for Gerardo Corrales, working great guns at Ellis Park, but she comes out of 2 live races. Key of Life, obviously we know how good she is, and then he went to, Mike took this filly to Kentucky Downs where he did have a great meet, and she didn't have the greatest trips at all. Now they go back to the flat mile. I would think she'd have her ready. This is for Mr. Dubb and Mr. Caruso. They're not afraid to drop. I thought 5 to 2 right now. I thought this horse would probably be 8 to 5 in the 9 to 5 area. Maybe it's a little bit more wide open than I look because, the 9 tax does figure in here for Matt Scherer. This is a horse that did get some action first time out in a 12-horse field here at Churchill Downs, going the flat 1-turn mile, put the blinkers on at about 11-1, and then just ran around the racetrack from a impossible post at Keeneland and showed some speed and hung around. And I think the other part about this is Tyler Gaffleone hangs around too on the 9 tax. So that's got to be a little bit of a positive if you do like the 9. Now the 7 is the horse I'm a tiny bit against, Electric Sense. And usually when you're against guys like Cox and Pletcher, they usually come back to bite you. I just can't get over that race. At even money, an off-the-turf event in a 7-horse field at Indiana Grand, you had the lead and you could not seal the deal at even money. That running line just sticks in my head where I have to play against the 7 in here, especially at that price. I will say this, the 1's going to be my choice. The other Michael Maker runner, the 6, obviously is a player in here showing some speed with blinkers. I will say this, though. My long shot is the 11, Psychedelic. And hear me out a tiny bit. This is a horse that was 9-1 first time out and then 6-1 second time out. Look at the works at Churchill Downs training track on September 6th and the 29th. This horse got bet off the works, off dirt, into the turf races. And I'm wondering if this 11's going to like the dirt a little bit at 18-1. So I do like the 1 on top here, Revenue Train, just coming out of better races. I do think the 9's got a big shot. And maybe the 11, Psychedelic, could cause another upset here at 18-1, the gray.
Paulie, thanks. Yeah, that work Paulie's talking about most notably is that bullet drill, September 29th, quickest of 13, that 47-4 move. So obviously in the morning has shown some ability on dirt.
Yeah. Been a little slower over the same surface in the 4 subsequent works. I wonder if this horse was just a little keyed up before making that last start. And it showed. I mean, horse was working fast and went 23 from the rail, kind of just ran off and tired late. I wish I had something clever to say here, because I think Paul did a good job at poking some holes in the favorites. I just landed reluctantly on the 9 taxed. So I took some money in the big field first time out with an inside draw going the 1 turn. Then got stuck with an outside draw at Keeneland going the 2 turns. The blinkers went on. It sharpened her up a little bit. I think this is the right drop. I think the 1 turn mile is probably going to suit her a little bit more, although I don't think you can have a good assessment based on the draw last time. She kind of made the most sense to me.
Speed against better, going longer, and now shortens up a little bit, so it doesn't have to last that extra 16th of a mile. Tyler Gaffalione on the 9 taxed. We're set for the pick 4 on this Sunday card from Churchill. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Spunk off awkwardly, so to Electric Sense. They're near the back in the early stages. Revenue Train down inside broke out okay. Lexington Diamond is there, so to Amber Cascade. Far outside, Taxed races up, and Light or Not is there too. But Taxed comes on to take the lead as they move up the chute, and they come for the main track, and she's built the 2-length lead as they cross over. Light or Not moves up into second, Amber Cascade toward the inside third. Electric Sense comes away fourth. Lexington Diamond moves up into fifth. Revenue Train down inside, nudged along while sixth. Psychedelic is seventh by 5. Spunk is at the back with Inspector Penny. Pretty strung out field down the back stretch runs because the quarter was pretty sharp. 22-3. Here's the half, 45-2. They're on to the far turn, and it's Text, the leader. Pursued by Light or Not in second. Light or Not is nudged along second. Text is cruising along up top. Now it's a length and a half. Amber Cascade is asked to pick it up third toward the rail. She started to make some progress now. 5 lengths back to Electric Sense. 6 lengths back to Lexington Diamond. They're at the quarter pole, and Text rolls off the turn. 2.5 lengths in front. Amber Cascade comes off the rail. Light or Not is third. The rest with a lot of ground to make up. 1 furlong remaining. Text in front. Amber Cascade continues to fight on, but is still second. Still second to Text. Text with a 3-length lead down to the wire, and she went start to finish, winning by 2.5 in the end. Amber Cascade, then it was tight. Psychedelic or Light or Not.
Tyler Gaffalione, we expected him to put this filly in the front end. He did. She goes gate to wire for the win.
Yeah. Just put her on the front end. She broke alertly. Put her in front. The old harness adage. Can't get any trouble on the front end, Greg. And that cut back to the 1 turn. The post doesn't matter as much as it does at Keeneland around the 2 turns. And Tyler Gaffalione knows that. If you ride her in the special weight race from a tough draw, you really want to ride her for maiden 50 from a decent draw.
So Tax the victory. Gaffalione, Matt Shire. As we head back to New York here, the 6 furlong sprint for New York breds, an allowance optional claiming field. And that is the 3-2 favorite. Rider changed Trevor McCarthy, injured yesterday, broken collarbone.
Friday.
Wish him a speedy recovery. And Joel Rosario will ride in his place here for Ray Handel on this 3-2 favorite. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll start there with Funny How. And yes, certainly Trevor McCarthy after a broken pelvis, thinking with him and hoping to see him back in the saddle soon. But according to his wife, Katie Davis McCarthy, in good spirits. So Joel Rosario taking them out. And Trevor has handled all along Funny How really well. But I think she has just continued to improve. She's a short price because her last 2 races have been very good. And she looks like the short price favorite here in the paddock. She is the standout. She is incredibly fit and strong now as she's continued to strengthen up and develop with each subsequent start. She's forward, she's eager, she's everything that you'd like to see. She got a good trip last time in that stalking spot just behind the pace setter, and when she got room, she had plenty of run late. But I think that, again, she's a filly that is just continuing to take steps forward. And honestly, in her first 2 starts, she ran quite well and kind of was able to break through and take that step forward when needed when breaking her maiden against Open Company. She's going to be tough to beat here, and she is pretty tactical too, which I think is to her benefit. The number 2, Happy Sophia, had a big price. Broke her maiden 2 back and then finished second against this level of competition in that most recent start. She actually broke really sharply in that last effort. Was soon overtaken, but given the pace, I thought actually held pretty well to be second behind an impressive winner in Cupid's Heart, who won that race by 5 lengths. And she's just one of these mares that races consistently and carries herself well, managing herself well from race to race. She's kind of those one of those lunch pail types of horses that Richie often talks about. She has her weight well from race to race. She looks healthy once again coming in here. I don't have any problems with her, and I do actually like her cutting back a little bit from the 7 to the 6 furlongs in here today. The number 4, Ruby's in Time, goes back to this New York bred $45,000 level after facing tougher last time. And she was one that I thought was really fighting her rider for much of the race last time out. She was high-headed. She kind of had her mouth wide open. She was really pulling against Manny Franco. She's always been a nervous type, one that tends to kind of live on the edge prior to her races. She's very relaxed here in the paddock, but I'm hoping Javier Castellano can get her to settle, put her head down, and get into the bridle, because I think that's the key to her, because she really, I thought, expended a lot of energy in her most recent start fighting against her rider. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. There is the favorite. So 7-5, Funny How, Rosario for Ray Handel here. And she's coming in off back-to-back wins. We're going to show you that last win. This was first time in against winners, Belmont at Aqueduct on October 22nd.
I hated her chances last time. Hated them. Her owners were making fun of me on social media. I'm friends with the guys. I did not like her at all last time. And she galloped. And she's turning into a really nice, I think Acacia said it best. She just, you as well. I mean, she's just developing into a really nice filly. They didn't rush her along. She ran behind a couple of fast fillies in her first 2 starts, and she's kind of finding her way. And she's 6-5 in here. I'll be honest with you, she's the heaviest lean of the day for me.
All right, trying to make it 3 in a row. Here's Honey Money, Jose Gomez from the inside.
She had speed once upon a time. It's really fallen off, and her form is just completely falling apart.
Happy Sophia, she ran a big number last start.
Yeah, for a barn that usually pops at a price, you're almost a little weary when she's a little weary and leery when she's 4-1.
Dylan Davis looking for another one.
Yeah, pretty clever. Comes from off the pace. We'll see how much pace she gets to run at today for Jamie Begg.
Yeah, Ruvy's in Time, second off the Claim Orlando Nota barn.
She used to have plenty of gas. I wonder if Javier Castellano gets her forward today.
Shadlamo, huge price.
In way over her head as she tries the optional claiming ranks.
There's the filly to beat, Funny How.
You know, she's no clown. She's not here to amuse anybody. I think she gets the job done at a short price.
Hallelujah went by that great moment at Saratoga. Jackie Davis riding for Dad. She'll do again today. And then Quality Stones, major player outside with that speed.
Crop dusted the $20,000 claimers last time. I mean, she just galloped last time. Boy, I got to tell you, Greg, with Honey Money drawn at the inside and Ruby's in Time, I think this pace, it looks like, here's Quality Stones last time. She got to the front, and she's a black belt, finished 3rd in here. She was the quote-unquote other speed. She never got within a length and a half of the winner, and she just absolutely rolled on the front end, as easy as could be. It was the first time she had closed the door and finished the job since May. And what her 2 most recent wins have in common is there was some moisture in both of those tracks. We'll see. If you had her last time at 5-2 against a very, very easy $20,000 claiming field, you cannot go back and take this price against, I don't want to say it's a significantly tougher race, but Happy Sophia's in pretty good form. Ruby's in Time has figures and is run against better. Funny How is really moving up the ranks nicely.
Still, she should be alone in front, do you think?
There was a time where Honey Money and Ruby's in Time were fast. We haven't seen speed out of either of them in a while. And, they go hand in hand. Did Honey Money's form fall apart because she lost her speed? Or did her form fall apart because they stopped using her speed? It's probably the former. Why would you stop using your best weapon? doesn't make any sense. So maybe she lost her best weapon. That makes more sense. Ruby's in Time. I remember there was a scenario where, this was back when Rick Schosberg had her. She finished third in the stakes, the Dancing Renee, where there was just way too much. Sadie Lady was going on the front end. Joel Rosario took it in his own hands to take her off the pace, and she got some black type. And the next thing you know, she never sees the lead again. She only has one win, having never seen the lead again in 11 subsequent starts. But, you know, the way Javier's riding, he may take things into his own hands and be forward. I don't know. 3-2. 3-2 on this horse is almost a good. I almost think this horse is a good price at 3-2, and I would never say anything like that. I think it's a good price.
She's the now filly in the spot. Again, trying to make it 3 in a row. A lot of upside, it appears. 2 for 2 here at Aqueduct. Psychedelic did get third. Paulie, nice call on that big long shot, getting third place money at Churchill Downs that he gave out as one to look at. As they load up, race 9 here. Here's Honey Money. Jose Gomez for Bonnie Lucas. 7-5 favoritism. Been favored throughout. Funny How on a roll right now for trainer Ray Handel. Both those wins coming here at Aqueduct, at the Belmont and Aqueduct meet. And see if she can make it 3 in a row at a short price. Going 6 furlongs. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call. Here's race 9 on our Sunday card from Aqueduct.
Waiting for Rubies in Time, Hallelujah, and Quality Stones. And they're in the gate. And they're off. Happy Sophia and Rubies in Time, and they're joined on the outside by Quality Stones, who quickly rushes up. Quality Stones, who was off a step slow, is now the leader, and the leader by 2 lengths. Happy Sophia and Rubies in Time right together, second and third. Funny How is next in fourth. Then Hallelujah in fifth, followed by Honey Money down at the rail. And then it's Pretty Clever, and Shadow Lamo trails the field in eighth. Opening quarter in 23 seconds. Quality Stone steps away to lead by 4. Rubies in Time gives chase in second. It's a break of 2. Happy Sophia is down at the rail. The favorite, Funny How, is on the outside. And then farther back, it's Hallelujah in fifth, as the field comes for the head of the stretch with Quality Stones the leader. Rubies in Time moving into second. Funny How is on the outside in third. Happy Sophia has a drop back down towards the rail. Here comes Funny How up to take over the lead. Rubies in Time runs in second. Quality Stones now back in third. With a 16th of the finish, it is Funny How, a 3-length winner. Rubies in Time was second, and Pretty Clever came on to get third.
Funny How runs down Quality Stones. Didn't break sharp, blasted off anyway, and opened up a big lead, but fades badly in the stretch here. 3 in a row for Funny How.
Nice filly. Developing very, very nicely for her connections. Ray Handel, Delphi, Matt Cutter. Yeah, nice filly. 1:12.1. That's a good final time for this track, too. I'll tell you. Good effort from Rubies in Time. She woke up a little bit today. And, yeah, 6-5 on the favorite. Proved to be a gift around the quarter pole.
3 for 3 on this surface and 3 in a row. 6, 4, 3, 5. 20-1, 69-1 in third and fourth.
Chadalamo busting up the superfecta ticket,
Maddie
my man.
Over.
Maddie, I
early on in her career.
I love how she's. Is that her 4th mount in the Super 3 of the 4 times? I like that. Hanging around. Teddy KGB would say, hanging around.
She's impressed early on from just a few mounts. Funny How, though, truly impressive here as a 6-5 favorite.
We got good fellas and rounders in that segment. I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, how about that, huh? We're taking time out. We'll be back. Prices from this one when we come back. In the nightcap, going to be sprinting on the turf when we come back.
consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churls fight running on. Mason in front. Churls fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Funny how? Nothing funny about her as she just keeps winning. And I'm very pleased to be joined by owner Matt Kater. As Matt, funny how she just seems like she has continued to take steps forward, and another big performance today.
Yeah, I mean, she's just been amazing the last 3 starts. I mean, we kind of thought she would be this kind of filly from the beginning, and it just took a couple starts to get there, but the last 3 have been amazing.
And how fun as one that just continues to improve. And we saw her even coming back to the winner's circle. She was still fresh. It looks like she really enjoys her job.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like the last 3 times she's won, you know, she kind of has won going away. She's not winning by, 7, 8, 9 lengths, but she just seems to have more in there, in there somewhere. So she's just an exciting filly. You just don't know, how far she can go. So it's amazing.
And I think we've all gotten to learn a little bit more recently about Adelphi Racing Club and about the experience for people participating, and how great to have such a good group here at Aqueduct in the winner's circle. It's always warm in the winner's circle, right? And what an experience with a filly like this.
Yeah, it's easy to get a big group at Saratoga, not so easy to get a big group at Aqueduct when it's freezing, but it's just been such a fun ride. And by the way, I'd be remiss if I didn't say, speedy recovery to Trevor McCarthy. He's ridden this filly the last 4 times, and, we wish he was on her today. Obviously, Joel's an amazing jock and an awesome replacement, but Trevor's wife Katie rides the horse in the morning. There's just a good connection there, and so it's kind of a bummer that he wasn't able to ride her today, but hopefully he's back on her soon.
We hope so too. Mac, big congratulations to you and the whole team on Funny How and another win.
Thank you so much.
Funny How with the big victory and some applause down here in the winner's circle, guys.
Philly on a roll. I'm glad they say that too about Trevor McCarthy. The good news for Trevor, not going to need surgery on that broken pelvis too.
That's awesome. That's great news. Good for him.
$4.40 for the win. Funny how. Ruby's in time. Pretty clever. 2nd and 3rd. 3 in a row for this filly. As we take a look at the pick 6.
When Fluffy Socks scratched, she was the single. I'm going to tell you what, though, Greg. Wide open board in the 5th with the 2-year-old fillies. I had had enough of Mose, so I got banged out of the pick 5 and the pick 6. Mr. Karras was the 4th choice. Breaking Stones was the 2nd choice after the late scratch of the favorite. And the lean, I mean, if there was a lean in the sequence, I think the lean just got home. So hopefully you were able to put up shortish money and you get yourself to alive to a few horses in the finale. It's a tough race, though. I'll tell you what.
It is.
I want to have half this field. This is a tough bunch.
6 furlong outer turf sprint, first allowance condition race, 7-2 mild favoritism to just say when. Mike Maker, Arad Ortiz Jr. earned a very big figure at Kentucky Downs last start. It's tough to read a lot of times, these efforts at Kentucky Downs. Sometimes they translate forward, sometimes they don't.
They're not that tough for me. I'm not trying to be pompous about that. I felt a couple of years ago that those races kind of started to live on an island. And if I'm not saying they can't come back and reproduce their form, but more often than not, they come in off the good races and they get bet off those good races. And I'm not saying to pitch them, but for a horse like this to be 7-2, and we have a lot of time to post, if this horse holds his favorite in here, it's kind of a ridiculous price on this horse. I mean, I don't think anybody should be. So this board is supposed to be as it is right now, but landing on this horse as a favorite is just plain wrong.
Mild favorite.
Yeah,
It's
I mean
7-2.
he's the second choice by a dime in the daily doubles. It was very close in the pick 3.
All right, we'll get back to it. Go to Churchill Downs, race 7. Allowance race for non-winners at 2 life, mile on the grass.
The first time I covered a grass race down here in a long time.
Well, this one here getting on the grass for the first time for trainer Brad Cox, Gary Mary West, but there's some pedigree there. Dan was multiple stakes placed on the grass and produced a 3-time winner on the turf.
These Union Rags, Chad Brown does whatever he can, has done whatever he can to make Union Rags a turf sire. I can tell you that. So far it has not worked. So this filly better hope the bottom half of her pedigree carries the day.
Meanwhile, favoritism right now to the 3 Freitas the Red, who we saw at Saratoga this summer. It says blocked, steady. I didn't think the trouble was all that bad. Did have to alter out and shift outside, no question. But
well, right there, she kind of gets herself, married to the rail. Yeah, but even in there, like she made that decision. And right there, she kind of has to steady a little bit, and then she gets outside of the tiring leader. And by that time, Free Look, who's a pretty nice filly for Klarovich and Chad Brown, she's long gone. She comes out. She's a maiden, and she's the favorite in this race right now. She has never won a race, folks, and she is currently your 2-1 favorite over 2 fillies, the number 4, Safine, and the number 9, Sabalenka, who did not disgrace herself with her 4th place finish in the Jessamine. She's 2-1, having never won a race against a couple of fillies who broke their maiden. One last time, 2 starts back.
yeah, as you mentioned, look, that was against Free Look, who she was making up ground on, having to shift out, who was second, Miss Grillo, for Chad Brown. She faced Beat Her Best before that, who actually won the P.G. Johnson and was third in Miss Grillo.
Beat Free Look that day. She was just behind. She finished behind Free Look in her only 2 turf starts. They left her on the grass last time with that foreign pedigree. Left her on the dirt, and she actually ran pretty well last time. She got beat just 3 lengths.
I like her. There she is. But I'll say this, she did have, that little bit of trouble. She had to shift out. But before that, she had a very great run on the inside.
She did. She was far back. But they were flying up front, and she was able to take advantage of that pace. It's never you're giving some experience away when you're taking a maiden against winners at 9-5, though. And it's not like that race against Free Look that she wouldn't have won. Free Look was winning that race. It was not like you say, well, she shouldn't be a maiden. No, she should be. She should be a maiden. She wasn't beating Free Look that day.
You want to talk about a brutal trip, the 6 up to something. And her only turf started with the sprint Kentucky Downs, just obliterated in the stretch when she was making this huge move that put her into contention. So huge excuse in that only turf start for her. She's 8-1 right now.
Yeah, but Rafael Bejarano rode her on the dirt last time, going 2 turns at Keeneland, and he's going to stick with her. That was one of those restricted. That race was worth $250,000 at Kentucky Downs.
Amazing purse money, and that's why we see all those big names go to the dueling grounds for that short meet.
I wouldn't trade being a New York bred for anything in the world. Except those 2 weeks of Kentucky Downs. I kind of wish I was a Kentucky bred.
We're going to see jet setting first here in a moment. Brad Cox going to shift this filly to the turf for the first time here in start number 3.
Top half of the pedigree suspect for the grass. Bottom half is very nice. We'll see. This filly broke a maiden, and Brad Cox thought enough for the runner in a Pocahontas in her subsequent start. Haven't seen her since.
Moriarty has not done enough. 3 starts on the grass and has shown nothing.
No, they may have to find Holmes and Watson to find her good form. Another maiden trying winners in here. She goes back to the grass.
Here's the maiden. We showed you that race. The favorite 9-5 here for Kenny McPeak.
4th different rider in her 4th career start. Good second-place finish on the dirt last time. Back on her preferred surface this afternoon.
3-1 next door. Safin got off slow when she was beat barely by Sabalenka. She came back and broke her maiden.
Got beat a zop by Sabalenka. Came back 6 weeks later. Got the job done from well off the pace at Laurel. Returns to Kentucky and gets Luis Saez in the boot.
Tap. There's the 5. With Julian Leperoux.
Broke her maiden for a quarter, first time out of Colonial. Came back in less than a month and finished off the board in a off-the-turf Salima at Laurel in the slot.
Did close into some very slow fractions. Up to something. Here's the one with that brutal trip at Kentucky Downs.
You mentioned the bad trip. She went 6.5 that day. Tried a dirt going long last time. She'll try the turf going long today. She's 8-1.
South Lawn, Tyler Gaffleone for Norm Cassie.
Maiden win came off the grass over at Ellis Park. She also ran in the Pocahontas. Last time out, she tried the turf and did not do a stitch of running.
Chiquita Mosca. Second time on the grass.
Lone turf race was in a $500,000 Kentucky Downs Stakes over a boggy ground. She'll get firm turf this afternoon.
Sabalenka, she was a nose better than Safin. I don't know, she nose ahead of her. I don't know if she was better that day when she broke her maiden. Then she went into the grade 2 Jessamine and was 4th.
Yeah, she wound up from her rail draw being widest of all on the far turn. She made up some ground late. Broke her maiden 2 back over Safin at Kentucky Downs. 5-2, and she's on an outside draw again.
Minute to post coming up in the 7th at Churchill. It's a maiden, Paulie, who is the favorite right now. Philly, we got to see at Saratoga this summer.
Yeah, excuse me, it is here for Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez. And Freddie's red figures in here, you know, because just off the numbers and off the 2 good races, it's just very murky who's going to go to the front end in here. Now, this turf course, the races that we've had, some of them have been, I would say about 80% of them, you have to be somewhat towards the front to get a decent trip. Now, jet setting, you talked about the bottom half of the pedigree. You don't really see a lot of forbidden apple mares around that much anymore. But, you know, this is a filly that has some speed, and I would think Florence Giroux would go from the rail. You're not getting the live money, and I think people maybe get scared away because, oh, it's Brad Cott's not taking a lot of money. Sometimes they'll surprise you with horses like this, and maybe the 1 jet setting can get on the front end. Now the 3, the horse that we were talking about, Freddie's the red, you know, I'm kind of with you, Wolfie. I saw the trouble, but then again, this horse is a horse that comes from so far out of it that kind of causes her own trouble. Now, last time on the dirt, she showed a little bit more speed, but did she really? It was a 6-horse field, and it was a bunched-up group, so I don't know where she's going to lay early in this field at all. You guys mentioned the 4, Safin. She was well meant first time out from the 1 hole at Kentucky Downs. I'll tell you right now, it is tough to win from the 1 hole, period, there in Franklin, Kentucky. So for this horse to come back and win off that debut, he got beat by Sabalenka that day, and Sabalenka looked tremendous on the race course. The worry with her is she comes from way out of it as well. Now, Ricardo Santana will be in the irons. We already saw with Beckman Strike with Music Street, who absolutely circled your favorite in that 1.5-mile race. For a lot of people that don't know him, he used to study under Chad Brown. So I think turf would be right up his alley. I just love the way Sabalenka looked on the racetrack. Just a little bit worried the way it's playing, if she can launch from way back. And Greg, up to something, the 6. What a wild card. I'm completely with you. The horse looked absolutely loaded. Looked like she was going to make that move, and she sort of got stopped. I'm a little bit worried she has not taken some money in here off that trip. I thought she would take a little bit more money than she has. So I'll probably settle on the 9, Sabalenka. I do think the 1 could be sneaky if Flo decides to send from the rail.
All right, Paulie, thanks. Yeah, jet setting. Again, turf debut for this Brad Cox filly. 8-1, really not taking a ton of attention. Right at her morning line. And it is a little strange off that trip. Yeah, the 6, I agree with Paul, not taking more attention on the board.
I'm curious as to whether or not Freitas the Red's dirt effort last time puts a little bit more speed into her. Because the 3 favorites in here don't really have a ton of early speed. I would imagine Luis Saez will be the most aggressive with Safin. But you mentioned Sabalenka. I mean, these horses just don't have any kind of gas early on. We'll see if I would take Safin, the number 4, just based on the fact that I would imagine Luis Saez will have her closer than the other 2. I don't whether that helps or not. I don't know. I hope it does.
Dan with a 1 did produce a horse who was stakes place sprinting on the grass. Here we go. Travis Stone, the call.
They're off. Chiquita Mosca veered in at the start. A few of them crowded there, and Cha-Cha Tap taking the worst of it. Wrangled back to last after a crowded beginning. Sabalenka for that outside post established the point right off the mark. Southlawn comes on while wide. Safin splits those 2, and the 3 of them are across the track into the opening turn. And it is Sabalenka down inside for a short lead. Southlawn moves up into second as Safin backs off to settle in toward the rail third. Jet Setting right up against the inside, holding that spot toward the rail fourth. Freitas the Red is back into fifth. Up to Something Racing in sixth. Chiquita Mosca wide while seventh. Moriarty's in eighth. And Tap the trailer. The opening quarter in 24-2. They're moving down the backstretch run. Sabalenka showing the way. Southlawn is a stalking second with 4 furlongs remaining. They continue on to the far turn. Jet Settings working out a good trip so far. Right on the inside of Safin. They're together third and fourth as they hit the far turn. Chiquita Mosca's been wide throughout. Up to Something. Tries to find a seam in between. Advancing up into fifth. Freitas the Red comes wide while sixth. Cha-Cha Tap's trying to get into it from the back. So they move for the top of the stretch. Sabalenka still the one to catch and rolls off the turn in front, but it's a tenuous lead. Southlawn there. Safin is coming down the center. Jet Setting bottled up in behind. Up to Something switched out. 1 furlong to go. And Sabalenka with something left. Sabalenka's opening back up on Safin. Jet Setting runs up into second, trying to run down Sabalenka. Sabalenka holds on to do it. Jet Setting was second. Safin was third. And late on the scene for fourth was Cha-Cha Tap.
We did not expect to see this filly this aggressive early in the race. Nice job, Ricardo Santana Jr., and it pays off here.
He obviously read the racing form here and said, you know what? I'm stuck with this outside draw. There's no confirmed front runner in here. She has to deal with making up all this ground all the time. Let's see if this works. And it's a great time to try it in an allowance race as opposed to in a stakes race. Right to the top from the outside draw. He made sure he was able to cross and clear. Because I'll tell you what, it's a gutsy move, Greg. If he doesn't get over, he's in for a long afternoon. But he got over, and he was able to hold off Jet Setting and all the rest.
All right, Brock Cox filly taken to the grass. Runner-up finish in the turf debut. Nightcap, Aqueduct when we return. Sprinting on the lawn, and this is still our favorite. Just Say When for Mike Maker. Arad Ortiz Jr. will ride coming off that big figure in a win at Kentucky Downs.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as horses are in the paddock for the nightcap on the turf here, going the 6 furlongs. And we'll start with the number 3, King Angelo, who makes his second start for trainer Jorge Abreu. It was interesting that he was typically a horse that we had been accustomed to seeing on or close to the lead. And then last time out, he was pretty far off the pace. And to me, he never really seemed like he looked comfortable. He had to be asked early. He was hanging on his left lead and then was kind of flat after that. I think his best running is when he is forwardly placed. Now, since he's moved to Jorge Abreu's barn, he's actually lightened up quite a little bit. He looks very fit coming in here, and I do hope that they go back to using some of that early speed that he does possess. The number 8, Sosua Summer, I was so excited back in Saratoga to see him cut back in distance to a sprint, and he won impressively. Unfortunately, his last 2 races have been disappointing. 2 starts back was at Kentucky Downs, and he was pretty far off of it. Last time, though, he had Jose Lezcano had a tight hold on him early on in the Carl Place, and he just had really no run late. He looks terrific in here again today. A great coat. He's forward. He's been marching around the paddock. I really like this spot for him, and I hope that he can get back on track. The number 11, Just Say When, he was no longer trained by Wesley Ward when he moved to Mike Maker Barnes last start, but he ran like a Wesley Ward runner you would expect. Very, very sharp out of the gate with that early speed, breaking from the outside. He was able to take over quite handily. He's a very athletic type of build, and probably one that would have handled that undulating turf course at Kentucky Downs quite well. He looks great in here today and is a deserving favorite off of that effort, Greg.
All right, Acacia, the 1 went by in our post for Diero for Christophe Clement, and here's Allegan.
Allegan got the job done in the turf debut from maiden quarter over to Meadowlands on the gate-to-wire mission last time out.
King Angelo, that big effort at Saratoga, gate-to-wire.
He didn't use his speed in his last start when he was 6-5 and just did not get the job done.
Trust Daddy, Junior Alvarado, rider change.
Yeah, this horse ships in from Kentucky Downs off a ho-hum effort at 44-1 in a similar spot.
55-1, biggest price on the board here with a 5.
Former California runner claimed from Doug O'Neill last time out, makes new connections for a Parks-based barn.
Big price on a horse I thought was a little interesting here coming out of a stakes race, Just Jeremy.
Yeah, got beat just 3 lengths to Run Curtis Run, and Outlaw Kid and all the others now finds himself in a little bit of an easier spot at a gigantic price.
8-1 after 5, Manny Franco, my top selection here.
Should get a good trip here behind some speed. Fired nicely for Robbie Falcone last time in his second turf try.
Yeah, win 3 seconds, 4 tries on the turf. Here's the 8, so Sue Summer.
No front
shoes off.
No front shoes today. Jose Lezcano is going to stay, but the front shoes come off. Horse ran 3rd in a similar spot, 2 back before trying to call place to no avail last time out.
Java Buzz, Kendrick Carmouche, Linda Rice.
Surprised at how quiet this is on the board. He had a nice maiden win in gate-to-wire fashion, 2 back. Tried to stretch his speed in the nay other end, going a mile last time. Steady on, came back to run 2nd in the Gioponte yesterday. Can't believe he's 5-1.
This horse interesting off the lone turf start with Joel Rosario.
I can't believe this horse is 15-1. The 10 Sugar Ray Leonard. Our buddy Aaron E. Munich's probably betting a few bucks on him as he loves Sugar Ray Leonard. This horse sat 2nd around the racetrack in the Saratoga turf debut against Lesser, but he's too big of a price to let go as Rosario tries to sweep the late double.
3-1, favored throughout. See if that remains the case. The 3's getting close, but Just Say When. Mike Maker or Rad Ortiz Jr.?
You're going to tell me that Sugar Ray Leonard and Just Say When, one horse is 16-1 and the other horse is 3-1 off of the same buyer, same top buyer on the turf. One happened at Kentucky Downs, one happened at Saratoga. I'll take Sugar Gray Leonard for 600, Greg. Wow. I mean, and it's not even. How about these pick sixes? Smallest pick six is $6,119 with the 3 and the 11. Good luck if you're alive.
So back to King Angelo.
My top pick, by the way.
Okay, 5-2 has become the favorite now. Showed that speed at Saratoga in a win in this race, July 24th.
Yeah, I don't know what happened last time. I know he had a little trouble at the start, but this horse is fast, and he's I think he's the fastest of the fast in here if he breaks cleanly. If he gets away from there cleanly, I think he's gone on the front end. I think he's faster than Java Buzz. He's faster than Just Jeremy. And I think that if Jose Ortiz gets him out of the starting gate today, these guys are in for the rest of these fellas are in for a long 6 furlongs today. I think he's going to get loose on them. I think he's a really nice horse, and I like the fact that he's in the Abreu barn now.
Let's see if he can use that speed again to his advantage. Got bumped a little bit at the start last time out. Was not forward. And Acacia going with Sosua Summer. You mentioned those no front shoes. The horse did make a really nice appearance. Jose Lezcano on board, 6-1. Back and forth favoritism between the 3 and the 11. But, some prices we mentioned in here. Sugar Gray Leonard. Rosario only has that one turf start. Got a very big figure that it's competitive with everybody in here.
I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get that price. I really don't. That was it's a weird price for me. I'm gonna play some exotics in here. It's a wide open race, but I'm gonna key off of the favorite. I'm gonna use the 3 over the 7, 8, 9, 10. Exactus tries, and I'm gonna play a little super duper action in here. How about that, Greg?
Good luck to you.
Thanks.
There's Jose Lezcano in the background, just left our screen. As the one loads up, competitive nightcap to close out this card. And to the favorites right now, the 3-horse King Angelo has become the favorite again. Pick 6 coming back just over $6,000 to the 11. Yeah, about the same price, $6,119 to those two. And they get a lot better from there on a pick 6 carryover Sunday here in New York. There's the 4, Trust Daddy, Junior Alvarado. Was in that Kentucky Downs race against Sosua Summer. Was a non-factor that day, but has had some good efforts sprinting. In fact, in the Atlantic Beach, back as a 2-year-old at Belmont, ran a good second. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with his nightcap from New York.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Just say when. Far outside. There goes Just Jeremy. Down at the rail is Allegan. Allegan takes the lead. Just Jeremy runs in second. Right alongside is Java Buzz in third. Then comes Just Say When. Running in fourth. King Angelo is next in fifth. As Trainer Please advances down at the rail from sixth. Trust Daddy is next in seventh. Then comes Sosua Summer in eighth. Yarrow is next in ninth. Followed by After 5 and Sugar Gray Leonard. The quarter 21-4. Allegan leads by a length and a half, with Just Jeremy racing in second. And on the outside is Java Buzz next in third. Trainer Please and the white blinkers down towards the rail and in fourth. Sosua Summer has made some progress now and is up into fifth. On his outside is King Angelo, the half, and 44-2. Allegan is the leader here, with Java Buzz giving chase far outside. Trust Daddy is coming on late, and Yarrow is weaving his way through horses. But it is Allegan who has the lead as they come on for the finish. Allegan far outside, Trust Daddy towards the rail. Yarrow, Allegan, a big price as we wrap up another week. Allegan, 58-1.
Allegan, only turf start, was a dominant win against Maiden Claiming at the Meadowlands by more than 6 lengths. Now 2 for 2 on the grass.
Allegan long gone and able to close out the week here. There were some long prices here at the Big A this week. Perhaps appropriate that Abner Adorno, very capable rider, by the way, gave this horse a sensational ride in a race that looked like it was full of speed on paper. He puts the second longest shot on the board on the front end and is able to make every pole a winning one. I hope Andy Serling is home and bet a $10 bill on his main man, Ned Allard, at 58-1, Greg.
Incredible. Way to close this out. Wow, this horse like a shot, just like in the debut, in a very soft spot at the Meadowlands. But that was off a long layoff, too. And no one able to come get him. Like 28-1 underneath as well.
Yeah.
2-4-1-3.
Pick 6 is $113,000. How about that, sports fans? Imagine needing this horse for 113 large, and at the quarter pole you got 2.5, 3, and the only thing coming at you is Trust Daddy and Yarrow. When I'm alive with horses like that, a Rat Ortiz Jr. would have ranged up 4 wide on the favorite, Just Say When. By the way, Just Say When could go down as one of the 5 worst favorites in the history. Oh, he didn't go off the favorite, so I can't even keep going. King Angelo wasn't very good. He wouldn't have been the worst favorite, though. The money Just Say When took in here was absolutely remarkable. How about these numbers to send you home?
58-1 shot to close out the Sunday card in New York. We're not done at Churchill Downs yet, so more action still coming up. But how about this? Horse looked like, if King Angelo didn't break, he was the other speed. Outside of those two, that was it. And he just goes gate to wire 108-3 for the 6 furlongs. Wow. Have these prices coming up in a moment. We're going to take a timeout. Sunday feature next. From Churchill Downs, 6.5 furlong sprint, allowance optional claiming field. It is a wide open group. We'll be back.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Good to be with you on this Sunday afternoon. Card in the books in New York. We got the feature coming up from Churchill Downs. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Allegan was long gone. Gate to wire score. 2 for 2 now sprinting on the grass. 58-1 to close out the card.
Yep, was able to get on a loose lead when King Angelo didn't break for the second consecutive start. Had some trouble with the break. And Abner Adorno took advantage Good rider, makes his hay down at Parks most of the time. He's able to put this son of California Chrome on the Bill Daily, as we like to say, and make every polo winning one. Hey, if you got 1480 over at the Meadowlands back on October 22nd, I hope you took a few of those dollars and came back for 118 even today, Greg. How about that?
Don't see triple digits a lot on the board. Wow, $113,000 payoff in a carryover pick 6. Pick 5 comes back over 17,300. And here's how it played out this afternoon. Give me kisses. Favorite, right, for Todd Pletcher to start off?
Yeah, the only favorite. Two favorites. One of two favorites in there.
Yeah, funny how the other one.
I'd have been alive to 6 horses had I had Mr. Karras, and I wouldn't have finished 1, 2, 3 in the finale.
Tough one to have as we go back to Churchill Downs. 6.5 furlong sprint. This is a good race coming up. Allowance optional claiming sprint. 6.5 furlongs. And this is repealing. Al Stall filly. We'll have Rafael Bejarano aboard, who we saw this summer at Saratoga. She is quick, and she went gate to wire in a win last start.
Yeah, she was good this summer in Saratoga. I was looking forward to seeing her come back. Union Lake, who beat her 2 starts back, is a nice filly for the Terra Novas, and she then was able to open up a big lead. It proved to be insurmountable by just a half length to a T. Now, to a T is not the winning type. Firing Carroll, not a winning type. So you do worry, I believe. I know I worry a little bit about who she beat last time out. To a T just ran out of real estate. And there's some other speed signed on in here. But she's absolutely a player.
Meanwhile, Angitude, we saw in that opening day, Wilton at Saratoga. That was at a mile, won by Tarabi, and she faced Wicked Halo in that Grade 2 Prioress Saratoga last time out. 4-1 is the favorite in this race right now.
This is the filly I like in here. She ran really well, I thought, in the Wilton. Just a little too far. Tarabi got us a fire. I think it's better than anything she's facing in here.
It's the 5.5 furlong win prior to that at Churchill.
Yeah, she was able to sit just off the pace on the leading rider, Talagathleon, make the lead on the turn and improve her position through the lane. The 6.5 furlong should be right up her alley. Like I said, the mile was too long. Last time she was just in way, way over her head. And I think she's found those friends again today, Greg. That's some tote board, huh? Who's the 7?
I thought I was wide open. And here's 7, Zainalarab, formerly with Chad Brown. She just faced Capilia last time out. We saw what she did coming back to win a stakes race just last weekend. Blinkers go on. That was the first time back on dirt for her in a little while.
$1 million yearling purchase at the Keeneland September sale 3 years ago, back in 2019. Wow, 2019 was just 3 years ago. It feels like 3 decades ago. She got the job done. She ran into a wind machine in Australasia. She came back and won, and me, along with a lot of other people, said, all right, here it is. Chad Brown was very, very high on this filly when she debuted. And that was it. She has that 1 second place finish in her turf debut behind Messidor. And you thought maybe there was some rekindled hope. But she is just not. She hasn't panned out. There's no other way around it. You know, you see those big purchase prices, and more often than not, those big purchase prices do not pan out. And she just has not panned out. Maybe the barn change will help her cause. I'll say this: the filly that beat her last time, Capelia, she had a breakout performance last weekend at Churchill Downs. Why is the name of the stakes race escaping me right now? The race that Bell's the one Wisconsin wrapped the career up in. I can't remember now.
Beyond that performance, though, too, I mean, I thought she showed a lot of talent. She actually won her debut.
The Dream Supreme.
She was second to Australasia. I think started out 6 for 6 in her career. This filly has talent, and it seems like getting back on dirt is going to be a good thing for her.
You think so? See, I thought she kind of revived her career a little bit. Her 3 fastest figures are on the turf. I think they're just grasping at straws at this point. I don't think they know what to do with her.
I like that race from her last time out. Right now, she's vying for favoritism. Magic Quest, another one, the 5 who faced Capilia last time out and showed speed against her, wound up 3rd. She's 7-1 on the board. It's a good betting race here coming up. We're going to see Angitude first, still the favorite right now, who you like from that inside post.
Yeah, good-looking Daughter of Violence should get a nice, cozy trip behind the speed under Florence Rue inside. I think the 6.5 furlong distance is going to be perfect for her.
Dirt debut, and she is getting bet. Flatter me silly.
Yeah, Dirt debut. We haven't seen her since May. She cuts back from 2-turn races. She got beat by Rachel Alexander's little sister Gladys last time on the grass. 2 for 8 overall on the turf.
Hazy Command at 25-1.
Yeah, finished 3rd in her first start since a little bit of a layoff from Indiana Grand in July. Horseshoe Indy, I should say. She's hit the board in 3 of her 4 starts beneath the Twin Spires.
38-1. Here's Declan Cannon on Rookery.
Got her first win of the season when she got the job done as the 8-5 favorite when she left Saratoga and went down to Hawthorne for Wayne Catalano last time out.
3rd off the bench for Magic Quest. She showed pace against Capilia last start.
Her 2 wins came with Brian Hernandez Jr. aboard back in the summer of 2021. He's back here for her 3rd start off a year-plus layoff.
Zainalarab, blinkers on, Brendan Walsh.
Yeah, 2nd start back on the dirt after 3 turf tries. It's seen her hit the border all 3 times. The blinkers, the return to dirt, I think they're grasping at straws here at 4-1.
Altered Shot for Greg Foley.
Didn't have the cleanest of trips last time out, though. I don't know how much trouble she had. She comes back quick, just 10 days after Ari Oakley went gate to wire off a layoff for the Asmussen barn.
10 for 11 on the money here. She's a 4-time winner at Churchill as well. Fire on time. She's quick, and she's shown talent for Dale Romans.
4-time winner from 6 starts. The other 2 finishes with 3rd-place finishes. Voided claims in both of her last 2 tries, back in April and June.
Here's the Alstall filly. We started off with our coverage of this race, coming off a win at Saratoga.
Didn't beat much, but she ran against a nice filly in Union Lake, 2 starts back. You see Echo Zulu on her card in her debut. She's done little wrong. We'll see how much speed there is to keep her company on the front end today.
Mischievous Diane. She was forward in that Grade 2 Priors against Wicked Halo and backed up. Blinkers come off today.
Blinkers come off, like you said. It's part of a barn move from Ray Handel to Jose Cameo. Cameo barn started off really fast this year. It's quieted down considerably as of late, and this horse has tailed off form. See if she can refine it at 8-1.
Still looking at the 10. There she is, the one we were just talking about. So Mischievous Diane Adam Biscuitza aboard by herself without a pony. Put together back-to-back wins in New York and last year, beginning of this year.
Here's the best name in the race coming up.
Bomb Diggity. Yeah. 17-1 outside. Ricardo Santana Jr. for Steve Asmussen.
No diggity, no doubt. 2nd off the layoff. Kind of chased a little bit last time. Did not do much running against Capilia. She's 2 for 6 overall. But she's burned a little bit of money. She's never been higher on the board than 560-1. And today, she is 17. She's higher today than she's been combined in her first 6 starts.
And that also eligible Compelling Smile, Dale Romans, Martine Garcia, huge price outside. Let's go to Paula Duca.
Yeah, guys, a confusing race here. 6.5 furlongs here for fillies. And oh my goodness, you can make a case for about 8 or 9 of them in here. We'll start with the one, Brad Cox's filly, Angitude, in here. Draws a rail in a tough race. And it's going to be very interesting what Florent Giroux does from the rail. There looks like there is an abundance of speed in here. It looks like the 5 could be the speed of the speed and could be rounding into form. So where does Angitude lay? Maybe in that cozy little trip and try to stay behind the speed of the horses here. But, when I look at this race, I do see the 5 Magic Quest as being the speed of the speed. Off a really long layoff, got tired. 2nd off the layoff, a little bit more stamina and was behind Capilia. Like Anthony said, had her coming out party. So I think the 5 might stick around a lot longer than people think. The 10 horseman here is the lowest in the will pays when it comes to pick 3s and doubles, but not really taking a ton of money on the tote board. But this is, like I said, a race that just could be ripened for anybody. This is a filly that's been very, very fast. Tyler Gaffleone, you don't know. This horse could have been entered, but he lands on the 7 in here, and that's probably where I'm going to land here too as well. Zainalarab, I get it, $1 million, been a tiny bit of a disappointment. The blinkers today, they worked with the blinkers last time in a dynamite work, 47-2. Now, she's sort of been a good workhorse in the morning. She came out with, they were almost full-cut blinkers. I thought they might be cheater blinkers, just trying to, just wake her up a tiny bit. They were pretty good-sized blinkers, so I think the 7 might run a big race. It might have to run down the 5 in here. It just depends on what's going to happen early in this race. I will say this, guys. The 2 horse in here, Flatter Me Silly. When you look through this race, I thought the 6 Guana K was a big scratch. You can maybe say the 12 Bomb Diggity can pass horses. There's not a ton of race horses in here that like to launch, and there could be a fast pace. If this 2, Flatter Me Silly, for Laughlin-Back Stables, who won a race yesterday, if this horse takes to the dirt at all, this horse is going to be rolling late. And I would think with the pace being fast, I would not leave the 2 off the ticket. My top selection is the 7. My long shot is the 2. But I also would not throw out the 5 just in case if nobody wants to pass, the 5 could be in front.
Yeah, the 5 Magic Quest coming out of that race against Capilia when she was forward, definitely interesting. And Flatter Me Silly, the 2, never been on dirt, 8-1. Paulie's going to throw in here. It's interesting in such a wide open race that she is at 8-1.
She'd need a meltdown, right, Greg? I mean, don't you feel that way? She would need an absolute meltdown here. First time dirt, first time sprinting in a while. Her turf sprints are not bad. And it makes sense because you get more pace in the turf sprints than you do in the routes. But you got to deal with this surface for the first time. She, on the surface, by Flatter out of a posse mare, you would think there'd be more dirt there than turf. I don't know. This is a salty bunch to try to find her at 8-1 to navigate through all this traffic. I mean, you'd have to imagine she's going to be far back. She has no speed in turf routes. A dirt sprint? And Corey Lannery's not the most aggressive guy in the world. I'll tell you what, she'll be on the rail. You know that. With a filly that has some tactical speed and angitude to her inside, and this guy taking her dirt for the first time, if you want to find Flatter Me Silly at the quarter pole, just look at the rail. That's where she'll be. I'd be surprised if she's not. Now 3-1 on angitude. I mean, I think it kind of makes sense. She's the one when you look at who Repealing the number 10 beat last time out, and you look at Zelanarab and all of her disappointments, wasn't Angitude the horse that makes the most sense? She breaks a maiden first time out. She catches a multiple stakes winner, grade 1 winner in Society next time out, returns to win, tries to Wilton and runs against a couple of nice 3-year-old fillies in Tarabi, Goddess of Fire, came back to run 3rd in the Alabama. Then last time she runs against Wicked Halo and Union Lake without her Lasix. Now she gets the Lasix back. Fast track, sprints. It's Gerardo Corrales, by the way. There was a late rider change. I didn't get that on the number 1.
Yeah.
It's not Giroux.
You like her more than I do, but the public agrees with you. We'll see if she can get it done. If she is forward out of that 1 post, I mean, she's going to have company. There's other speed in this race.
Yeah, she can't find the lead.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping Corrales gets a cozy spot. Now 5-2. She's really taking some money late. Yeah, just kind of drop in. Me too. I am too. I thought Repealing would be the favorite. But I guess it just on paper, it just looks like there's too much speed in the race. But Bejarano's got the best draw of the speed in here. He's outside of all his speed, and he's the one that could take the best look. I guess Mischievous Diane has some speed as well. Bomb Diggity's been forward. It's an interesting race. I think if Corrales is patient with Angitude, I think he can work out the right trip.
Brad Coxbarn made the favorite in an extraordinarily difficult race. Short price. Off the bench, first time we've seen her since the grade 2 Prioress. Big drop. But, you mentioned Mischievous Diane. She's coming out of the Prioress as well.
Mm-hmm. Barn change.
Some ability in there.
Yeah.
Travis Stone, the call. Here's race 8 from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Pretty even beginning from mid-pack. Zayn Al-Arab was showing some early speed, so too Magic Quest, an altered shot. Fire on time from the outside, and Angitude down toward the rail. Zayn Al-Arab backs off to be 5th in the early going, repealing, advancing up into 6th. Mischievous Diane losing ground. 7th, Hazy Command advancing toward the rail, within 5 or 6 lengths of the lead, and is up into 8th. And then it's a break of 3 back to Rookery in 9th. Bomb Diggity racing 10th. Compelling Smile is 11th, and Flatter Me Silly is the trailer. And the opening quarter goes in 22 and 4. The round the fire turn altered shot goes head to head with Magic Quest. And Fire on Time is right there to make it 3 across the track for the run of the quarter pole. Repealing comes on to grab 4th. Zayn Al-Arab is back into 5th. Hazy Command comes wide 6th. They're off the turn. Altered shot, Fire on Time head to head. Repealing rolls up into 3rd now. Magic Quest gives way. Zayn Al-Arab, Hazy Command is there. Flatter Me Silly down the center. 1 furlong to go. Fire on Time powers away. Fire on Time put 4 lengths on him in a few strides and is heading for the wire, and it will be Fire on Time. Sharp in victory, 2.5 in the end. Hazy Command rallied for 2nd. Zayn Al-Arab repealing an altered shot.
She is a win machine for Dale Romans. 5 for 7 record now. 3 for 4 at Churchill. Fire on Time off the bench. Hadn't raced since early June, the win.
Yeah, we talked about those 2 voided claims. Didn't seem to bother her with a nice little respite from the springtime. Back in against allowance types and protected today, and she was ready to Fire on Time, was ready to fire off the bench today under Joe Talamo. Gave her a nice ride.
Hazy Command getting 2nd? 22 to 1?
Yep. Down the center of the course.
Did not figure on her being part of this exacta. 9-3-7. Zayn Al-Arab gets 3rd. Fire on Time, though, much the best in this spot.
Yeah, easy kind of winner today.
1:15 and 3. That's sharp time.
Just one of 2 fillies in the race who had more than 2 victories. The other was right next door, the 8 altered shot. She's now 5 for 7 in her career with a couple of 3rd place finishes.
That is very quick.
You got 9 to 1 on her today. Greg, I am convinced the only reason you got 9 to 1 on her today is those 2 voided claims.
1:15 and 3 for the 6.5. That is moving. Fire on Time. 3 wins in a row. Does this off the bench. And a 3-time winner now at Churchill Downs. Dale Romans and her ready to roll today under Joe Talamo. $20 winner in a feature. Nightcap still to come.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
All smiles here in the winner's circle here at Churchill Downs with winning jockey here, Joe Talamo, who was aboard Fire on Time. And we were just talking, this horse has been voided claim 2 times in a row, and thank God that this horse hasn't been taken because you've won 3 in a row on him.
I was going to say, I think they're pretty happy they've been able to keep her. I mean, yeah, you can't knock any of her races. I mean, she's hit the board in every single start she's raced in, and just very honest. I mean, she put you in the race real early. We had a beautiful trip today. I mean, I just kind of sat off those 2 horses and just kind of let her do the rest down the lane, and Dale had her ready to roll today.
You talked about how game she is, and she put you right into the mix. And here's a horse that was in the claiming levels. Now she steps up against this field. She gave you a lot today, and that was a fast time, Joey.
Yeah, and I mean, this was a pretty tough race, too. I mean, it wasn't no easy allowance race. I mean, that 1:15 and 3, I mean, it's not like the track's lightning fast. Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty legit time. And again, I mean, hasn't done anything wrong. So, I mean, if she stays in this form, she definitely could be something good.
Well, Dale's not here right now. What do you think he's doing? Smoking a cigar, watching this right now, or is he going to give you a call here in a little bit?
I think he's got a nice grin on his face with a bourbon on ice and cigar. Pretty close.
Joe Talamo and Dale Romans get it done with Fire on Time, a filly that has a lot of courage.
And it looks like a lot of talent, too. I mean, again, we say that time, 1:15.76. That is moving for 6.5. And from the get-go, she won her debut. Now she's 5 for 7 overall.
Nice bankroll as well.
She's talented.
She got today 55, 73-ish. 73-ish to add on to 100. Wow. She's earned over $250,000 already.
We're going to see her in some tougher spots going forward after what she did to this field. Dead heat for 4th, by the way, 9.378, 9.3710 for your supers.
2006 she paid to. That was a good year. Like 2006. The only thing bad about that was the Beltran strikeout. Awful.
What went right for you 2006?
I made a lot of money in 2006. 2006 was good. A lot of fantasy baseball money. I was single.
What do you mean? It should be better now. What are you talking
good.
about? 5 furlong sprint to close it out in the 9th at Churchill. Entry-level allowance coming up. This is a tough race, too. Backyard money, 5-2 for Dwayne Lucas. You have a Wesley Ward runner in this 4 who has never been on dirt, but looks like has plenty of speed.
Yeah, and she's your 6-5 favorite right now in a race. You know, so these 5 furlong races, for the most part, were carded as turf races, and they backed off on the turf racing down at Churchill Downs. Steve Asmus has had some success. He won the Philly version and the Colt version last week, and now there's another one of these here today. Wesley Ward horse figured to take some money. I think this is, as our buddy Andy Sullivan said, I think she's the reason that you want to bet this race, because it's 6-5, 7-5. She's a wild card on the surface. There's some other speed in here. But if you're going to quote-unquote fake it, you're going to fake it going 5 furlongs.
She's got bullet drills working in the morning. There's another Wesley Ward, though, in this race as well. No, actually, she came out. Sorry, the 6 and 7 came out. So Top Gun Girl, we'll see how she handles this surface. Can't believe it. Another one that maybe could show some speed in here, that 5. We're going to have this.
Tyler Gaffalione on 5.
Okay.
Yep.
We'll have this for you when we come back. We're going to look back to earlier in the card at Aqueduct today. A couple of stakes races. Stonewall Star, as many expected, impresses in the key sense. And how about this performance? Gate to wire in the Forever Together under Dylan Davis. We'll be right back.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much looks the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. It is presented by Naira Bets. Beautiful time of night here.
The gloaming.
That's what they call it?
That's what we're in the gloaming now, yes.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. We still got the nightcap coming up at Churchill Downs. We're going to look back to some earlier stakes action today in the card here in South Ozone Park in a talented 2-year-old filly, most expected to win. I guess the questions for most going in was just how short the price was going to be and how much she might win by, Stonewall Star.
Yeah, the question was a nice margin and very short. And she just went to the lead from her mid-pack draw. And this was never really in doubt, Greg. Nice filly, developing nicely. Fun to see these New York breds. Always good as a kid that grew up on the circuit to see the black and white for Barry K. Schwartz have a nice one. And this filly is just that. She's a nice filly. I don't know what the official margin was. I would say 3.5 under the line. But again, from the time the bell rang until the time she hit the wire, she was a winner every step of the way.
Coming out of a stake against the boys at Finger Lakes, Acoustic Avenue, Andiamo a Firenze. She was third against that group. It's always a good sign when you see the peek back like that.
Yeah, it's peek
got
back,
a lot left.
Looking to the infield to see just how far in front you are.
Impressive Stonewall Star, Horacio De Paz, Barry Schwartz, and Jose Ortiz, easy winner in that New York bred Key Sense, race 3 on this card earlier today at 6 furlongs.
Start to feel old when the stakes races are named after horses you remember like it was yesterday. I remember Key Sense. I remember Forever Together, who we'll talk about as well. There they are. Many, many, many a winner as a kid. Boomtowner, the first one that comes to mind for me. Mike Hushin, long time. Richie rode all of those horses for many, many years. But yeah, Barry was our president here for a while at the New York Racing Association, and they're part of
song,
when
my
you
fave.
yeah when you see these silks, and you for me, the gray and the beard now, it makes you feel like a kid again. So it's always good to see the familiar faces. And you see the trainers have changed along the way. Like I said, when Mike Cushion retired, Linda Rice had some horses. Todd Pletcher had some horses. Now Horacio De Paz, under 40 years of age. For the guys under 40 years of age, he's right at the top of that list of people who are going to make some noise. He's a brilliant trainer.
Big time on this circuit, no question.
Yeah.
Forever Together, it was race 7. It started off to pick 4. we thought it was a lot more wide open. The board reflected. Messidor took a ton of money in this race, but Dylan Davis, he went to the front, and that's back-to-back gate-to-wire wins for Mr. Krars, who did have to dig in and fight when Evie Jets comes up to her here, and she showed a lot of grit.
Smart ride by Dylan. He took advantage of not one but two biases. It looks like the inside's been good on the grass. It looks like you want to be in front as well, and he's able to hold off Evie Jets, who it was a carbon copy of last time until the 16th pole. Last time she went by. Today, Evie Jets could not get by Miss Dracaris.
At 5-1, and she's now 3 for 4 in the Aqueduct turf with a victory.
Horse for courses, possibly, Greg? She seems to be better here at the Big A than she was anywhere else.
Inside was very good today on the grass.
It was. It's been that way for a week.
But, hey, give Evie Jets credit, too.
Back-to-back big efforts from her, yeah, for sure. For sure.
But today, about Mr. Karis, and well done by Dylan Davis to take advantage here. Lack of speed in this race takes advantage for Neil Drysdale. Al Shirah Farms. And now a 4-time winner on the lawn. A couple of interesting stakes. Certainly the earlier stake, obviously, I think a lot of people thought it was a foregone conclusion. But this one of the wide-open betting races on the card. And, of course, we end with a 58-1 shot on a pick 6 day carryover that pays over $113,000.
So I think there were 3 winners of the pick 6.
Okay.
Congratulations if you found that horse at $118 and were able to find, because we talked about it. Funny How was probably the lean for most people, and she got the job done very easily today. But the rest of them were in the 5-2 to 5-1 range, and there certainly was not a horse where I don't think anywhere where you could say, okay, I feel comfortable singling Mosey, or I feel comfortable. I'm never singling Mosey. I'm not singling Mosey in a one-horse race. So you got you were able to find the right path to glory, and you were able to. I like to call it the coconut. The coconut fell from the tree, and Allegan got the job done at $118.
What a way to close it out. We're going to look to the Chilookie Stakes when we come back from a timeout. Stakes the other day, and it was Brian Hernandez Jr. What a ride from him to take advantage in here. He was aggressive. A couple other riders in here were not.
Not so much.
And it was the difference for a grade 3 win for Chris Block and company. We'll have it for you when we return.
Level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places. That can't happen.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
The cost could be the entire industry. We have to take care of these horses.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi racing experience, and let's win races together.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We have the nightcap still coming up at Churchill Downs. Top of the hour, going to be saying momentarily goodbye to FS2. Going to have to start Delaware UConn men's basketball on FS2, but they'll be rejoining us on just a little bit when they can flip back over to FS1. And we're going to be saying goodbye to Bally, SoCal, and San Diego. You can find us on our YouTube page.
Always.
New York Racing Association is where you can find us. We're going to look back to the Chaluki. Happened just yesterday. Feature on the Saturday card, Churchill Downs. Surprisingly, no one wanted really to show any speed here. Brian Hernandez Jr., she can't sing. He was aggressive early, sat right off the leader in this race and took advantage.
It's horse racing. It's not jockey racing. The Chaluki was a little more jockey racing than it ordinarily is. Because Brian Hernandez Jr. was the only one that used his noggin and put her on the front end when Coach and Mariah's passion. I have no idea how this race unfolded the way it did. But if you backed She Can't Sing, I think of my mom when I hear that name. My mom I love my mom. She does so much for me, but she has a little tough time carrying a tune. She'll admit it.
Okay.
Yeah, so the karaoke is not very good. She was able to take him virtually gate to wire and didn't really face much pressure in doing so. And it just boggles my mind that she was the one that was on the lead.
It was surprising. Credit to your mom, though. You said she makes an amazing stuffing, so you have that to
look forward
to. A better skill to have.
Absolutely.
Especially next week.
Listen, you don't get this physique if your mom can sing. She has to cook to get this physique.
Well done by Brian Hernandez Jr. Team Block, very happy about this.
Sure.
Loeffenbach Stables, a big win for this mare. And a surprise, I think, to many. Because she had that one race. It was a year ago at Churchill that was sort of out of nowhere, aberrational, but she does it again, Paula Duca.
Yeah, she really did. And you know what, Anthony? You could sing after your mom makes the stuffing, and that'll make it a lot better. But, yeah, I thought she was absolutely tremendous yesterday. And, you know, Chris Block, he doesn't get a lot of credit. He's a guy that's been in the, the Midwest, Chicago area, and kind of been pigeonholed as a turf trainer, trains horses that go 1.25 miles, 1.5 miles. He's had some very, very good team block as well. But, you know, this one was bred and owned by Loeffenbach Stables, and I thought it was actually pretty cool. In the winner's circle, Neil Pessin and Ian Wilkes, who both trained for Loeffenbach, actually were in the winner's circle for the Chaluki for She Can't Sing. And I was mentioning to Neil Pessin, what's going on here? He goes, well, we all train for Loeffenbach, and, you know, Chris should give me credit because I originally had this horse in my barn. But when you get a versatile filly like this, and she popped out of the gate right on her toes, nobody else wanted to take the initiative, like you said. And this was the first time she really had taken a field gate to wire, except that one that you mentioned, Greg, the other race here at Churchill Downs where she showed speed, ran a 95 buyer. She duplicated it yesterday. She's a Bernardini mare. We have mentioned that before, and even Andy has, that Bernardini mares are very, very a big commodity when it comes to the sales, and now she's a grade 3 winner on dirt and grade 3 placed on turf. So her value is going up. I don't think it was much of a fluke. If Coach and Mariah's Princess would have broke yesterday and been more aggressive, maybe there's a different outcome, but I really feel that she still would have won that race. That's how sharp she was.
Yeah, it's a big performance, and a rider that we say it a lot on this program when we cover Churchill Downs. Brian Hernandez Jr. usually has his mounts in a prime spot to perform, and he certainly did yesterday. Again, FS2, Big East Hoops coming up next momentarily. We'll see you in a bit. Race 9, Churchill Downs. This is how they're going to close out this Sunday card. 5 furlong sprint, first allowance condition race. That's a difficult one to try and decipher in here. Wesley Ward's Top Gun Girl, 6-5 favorite. Filly who has never been on dirt but has some bullet drills in the morning.
Yeah, we'll see if Top Gun Girl can get around Comedy Act, who might be faster. Backyard Money going to try to protect Rail, I would imagine. Should be a mad dash to the front end, going 5/8 on the dirt, rather. I'm sorry.
Here's Backyard Money. We'll kick things off with this D. Wayne Lucas filly, who won by 7 lengths in the mud at Saratoga this summer as a favorite.
2 for 3 at the Spa this summer with a second-place finish. Broke her maiden at a big price back on July 27th. Went down to Churchill last time out, going 3/4 of a mile and tired late. Cut back in distance should help her cause along with that rail draw.
5-2 with Mikhail Michel. In the irons, Icy River next door, 20-1 for Eric Foster.
Yes, this horse tried the dirt in her last 3 starts, won off the turfer 3 starts back at Horseshoe Indy.
Comedy Act certainly in with a chance. Joe Talamo trying to take the late double. Teams up with Randy Morse.
Yeah, he's going to try and do it in the same fashion. This filly has some speed as well. She could be the speed of the speed. She went 5.5 off of a 2-month break last time out.
Here's the Wesley Ward runner attracting a lot of money. Dirt debut.
She's run well on both turf and all-weather against colts as well as fillies, and she will try the dirt for the first time today.
This potentially could be the quickest in the field. I know the Wesley runner is probably quick, but can't believe it. Turf sprint speed last start and has shown dirt speed as well.
That's one of the leading riders in Tyler Gaffalione. Third start off of an October layoff from last year. Her only bad race came with Lasix. Looks like she had an allergic reaction that day. We'll see what happens with her. She's your second choice, co-second choice anyway at 5-2.
No Drama Mama. She won her debut. That was in the mud at Horseshoe Indy back in November of last year. She's been off since February.
This is a great name, isn't it? No Drama Mama. Yeah, broke the maiden in the mud. 2 races at Oakland Park, nowhere near as good as the Horseshoe Indy race. She will need to improve.
Who is quicker, the 4 or the 5? It looks like it's going to be those two vying for the front end in here. Meanwhile, Backyard Money from the inside.
What about Comedy Act? You don't think Comedy Act could be as fast as these? I thought she could.
Possibly.
I don't know.
These two are pretty quick. Here's Backyard Money. This was on this muddy track, Saratoga. It's a good summer, as you mentioned, for this filly.
Closing day
upstate
at the old Spa. Yeah, she just rocked a 7-length win. She was eligible for the starter allowance races by way of her first start last November in a maiden 50 at Churchill Downs. Yeah, she had a good summer. Things went the wrong way when she got back to Kentucky. I wonder, and I think when you look at a filly's form like this, Greg, and we'll talk to Paul about this as well, she has 3 races at Saratoga that are considerably better than the 3 races at Churchill Downs. Maybe she's a horse for the course up the old Spa.
Yeah, could be. Let's go to Paul for more on an interesting nightcap.
Yeah, it is an interesting nightcap for me, Greg. What do you do with the Wesley Ward filly? We all know that Wesley's horses come out guns a-blazing, and this horse has never been on the dirt. Got bullet drills coming into this. Maybe you could take a positive is that, okay, Wesley's not jumping this horse into a claiming race. He's obviously protecting her. She did not run well in a giant race at Presque Isle Downs when she was the favorite, but a little bit under 9-1 at Kentucky Downs. She ran well. She ran second. So, she's probably the speed of the speed, but is also the 5 fast. Now, Florent Giroux, that's my mistake. He was limping around a little bit yesterday. He tried to give it a go today, and he actually banged his foot earlier this morning, so he was off his mounts. And Tyler Gaffalione getting on the 5 shows to me that James DeVito's got a little bit of intent here that the 5 is going to run. It's just really tough to tell if the 4, 5, and the 3 can go at it here early on. I know it's only a 5-furlong race. Does the one Backyard Money fall into that good spot with Mikhail Michel and be able to run these horses down? I just don't think she's quick enough. Although D. Wayne Lucas did win the last race on the card a couple of days ago, and he's still here waiting for this horse to run. I think this horse got a big shot. Maybe if the 4 and the 5 could hook up. Greg, the 2 and the 8 are carryovers in the 20-cent pick 6. The 3 is a pool job. Good luck if you're alive.
How about that, Paulie? Thank you. And Comedy Act certainly could win this.
Sure. You could argue that at that price, she's the horse they're asking you to bet. That's a big price on her. Right? She flashed speed last time off of a 2-month break. Cuts back a 16th of a mile. You know, Joe Talon was as aggressive as they come.
Yeah, who's gonna
blink?
Take command early.
And who's gonna blink? Might be more. The better question might be who blinks in that proverbial game of chicken on the front end here.
3, 4, 5. They're all quick. Icy River's not exactly slow. I don't know if she's quick enough to keep up with these. Might set up perfectly for the Dwayne Locust filly inside.
It could. She could work out the right trip.
And now even money, wow, on this Wesley Ward runner. Dirt debut for the 4, short price.
I took the 5. I like the price. I like the rider. I like the racing back into shape after the 11-month layoff, third off the layoff. I think she's primed for a big effort today. Can't believe it.
Close out the card with this 5 furlong dirt sprint coming up, and even money on the 4. Top Gun Girl trying a new surface at a very short number. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Top Gun Girl breaks with gusto straight to the front. Can't believe it, comes away sharply as well. Second on the outside. No Drama Mama on the extreme outside. Races up with Backyard Money toward the rail. Between them is Comedy Act racing up into 4th. No Drama Mama's back into 5th, and Icy Rivers the trailer. Round the far turn, and it's Top Gun Girl pressed along by Can't Believe It. Top Gun Girl extends the lead now. Opens up by a length. Comedy Act rolls up on the outside. Backyard Money's going to try and cut the corner 4th and toward the rail. Icy Rivers there as well. No Drama Mama wide off the turn. First off the turn is Top Gun Girl in front by 2, heading for the 8th pole. Can't Believe It. Comedy Act all chasing Top Gun Girl. Gerardo Corrales looking back for the competition, and there is none. Top Gun Girl streaking under the wire by 3 lengths in the end. Can't Believe It was second. Comedy Act was third, and Backyard Money was 4th.
Blast off. That was the plan with Top Gun Girl. Never had been on dirt before. Just too quick for this group. Welcome to those just rejoining us on FS2 after that Big East basketball starting on the network. Greg Wolf, Anthony Stabile. This was a race to close out the card at Churchill Downs. Wesley Ward with a filly who obviously took to the dirt.
It didn't really matter, right? Surface did not matter. She was in front. She was just the fastest, the quickest of the quick, speed of the speed, and she was long gone.
All right, let's go back, see this in full. 5 furlongs on the dirt to close out this card from Churchill.
And they're off. Top Gun Girl breaks with gusto straight to the front. Can't Believe It comes away sharply as well. Second on the outside. No Drama Mama on the extreme outside. Races up with Backyard Money toward the rail. Between them is Comedy Act racing up into 4th. No Drama Mama's back into 5th, and Icy Rivers the trailer. Round the far turn, and it's Top Gun Girl pressed along by Can't Believe It. Top Gun Girl extends the lead now. Opens up by a length. Comedy Act rolls up on the outside. Backyard Money's going to try and cut the corner 4th and toward the rail. Icy Rivers there as well. No Drama Mama wide off the turn. First off the turn is Top Gun Girl in front by 2, heading for the 8th pole. Can't Believe It. Comedy Act all chasing Top Gun Girl. Gerardo Corrales looking back for the competition, and there is none. Top Gun Girl streaking under the wire by 3 lengths in the end. Can't Believe It was second. Comedy Act was third, and Backyard Money was 4th.
4-5-3 finish. Top Gun Girl, Wesley Ward. That's what he's known for, getting his horses to break out of the gate and be quick. And this filly was in her first ever start on a dirt surface.
Yeah, look at, Corrales takes a peek back here, and very rare you see a rider leave the starting gate and just keep the same seat and same hold, everything.
We have an objection. It's against the 3rd place finisher. Comedy Act, the 2-horse against the 3 out of the gate, we're being told.
Okay.
So, objection for third here. Finished 4-5-3-1, but not involving your top 2.
That shouldn't last too long, right? A lot of gate objections.
You don't see that a lot. You don't see many DQs out of the gate.
No, not anymore. And this is, you feel like it hasn't been that long. We're going on almost 20 years with that. Wow.
Well, the 2 came into the 1 a little bit.
I grew up going to the racetracks in New Jersey, Monmouth, Meadowlands, Garden State. They used to fine jockeys for frivolous claims of foul. I would be invoking that rule here.
So the 2...
Didn't he kind of do it himself?
2 comes into the 1 a little bit because the horse broke a little weird, and then 3 takes that ground, which she had a right to because it was open space.
2 makes contact with the 1 and claims foul on the 3. Okay, got it.
I would think this, well, we'll see what happens.
What a waste of time.
One more look. So keep your eyes on the 2. Looks like takes a bit of a funny step just out of the gate and then leans into the 1. And as a result of that, the 3 comes over and takes that space that's there.
Didn't even come over that much.
Yeah.
Just kind of held ground.
Looks like nothing.
Strange. Very strange. Frivolous. I used to love when I would hear, when I would get to the Meadowlands, like the next week there'd be the paper in the racing office, $50 fine for a frivolous claim. I was happy about it because I hate when there are nonsense inquiries.
We see it every now and again. We'll keep you posted on if there is a change. And again, involving your third place finisher here, seems like there would not be. If we were the stewards, we are not. We'll wait and see what the decision is here coming up. We'll have the prices as well from Top Gun Girl momentarily. Derby winner back where he made history. Rich Strike lining up again. Grade 1 Clark. He has proven he is not a one-hit wonder. Ran big in the Travers, ran even bigger in the Lucas Classic and get Hot Rod Charlie. We're going to see him next Friday.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it.
Internet, 575,000. Thank you. PC, 675,000. Oh my, 725.
What we're seeing from Audible across the board are very athletic shapes, strong hips, and powerful bodies that look like they have speed, which is really what you want to see from the freshman stallion.
When you enter Gainesway, you can feel the hallowed ground beneath your feet. 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky that once housed the famous Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm.
It's a gorgeous place. When I look around, all I see is work, but it is an absolutely stunning Stunning property, just immaculate looking barns. They're more like churches inside, the woodwork, the stained glass, the stone, the tile. I've said it a million times, if I could come back in my second life, I'd like to be a stallion at Gainesway.
The Gainesway roster of stallions includes the generational sire Tappet and stallions ready to make their mark on the sport. Expectations are high for McKinsey. As Street Sense's best son, McKinsey is a Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, and 4, from distances of 7 furlongs to 1 mile and 1/8. He consistently ran the lowest Ragozin figures of any stallion set to retire in 2021.
McKinsey is a stallion prospect. It's the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. You couldn't be more excited about him. The book of mares he got was unbelievable. So we're really excited about him at Gainesway right now. I felt the mares we got in his first book was a great group. We bred a lot of fast early mares to him. We bred a very nice, well-rounded group of mares that can do anything. So we're going to give him every opportunity.
His first runner's debut in 2024. August has been a banner month for Gainesway. On the track, Caraconti's 3-year-old daughter Spenderella throttled the field in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks.
Field sent on their way
to become Caraconti's first Grade 1 winner.
Spenderella striding away. 4, 5, 6 could not have been more impressive.
In the sales ring, a Gainesway offered yearling topped the leaderboard when a gun runner colt out of Heavenly Love sold for $2.3 million at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale.
$2,300,000.
We've been very fortunate to have the support of a lot of successful breeders who deliver us quality product. We try to present that product the best we can, as professionally as we can. It's our goal to maximize results for our clients. We're all very fortunate to be a part of this place, and I think we all just want to do what we can to ensure that it will carry on for a long time.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Card in the books at Churchill Downs. We're going to preview some big names in action next week that you're going to see on our program. Wesley Ward, filly, Top Gun Girl. Liftoff.
Yeah.
Right from the get-go. Broke like a shot out of the gate. First time on a dirt surface. And did you say this? I mean, sometimes just going 5 furlongs, maybe it didn't even have to be that good on the dirt. Just the speed was going to carry her, and it did.
Fake it.
But maybe she is very good on the dirt.
Did she take your breath away today?
That was a great song. Did you like the new movie?
I thought I felt like after The Godfather 2, it was the best sequel I had ever seen. I thought Maverick was unbelievably good.
So you probably wrote the review I saw saying it was the best movie ever made.
I didn't write that, but after The Godfather 2,
off on that.
I think it was the best sequel ever made.
High praise. I enjoyed it. Carry over the pick 6,
which we will be covering on Wednesday. $22,220 and a few pennies. Literally, there's literally pennies there. Okay. No, we used to have pennies in our carryover. I don't know where they went. I think Andy took them.
Blame him while he's not here. So,
of course, what else are we going to do?
Extra handicapping to go after this Wednesday card. We're going to have coverage for you on Wednesday.
Yeah, my PPs are right over on the flop table.
This is what we have for you next week. Falls City, Cardinal on Thursday, Grade 1 Clark on Friday. And guess who's back?
The
Derby winner, Rich Strike.
The Derby winner. Stars of Tomorrow 2 on Saturday.
Okay.
With the Golden Rod and the KJC, right? And there
it
is.
Rich Strike, what a moment in the Derby, but he has gone on to prove he is a serious racehorse. 4th in the Classic. He just missed against Hot Rod Charlie in the Lucas Classic. It's probably going to be the horse to beat in the Fall City.
Yeah, one of the more controversial races of the season. You're going to see an awful lot of get another movie reference in a little Days of Thunder, Rubbin' Is Racing.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Sonny Leone outside on Rich Strike.
Just got him 15 days, folks. Got him a little vacation. Get to spend some of that Derby money.
Elbow into the chest of his rival inside of him.
Tyler Gaffleone was having none of it. Tyler, I'll tell you what, there aren't too many guys I wouldn't want to elbow. Tyler Gaffleone's one of them. And right here, you see some real overly excessive. I know that's redundant.
Richard Migliore was on with
ride.
us yesterday. He just called it Bush League. Yeah, I mean,
Probably the
leaned
best way
over,
to put it.
compromised his mount in the process. And here it is, red cap on the outside. And that's Sonny Leone, your Derby winner with Rich Strike. Leans in the elbow into Tyler and Hot Rod Charlie. You just don't do that.
Here's the. I don't even know how to phrase it. The funny part of it. The last thing you want to do is engage Hot Rod Charlie. If he would have kept this horse a path and a half or two where he was away from him, he probably wins. And you know what? This is this could very well have some year-end implications, because with the unfortunate injury to Epicenter, if this horse would have won the Lucas Classic and combined the Lucas Classic win with, if he wins I think if he wins the Clark anyway, he can stake a claim to the 3-year-old championship. Right now, it's Gunrunner. I feel like right now it's it could be Gunrunner. Right now, it's Epicenter. Same silks. If he wins the Clark, he has a huge case, Greg. He's a Derby winner. He's a Grade 1 winner against older horses. He was second in the Lucas Classic. He was fourth in the Breeders' Cup. Finished fourth in the Run Happy Travers.
Mm-hmm.
I think he has a case. I think he has a legitimate case to win that 3-year-old Eclipse Award. If he wins the Lucas Classic and the Clark, no-brainer. It's his award. 2 wins against older horses the second half of the year, you have to hand him the award.
Not many have pulled off the Kentucky Derby Clark double.
I'm going to guess 10. No, a little bit more.
Probably not a whole lot have tried it.
Wow.
But Silver Charm did back in 1998.
One of the gutsiest horses ever seen in my 45 years on this planet. And here's the thing. Never made a dime with him. So for me to give him that due, it tastes like vinegar coming out of my mouth. He was a gutsy horse. That's amazing. That just goes to show you how hard it is to. Now, is that in the same year, guys? No, that can't be the same year. Silver Charm won the Derby in '97, and then he won the Clark in '98. So, I mean, that makes it even more difficult. I answered my own question. I apologize. But only one since 1942. That's 80 years. Wow.
Yeah. Let's look at the competition Rich Strike's going to deal with within this race. West Will Power, Folsom, 2 biggest names he's going to have to deal with. West Will Power. This was October 29th. Keeneland, gate to wire, and no one could touch him.
No offense. I mean, we just mentioned all of the races Rich Strike has run in this year. This is class relief. And these horses are no slouches. But there won't be any flight lines or Olympiads or Epicenters, unfortunately, or Hot Rod Charlies there. And they're going to his house now. They're going to his house of pain. Churchill Downs is a place that he has proven, right? He's a headier ride away from being undefeated beneath the Twin Spires. He should have won that Lucas Classic. If he doesn't resort to those tactics, he wins that race. He engaged a horse that loves to get into slugfest.
That horse loves to fight.
He loves to fight. Stay out of his way. West Will Power, Folsom, they're nice horses. And they have to hope that it's been a little bit of a crammed second half for the Derby winner. They better hope that he's a little weary coming into this Clark. I mean, it is less than a month, really less than a day, less than 4 weeks after the Breeders' Cup, 3 weeks. It's quick turnaround. They better hope it gets to him.
That number West Will Power earned in that race puts him right in the mix of the best races that, the Derby winners ever run. And if he's loose on the lead,
maybe
at the way Churchill Downs has been playing,
that's true.
It's going to be tough.
That's a great point.
Meanwhile, Fillies and Mares, race 10, Grade 3, Falls City, and this is the group that's going to line up. Played hard for Phil Bauer. She was on a path that they were thinking distaff with her. She looked so good at Saratoga over the summer, backed it up with another big win in Locust Grove, and then Malathaat proved too much in the Spinster, so we're going to see her on Thursday.
Certainly not going to hold any defeats to Malathaat against her, right? I mean, that's the funny part about this weekend down at Churchill Downs. There is a massive amount of class relief being presented to you. There are no flight lines, there are no Malathaats, there are no Breeders' Cup winners coming over to the Twin Spires. So, yeah, she's turned into a nice horse. Here's leader of the band, the Spa, the good old Spa. Boy, it got a little cold here in the studio. You feel warm when you see that far turn, right?
Do you have a calendar counting down the days already till we're back?
Let's not get carried away.
96.
It's cold
Right,
right
never
now.
too early. 96 Beyer win for this performance. And mile and an eighth are tough race, but it's really demanding mile and an eighth at Saratoga with that deep surface.
Yeah, they are grueling races, and this is a gutsy effort. Very nice effort.
Also on the Thursday card, Grade 3 Cardinal, mile and an eighth on the grass. And this one has danced a lot of dances. Dalika for Al Stahl. Grade 1 winner earlier this year, Beverly D. Best moment of her career. 6-year-old mare is well over $1 million in earnings.
She has been, at points in her career, effective at 5.5 to 12 furlongs.
It's amazing.
Can you imagine having that type of versatility and career? I'll tell you what, she'll retire one day. I would want her in my broodmare band. She can do anything. I feel like she can do anything.
16 of her 30 lifetime starts, first or second, still going strong as a 6-year-old. She'll be fun to watch. That's next week at Churchill Downs. We are back on Wednesday, 1 Eastern start time on FS2, so we will see you then. It was Stonewall Star and the Key Sense. Impressive 2-year-old filly. Mr. Karras, Dylan Davis put this one on the lead, goes gate to wire in the Forever Together. And how about Fire on Time? Quick final time for the 6.5. She's now 5 for 7 lifetime for Dale Romans. Derby winner, back in action, where he put together his biggest moment. We'll see him next week in the Clark.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.TV today to sign up and watch